Chapter 1 of White Rose of Weary Leaf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. Part 1. White rose in red garden is not so white, snowdrops that plead for pardon and pine for fright. Because the hard east blows over their maiden rose, grow not as this face grows, from pale to bright. Behind the veil forbidden, shut up from sight, love, is there sorrow hidden, is there delight? Is joy thy dower or grief, white rose of weary leaf, late rose whose life is brief, whose loves are light? A. C. Swinburne. Chapter 1. 3 or 4 early impressions, the fewer the more indelible, some things seen and chance words heard, influence character to a degree out of all proportion to their importance. Picturesque, trivial, grotesque or poignant as they may be, they are imprinted on a fresh white, unscored surface, and some of the twists and deviations of the line that stands for character are determined. Amy Stevens was a common person's child, a unit of no particular ethical value, and she lived with her humble parents in a mouse-ridden villa in a country town. Next to her own people, the mice were the most important things in the house. She dared not object to these familiar fauna, for her busy mother would have laughed at her. So she fell in with the circumstances of her environment and took an intelligent interest in the colors of the mice that early in the summer mornings ran in a procession across the flap of the sheet in front of her chin. She saw them large as racehorses, dun and ginger-colored, cheerful beasts who coursed freely past, taking no notice of the goggle eyes of Amy fixed on them as she lay in bed, afraid to be afraid. An only child, she was of necessity unattended, and was often sent out to play in the field behind the house by herself. When Amy was about 5 years old, she saw a plainly dressed woman standing stock still, with her hand on the gate that she herself must pass through to get home. As she approached, the woman said politely, "Little girl, will you kindly take my arm off the gate for me?" The poor creature was paralyzed. The most appalling ghost story that ever was told could never equal for Amy the horror of that incident which nobody ever explained to her. The bland white face, the inert arm, the woman who was used to being partly dead, she never knew what it all meant till the surgeon at the Kimberley Field Hospital informed her. Her home was next door to a prison, and sometimes the little Amy could get no sleep for the dreadful noise of hammering within those walls. The cause of the noise was explained to the child. There was no notion of sparing Amy's nerves. She hadn't got any business to have any. Every question duly met with an explanation when her elders knew one and had time to offer it. There was a figure nailed to a cross, hanging on the wall in her aunt's room. "Who is that poor man?" asked Amy. "The Saviour," her aunt replied, and Amy accepted that title for the interesting piece of sculpture and example of man's cruelty to man. Amy's father was an engineer, a little wiry active fellow who was never at home. He wore himself out and died young, but her mother lived to be old and a charge on Amy. Still, she had been a fairly decent mother to me, Amy always said, in the days before she learned to speak good English, which she picked up as she picked up most other things. "I don't pretend to be a lady," she would say, "but I have been with people, don't you know?" Amy had been, not to school, but in a school, a different thing. She had assisted in a dressmaker's shop and in a typewriting establishment. She had been secretary to an author and companion to an idle lady abroad. She had been on the stage. She had been to Russia with the famous Dr. M. as his amanuensis, and been sent home in a British steamer when trouble arose. She had seen a battlefield in South Africa and the results of it in hospital afterwards. She was a constitutionally rolling stone. She had a good figure and a bad complexion. She was pale and sometimes yellow. That was because she had roughed it too much, for in some of her more easy situations Amy flowered and bloomed like a little swart out-of-doors London shrub suddenly transported into the amenities of a greenhouse. A season of comparative indigence and the obligation of looking after herself would thrust her back into comparative plainness. But her figure, of which she was reasonably vain, she meant never to neglect or let go. She did not do it on purpose, but her clothes generally clung to her in the Greek fashion, and she was fond of carrying her purse round her neck, slung on a heavy gold chain, so it traced clearly the groove of the breast. It was as if Artemis, strong in her austerity, should care to define the figure. She wore cheap shoes with high heels, which she managed admirably. Her sweet, pert, pathetic mouth suggested alternately frankness and reserve, accordingly as she chose to pinch and prim it, or wear it ingenuously open, snatching the full effect of short upper lip. Her mouth was her best feature. It spoke of race, though where did Amy get race? Her prevailing expression was one of quiet expectancy, that of the thoroughly skilled workman who knows that, armed with the power of his hand and eye, he will not be permitted to go to the wall. Amy knew she was efficient. On her way back from Russia, she had accidentally stumbled into an excellent berth. She did not expect to keep it, in view of her tendency to rove, but then she counted on getting something else as good. She was always careful not to attach herself, and thus avoided a considerable amount of heartbreak. An English gentleman of good family, Mr. Jeremy Marion Dand of Swarland, travelling with his wife and daughter, had come across her in an hotel on the Riviera. She had been staying there for 3 months with an old lady as her companion, an old lady who could neither give nor refuse her a character, for she had died quite suddenly in the hotel at Costebelle. She appeared to have no relations, so it fell to Amy to bury her in the English cemetery, after a short but tough wrestle with local authority and red tape. Mrs. Dand heard the story, circulated as it was all over the big hotel. She was a sentimentalist, and she found Amy most quaint. Dulce, her 12-year-old daughter, found Amy great fun. Mr. Dand, the father, found her quite uninteresting, but engaged her to please his womankind. He was a large, lazy man, supposed to be clever, known to be cool, savage, and cross-grained. Amy was to go back with these people and be companion to Dulce in their English home, Swarland Hall, situated in one of the loveliest tracts of country in the north of England. They all returned via Paris, and stopped a couple of nights at the Hotel Rex. The day before that fixed for their crossing to England, Amy took her charge for a walk in the Tuileries Gardens. Dulce, a sophisticated girl of 12, did not in the least care for the bird fancier and his waiting manie of sparrows, or to go into the Louvre for a last look at the Victory. Neither did Amy. Art was nothing to her. She saw more beauty in a new blouse, which she pronounced blows, or a smart pair of shoes, than in all the loosely draped Victories in the world. The two sat down on a bench in the sun next to a young student with a flowing tie, and he turned round and recognized Dulce's new governess. "Why, Amy!" he exclaimed, with a foreign accent. "Why, Mark!" she replied, holding out her hand cordially. "Here we are again. You look splendid. What are you doing with yourself just now?" "Shall I use the words of Mazzini? Je conspire toujours." "Oh, Mark, you silly!" exclaimed Amy. "What on earth do you get by it? Do be more businesslike. And are you in funds? Because I am." "Ma chère, do you think I would borrow of a woman, although I am a Pole?" He referred to some private joke of their own, for Amy laughed. "You are too generous, Amy. But be at ease. I am all right for the present. Can you come and dine with me to-morrow, Place Blanche?" "Sorry, Mark, can't," answered the girl. "I am in a situation, and what's more, I am off to England to-morrow." "She is looking after me," volunteered the child. "Yes, that's so," answered Amy serenely. "Miss Dulce Dand. Her mother's a famous novelist. Sells 8,000 copies. She's been translated into Russian, I believe. I'm her maid, more or less, and Dulce here's companion. I am to get £40 a year, and my washing. That is why I can lend you some if you like." "Save it," said the student. "Me? Never. If you won't have it, I shall put it on my back." "We shall see that Amy wants for nothing till she dies," said the child sententiously. "I am simply devoted to her. She has vowed never to leave me. I shan't ever marry. I am going to be ugly, Mum says, and I need never think of men, for they'll never think of me." "All the same, she never thinks of anything else but love and marriage," said Amy with a shrug. "It isn't healthy at her age." "Don't you love the trees, the flowers, the blue skies overhead, mademoiselle?" asked the student, bending towards the dark-skinned, strong-featured schoolgirl. "Don't you ever run and play and rejoice in your youth and your liberty?" "No," said the child, looking sly. "I can't say I care for flowers or trees and things, but I don't mind what they call running away, and leaving Amy and you alone together a bit, if you like." "You needn't do anything of the kind," said Amy. "I have nothing to say to my friend Mark that a child might not hear, and you are a terribly advanced child, and far more likely to corrupt me than I you. And besides, we must go home." "Make an appointment with him, then," pleaded Dulce. "Yes, we will, to meet next time I am thrown on the world again, which won't be long, in spite of what the child says, Mark. That was how we met before, without a sou, either of us. Waifs, strays, ne'er-do-wells, odd-come sorts." "I believe, Amy, that you enjoy it," the pale student said. "You are, like me, homeless, unattached, uncounted. Ah, is there one soul in this great city, nay, in any city, to whom our death would import? Picture it. Sometimes, Amy, I feel so light, so useless, so little anchored in this round ball called the world that we squeeze and fight on, that I wonder I don't float up, off it and away. But where to? My God! Amy, do you never—" "I always remind myself that there's such a thing as a force of gravity," said Amy. "Come, Dulce, write to me, dear Mark, Swarland Hall, near Oldford, Yorkshire. Prosper, and don't be throwing more bombs than you can help. Adieu." End of Chapter 1. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 2. Of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Mrs. Jeremy Dand was sitting with her husband on the steps of the hotel when Amy and Dulce came up, with her lap full of newspapers. Mr. Dand rose and walked away as they approached, and Mrs. Dand greeted her progeny with the lazy "Well!" of usage, and Dulce exclaimed, "Oh, you've got the London papers! Hooray!" She was at once absorbed in the latest cause célèbre, and her mother, turning to Amy, said languidly, "Jeremy saw you in the gardens, Amy, sitting gossiping with a man on a bench. He didn't quite approve of it." "He was an old friend," answered Amy politely. "My fellow secretary out in Russia. He won't come bothering much. He is too busy making bombs." "My dear child, what funny people you do know!" As Amy had expected, the suggestion of nihilism effectively removed the aroma of nursery-maid flirtation from her interview with Mark Pogogeff, and added a flavour of grim romance which was not lost on the lady novelist. "I'll tell Jeremy it was an anarchist," Mrs. Dand murmured as they went in to déjeuner. Mr. Dand never took déjeuner. He breakfasted solidly, English fashion, and ate no more till dinner. After the repast, the lazy and replete bestowed themselves on divans in the lounge, shielded from the draughts of the open doors by divers flowering shrubs and sharp-edged palms. Dulce, with a sheaf of papers under her arm, flung herself upon Amy, who protested. "Don't drag me, Dulce. There's nothing more tiring. What is it?" "It's the Meadrow divorce case. So fearfully exciting. And Amy, there are 4 correspondents, and Sir Mervyn Diamond, who is staying at this very hotel, is one of them. Fancy!" "I can't fancy. I won't. How do you know that he is staying here?" "Looked in the hotel book. His name is there all right. He is from Brindisi. I looked at his luggage. He only arrived last night. I made that out too." "Is he alone?" "Yes, quite. Perhaps he has been sent for." "Well, it is no earthly business of ours." "Oh, Amy, aren't you really one little bit interested?" "I am, rather," admitted Amy candidly. "Give us a paper, the one you have got in your hand." "Fuller details here," said a voice from behind the largest palm, and a London evening paper of the day before was launched at them and fluttered down on the bamboo table in front of the guilty pair. "Oh, papa!" exclaimed Dulce. "You were there all the time, listening to what we were saying, playing a trick on us." Mr. Dand rose. "No trick," he said. "You ignored me, so I let you run on. Go to your mother, Dulce, and see if you can help her with her packing." "It's all done. Amy did it." "Do as I tell you." The child departed, downcast. Amy's employer came and stood quite close up to her, towering over her aggressively. He was an ugly handsome man, of heavy build, with dull deep-set eyes and an obstinate chin and mouth. The mouth was beautifully formed, but Amy, with her conventional canons of taste, thought him ugly and heavy, and not careful enough about his clothes. "Amy, do you think you ought to allow the child to talk to you like that?" "How can I prevent her?" "You should not encourage her." "I don't think I do encourage her," replied Amy slowly, as if she were thinking it over. "But I should say it was very unwise to make a fuss. It would only strengthen the habit if I were to make too much of it. She doesn't know the meaning of half the words she uses. Did you notice how she pronounced the word correspondent all in one?" "I will ask you to be more careful in future," Mr. Dand continued coldly. "And another thing. I would rather you arranged not to meet your friends in the public gardens, if you can help it. You will tell me you can't avoid it, I suppose?" "Well," said Amy, "one can't help having friends, at least anyone who has been about as much as I have." "True," said Mr. Dand, turning away. "Let it pass. We are going to live in the country. But since you are so thoroughly aware of my daughter's morbid propensities, I shall be obliged if you will wrestle with them as far as in you lies. Brooding on such subjects is not at all good for a young girl, and is apt to stunt her growth." "Much you care," thought Amy, as he turned and left her sole occupant of the smoking room. "You are too selfish. As for poor Dulce, she is your daughter, every bit of her. What is fine looking in a man often runs to ugliness in a woman, and I wouldn't be surprised if you were as sensual as they make them, although you don't look it." Next day they were all sitting in the lounge after déjeuner, ready for the drive to the Gare du Nord. The room was full. Everybody had a newspaper in their hands and a vaguely wandering, bored eye. It was one of the horrible, dreary, unmomentous moments of life. Dulce fawned on her governess as usual, having dragged her to a seat far removed from her mother, from whose chair Mr. Dand's was also at some little distance. There was thus a diffused sprinkling of Dand interest about the room, and the eyes of several people were on this eccentric and rich English family. The height and size of Mr. Dand alone made him remarkable, and his quiet arrogance fascinated everyone. He divided the interest, however, with another man, who sat alone at one of the tables and sipped his coffee, idly fingering newspapers that he hardly seemed to read. His hand fell across the English paper that had been sent to the Dands and that they had left about. Soon he was perusing it absently. A big, well-made, bearded man, unalert but powerful. His hand attracted Amy. It was large, capable, a master hand. It had more character than his face. Dulce whispered to Amy, "Miss Stephens, that's the fourth correspondent. Doesn't he look wretched?" "Shh!" breathed Amy, and looked, taking Sir Mervyn Dymond in superficially at a glance, as was her wont. He doesn't look at all that kind of man, she thought, but then they never do. Having hushed Dulce, she looked again under cover of La Patrie, and continued her deductions. There is a kind of power in that face, she decided, because she wished to find power there. The kind of man who does not care to talk about his conquests, and no longer young, but that makes no difference. What a cat the woman must be to turn on him like this. For in the paper he was studying it was fairly set down that Lady Meadrow had, as it were, turned husband's evidence and a since withdrawn confession had set the first light to Sir Flaxley's jealousy. One never can tell, thought Amy, when there are so many co's, which of them it is the woman wants to be merely divorced off, and which she intends shall marry her in the end. I wonder. She never knew what told her, what impelled her, how the knowledge came to her, what form of wireless telegraphy enabled the man's anguish to set up a receiving station in the consciousness of an unimportant stranger, and so dispatch to her the message of the sudden crisis of his agony. As far as Amy's eyes served her, she did see that big white hand clutch the corner of the newspaper and nail it to the table. He rose. He looked at nobody. He left the room. She knew as well as if he had shouted it out to the whole roomful of people that he was going away to try to put an end to himself. Amy took the decisive step of her life. She knew that life does go in great moral jerks for which there can be no previous preparation. She followed him. The expression on the faces she left behind her were various. She had time to observe them all before she went, in a flash quick as that which comprehends the whole of a drowning man's life assessment. Jeremy Dand looked amused, Mrs. Dand horror-stricken, Dulce puzzled, and the lines of their features at this juncture were forever graven on memory's mirror for her, as brisk, grave, efficient in her short-skirted travelling dress, she walked out of the big glass-walled room. The windows were sticky with heat, and the air of it filmy with dust. That she remembered too, so that hotel lounges were odious to her in the future. She followed him into the lift and took her place there and beside him. She did not look at him. He had the newspaper crumpled up in his hand. When the lift stopped, he forgot his manners and passed hastily out in front of her, neither knowing nor caring whether she intended to descend on that particular floor or not. A man who is but dead cannot think of such details. Amy lost sight of him as he disappeared down a corridor, and only recovered the trail by a sleuth-hound instinct she could command on occasion. She found herself on the threshold of his room, and he was standing in front of the mirror over the mantelpiece, with the muzzle of a revolver in his mouth. The fellow to it shone in an open portmanteau on the floor. Amy knew that a clutch of his arm, or even a scream, would probably drive him to pull the trigger of the weapon. She thought of herself for one moment spattered with the blood of a big man dying at her feet, and then she said dryly, in her usual voice, "Please don't do that." She had succeeded. His arm dropped slowly, and he turned and saw a young, slim, plainish woman standing on the threshold of his room. "Who are you?" he asked, with an accent on the middle word. "Nobody. Mrs. Dan's maid. But I couldn't see a man go straight upstairs to shoot himself without raising a finger to stop him." Sir Mervyn Dymond said nothing. He sank into a chair, and Amy advanced with cordial cheerfulness. "Now I'll go downstairs again. It's over. You'll be quite calm now. May I take that thing with me?" She laid her hand on the pistol. Sir Mervyn made no answer, but there was a low chair near his, and laying his other hand on hers, "Sit down," he commanded. She remained standing, held by his arm in a stooping position, looking gravely down at him. "I had rather not. I simply must go downstairs again before... Please give it me." "Certainly not. Sit down." "I suppose I shall have to," said Amy resignedly. "But if I don't go back, and pretty sharp too, there will be a lot of talk. Everybody saw me follow you, worse luck. Oh, I do wish you would let me go. Be reasonable, gentlemanly even." "Jibes are nothing to a man in my condition. And imagine asking a man who has been driven to madness by the most dastardly slurs and slanders against his honour to be reasonable." "It is a slander, then?" said Amy carelessly, as she sat down on the edge of the chair, her cunning eye on the pistol. "No, it's true. God forgive me. Now you had better go and let me get on. You see yourself that it's the only thing for me to do. There are heaps of less selfish things to do. You can go into the witness box and swear to a lie. Amy shrugged her shoulders. A man must lie to save a woman. You had no right to admit it even to me just now, but then you are not quite yourself. And besides, you should have thought of the lie you'd have to tell at first. An intrigue always means a few dishonourable things to be done for honour's sake. Crooked honour, I call it. You seem to have thought it all out. It's elementary. But now look here, Sir Mervyn, I must not get talking to you. Can't I have that pistol and go? No, you cannot. You must finish the work you have begun. You are very selfish, Sir Mervyn, said Amy, who felt unable somehow to let go of his title. Mrs. Dand will certainly dismiss me if I stay up here much longer in a man's bedroom. They all saw me go after you. It looked too awfully bad. No employer could be expected to stand it. And yet you will keep me here. Who is Mrs. Dand? Mrs. Jeremy Marion Dand, whose maid I have told you I am. Nonsense. You can't be anybody's maid. You are an Amazon, a Valkyrie. You have the pluck of the... I know I have, said Amy modestly, and a nice fool I make of myself with it all, following you. Splendid recklessness, pursued he, half to himself. But you will only hurt yourself with it. Come to grief somehow. People will impose on you, put upon you, use you to their own profit. And while we are dawdling here discussing my character, moaned Amy, it will be gone. Those cats in the salon won't leave me a shred to bless myself with. Oh, Sir Mervyn, do let me go. His hot hand clutched her cool arm, which the fashion of the day left entirely bare. If you leave me, I won't answer for the consequences. You might as well never have followed me upstairs. That's a mean way of getting at me, said Amy angrily. And what do you mean? I can't stay up here with you all day. Why not? You cannot leave me like this. It would be manslaughter. How absurd, how childish you are, said Amy. And it shows you are all right now, for you are making jokes. How can I stay with you? Do show some sense, and if, as you say, you are the least grateful to me for saving your life, don't try to ruin mine. I can't stay here, and what is more, I won't. You can stay here. You will. If there's any difficulty about it, I can marry you. By Jove, I'll do it if it's only to keep you here. And I won't be kept here, and I won't marry you, Amy almost screamed. He took his hand away. Go then. You are warned. You know what will happen the moment that door closes behind you. Amy began to cry, for oddly enough she believed him. Tears, he exclaimed, affected by the sight. I can't stand a woman's tears, not yours anyhow. What am I to do? Let you go? I won't go now, not without the pistol at any rate. Here you are then, and you had better secure the other too. Now go cheerfully out of my life, which you can consider you have given me back. Much good I shall do with it. You can do this with it. Go home and go into the witness box and deny everything. Is that what you ask me to do for your sake? Not for my sake, for the sake of all women. We all ought to stick together and wrest things from you men, said Amy without thinking what she was saying, as she took the pistol from his hand and replaced it beside its shining fellow. She was not surprised. She knew men and had received a last sigh on a battlefield that as she turned to say good-bye, he asked her to kiss him. Certainly, she said kindly, you have been very good. As he raised his head from her forehead, they were both aware of the presence of the head waiter, apologetic but businesslike, who stood on the threshold of the open door with a note in his hand. Mademoiselle, he murmured, handing it. Amy broke it open. A cheque fluttered out. From Mrs. Dand. I told you so, she exclaimed. Listen. Amy Stevens, I can't possibly have you with my child as I intended after this extraordinary piece of behaviour. It serves me right for picking up chance people. Your coming back to England with us is out of the question. Everybody saw you follow that man out of the room, and the waiter says you went straight up to his bedroom. I enclose a cheque. Damn her cheque, for a month's salary, and goodbye." "You read very well, and with fine, strong emphasis. You can be my secretary," said Sir Mervyn, grinning, to Amy, who stood with a blank face, holding Mrs. Dan's scrawl in her hand. "They are gone, madame," the waiter said respectfully, foreseeing further and perhaps lucrative developments from his point of view, and with an awkward smile left the room. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. At 9 o'clock one windy evening in March, a slow, sure, crawling four-wheeler grated against the curbstone in front of a house in Cavendish Square. Amy Stevens got out of the cab with the furtive air of a person who is being followed. A newsboy, bearing the latest intelligence, was crying it aloud at intervals. With intense curiosity he watched Amy gather up her skirts and pay the cabman his just fare and no more, and then, raising his voice, he cruelly and cunningly chose that moment to proclaim his wares. "Special! Sir Mervyn Diamond in the box! Sensation! Special!" Everybody knew the tenant and owner of the notorious house whose steps Amy was now tripping up. The cabman, spurred on by the vociferous street Arab, and the too just, fare, leaned down from his box, and in the raucous voice of gin and spite, inquired of the shrinking, disgusted Amy, "Shall I come and fetch you home to-morrow morning, missy?" But Amy's latchkey had by that time found its billet, and Amy had disappeared into a still gulf of blackness, illumined only by the ill-maintained gas globe behind the fanlight over the door. She quickly passed upstairs, over wide steps shrouded in dull drugget, to her own room, the best in the house, next to the study and Sir Mervyn's room. Sir Mervyn's chief secretary, Mr. Johnson, had 2 rooms on the topmost flight. These 2 persons now ministered to the secretarial wants of the once busy, but now broken man, whose official emoluments, whose social privileges, were passing away from him. In the course of the Medro divorce case, now running, some other significant phases in the life of this erratic, morbid, overweening personage had come out. Amy knew now why he had attempted suicide in Paris, and questioned her wisdom in preventing him from carrying out his plan. For what else was left to the poor Don Juan in these days of his disgrace? Brilliant without being solid, clever without real intellectual force, he relied for his stimulus on public approbation and the light of ladies' eyes, for he was emphatically their man. Women had helped him to the place he had attained, and had then hysterically undone their fatuous nominee. There was no word too bad for him. He had lost ground with all alike. Amy found him as she had expected, sitting in an armchair over the fire in the study, his head fallen between his shoulders in the conventional attitude of dejection. Amy, the sincere, the rough, the downright, set him down as affected even in his supreme moments. He was the kind of man who never could have appealed to her. Vainly the young Amazon sought the secret of his charm for her sex in the ugly, aging man of 60. "Is that you, Amy?" "Yes," she replied, warily, then, with a spurring of assumed interest, "Well?" "I am ruined, Amy." "Oh, don't talk like that. She is, poor thing." "No, she will pull through. Her set will come to her rescue. I have done my part. She will be all right, but Amy, my career—" "Surely," burst out Amy, as if she were not English herself, "English people are not such fools. If you were valuable to the government once, you surely are so still." She seated herself at a wide desk, and pulling some notes towards her, began to write aimlessly, while Sir Mervyn maundered on. "I know them. They will assuage their consciences on me, treat me as they treated He named a well-known politician. "We shall see," Amy muttered with her pencil between her teeth. "We shall not see," said Sir Mervyn, more loudly, and with so decided an accent that Amy, who usually ignored all threats of suicide, raised her head as if to speak, and then thought better of it. He seemed to expect no comment. He knew her well enough to forgo protestations from the woman who had saved his life once, and had given him her own into the bargain. He went on talking to himself. She caught her own name now and then. Poor Amy! She judged it well to take that up, after it had recurred several times. "Amy is not poor," she said gently. "She has a very good salary." "All the same, poor Amy. Sacrificed, exploited by one form of man's selfishness after another. You always will be, do you hear?" "Nonsense. I am quite free." "Free? No. You are bound at every turn by your own generosity, your wish to be of use, your indomitable altruism. You have been my good angel, Amy, and at what a sacrifice! I don't believe there is another woman in the world who would have done what you have done, without at least the spur of passion, or interest." "Please don't." "You have spoilt your career for a man whom you don't even pretend to love." "I like to be exceptional," Amy explained, laughing feverishly. "Who cares to be one of a crowd?" He would not be diverted to a lighter view of things. "Yes, I made you come here, in my selfish madness, put you into such a dubious position that no jury or British matron would believe you innocent for a single moment. You will never get another situation. Secretary to the notorious Sir Mervyn Diamond. That disgraceful trial, you know. False position. No doubt of it. Man of his lax views. I hear them. All that I can do, for I realize, Amy, that it is my duty to provide for you. If you leave me money," said Amy cheerfully, "it will quite disgrace me." "I have thought of that, and it is laid there ready for you in the right-hand drawer of that buhl table, and you are to go straight to that drawer and take it when I die, before the minions of the law can come on and scratch up everything. I shall cut up pretty well, I fancy, and I have no relations to speak of, and those I have haven't stuck to me, so you need have no hesitation about taking it. Promise me you will, Amy." "Yes, if I can think of it," she said carelessly. "I might happen to be a little cut up too." "A pun now." "Why not? This isn't a particularly tragic occasion that I know of. And do let me earn my salary, anyway. Will they want you tomorrow at that place?" "They may want me, but they won't get me." "Well then, let us get on with the index, and tomorrow I will ask Mr. Johnson to put me up to some of these references." "I am too tired to trouble with the index now," said Sir Mervyn sternly. "Will you kindly give me my pill?" She neglected to observe that he did not, after all, take a pill out of the box she handed him, but something from a phial which went quickly back into his waistcoat pocket. He was fond of quack nostrums, so the vision would not have disturbed her. Amy stood still a moment after she had put the box back, stretching her arms. She said tentatively, for she hoped he would allow her to go, "I think I shall go to bed. I am thoroughly done." He petitioned her to stay, as she had dreaded that he would. "No, don't go just yet. Turn out the light and sit a while, behind my chair, just as you are. I like to think that you are there. Amy, what are you? What is at the back of you? Enlighten me." "How do you mean, Sir Mervyn?" "What is your mainspring? What drives the extraordinary little piece of mechanism that you are? You don't work for your own bat, and you have no one to work for. You are alone in the world." "Everyone is," she returned, "even though they have a cartload of relations. I have a mother too. I sent her her allowance yesterday." "That's all your mother does for you. But you are right. Personne ne connaît personne," said he. "Cada persona y un monde," says the Portuguese proverb. "There's more in you, Amy, than I have been lucky enough to find, and yet I have had the pleasure of seeing you day by day for so long." Old flirt, thought Amy. "I have been fairly kind to you, have I not, Amy? Apart from the initial villainy of losing you your nice respectable place, and forcing you to come here, I have behaved honourably to you?" "Perfectly honourably, Sir Mervyn." "But no one will think so. A man of my character. You live in my house. You are not a good secretary. Your writing is too large. Johnson says so. He's jealous, though he knows perfectly well that you are quite straight. I wish Johnson would marry you." "I don't. I like Mr. Johnson well enough, but not—" "Will you ever marry, I wonder?" "Will I ever be struck by lightning, or in a railway accident? It doesn't do to worry or think about anything like that." "I offered to marry you." "Only to get me to come here. It was most good of you, but you see, I preferred to come without." "Yes, and dish yourself." "Amy, you'll always be dished by somebody. Don't let anyone else dish you. Amy," his voice grew indistinct, "Amy, I wish I had loved you." The querulous voice died away. How like him, thought Amy, the professional lover. But she bore him no malice. He had, as he had said, behaved fairly well to her, and her coming here had not turned out so ill. She had learnt something, and earned a good deal. Mrs. Dand was an uncertain lady who probably would have thrown her over sooner or later, since her husband, whom she adored, evidently disapproved of his wife's new importation, and thought that they were carrying a bad bargain back to England with them. And indeed life was such a tangled skein that one need never hope to find the clue wherewith to unwind it, and such a rush that there was no time to stop by the roadside to tie up one's moral shoe latchet. It was, as the poet says, a mingled warp, good and ill together, and Amy secretly liked the odd variegations of the pattern, and did not care to question the colours that might be fortuitously introduced into the web of it. Chance, blind chance, was master of us all, and courage and cheerfulness the only possible weapons wherewith to combat fate and the inherent perversity of things. She was not fond of Sir Mervyn, she pitied him, and her charity stood her in lieu of sympathy. Their two temperaments were widely opposed. A rake to Amy was an invalid, a victim of a peculiarly revolting malady. She wondered what it was that foolish, self-indulgent society women saw in this man, who scourged them with rods of their pleasure, and got them into the courts, and left them struggling there, for departing name and fame. He did not speak, but neither did he breathe heavily, or suggest that he slept or rested in any way. Amy was too tired to wonder, but laid her head on her arms over the desk in front of her, like any board-school child, and slept. When Amy awoke and tried to shake off the slough of sleep, the better part of the night was over, though it was not yet day. The fire was out, of course, but the great tall globe of electric light just outside the house illumined the room for a little way in, but did not shine as far as the chair where Sir Mervyn sat, with the crest of his still plentiful grey-brown hair visible over the back of it. Amy was driven to struggle to her feet more by the sensation of extreme cold than anxiety. She tried to reach the nearest switch, but ran her side against the sharp corner of the table and rocked a moment in agony. Then, mastering her pain, she limped round to the front of the chair. Sir Mervyn was dead. She knew he was dead the moment her hand touched his forehead. Without further attempt to find the switch, she turned and ran in the direction of the door of the room. Horror and fright had made her primitive, and she forgot the modern conveniences at her service. Growing breathless, she ran upstairs and knocked at Mr. Johnson's door with fierce intent, but could produce in her flurry only the feeblest of rat-tats. She had to open the door at last, put her head in, and address the corner of the room where she imagined the secretary's head to lie. Her voice was sharp and clear. "Wake up, Mr. Johnson! Sir Mervyn is dead! Come!" Johnson woke and flung out of bed, calling after her, "I'm coming! Whatever you do, don't touch him!" Amy found out what that meant, later, at the inquest, in which she had to play a far larger part than she liked. In fact, they would not let her alone. Mr. Johnson, who did not like Miss Stephens, could not get it out of his head that she had been quite unnaturally calm that morning, when she had put her head in at his door and announced Sir Mervyn's death to him, and his state of doubt subtly was communicated to the minds of the coroner's jury. Nobody could touch her, though. Her answers were too straight, and an empty phial of something murderous was found in his waistcoat pocket. The little unpleasantness only fed the cumulative disdain which Amy's hard, ugly life had inculcated in her. She knew, though no one else did, that she had saved Sir Mervyn once from the act of suicide, and it was too much to expect her to do it twice. Personally, also, she did not feel sure that voluntary self-annihilation was not all that had remained to Sir Mervyn. He was a broken man. He could not be mended. The scrap heap was the only place for such an obvious piece of social detritus as he had become. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Amy did just remember the sum of money which Sir Mervyn had told her was lying ready for her in a drawer of an escritoire in the study, but as matters fell out she was never able to ascertain the sum of his generosity and forethought. Mr. Johnson, somehow or other, contrived to make it impossible for her to enter the room again 24 hours after the chief's decease. "He said I should always be dished by somebody," she thought ruefully, "and he's done it first. Why on earth didn't he give the money to me in my hand before he took the stuff that finished him?" She left the house in Cavendish Square as soon as it was possible to do so, leaving no address, and went into lodgings in Kensington. She heard afterwards, through Sir Mervyn's solicitor, who had seen her for a moment and taken a fancy to her, a rather interesting fact. Sir Mervyn had directed in his will that a substantial sum should go to Mr. Johnson, on condition that he married Miss Stephens. Miss Stephens laughed and told him that there was no fear of that. And she was right. Mr. Johnson preferred to go without the money to marrying Miss Stephens. That was his testimony in regard to the events that had taken place during his stay under Sir Mervyn's roof with the young lady in question. A literary man and a bohemian, he had yet enough worldly wisdom and masculine vanity to set a higher value on himself than was implied in his willingness to marry Miss Mervyns. Amy realized what he thought of her, and considered it natural under the circumstances. Sir Mervyn was at no time discreet, and in Amy's case had taken no pains to protect a secret that did not exist, or to safeguard a reputation he had not cared to endanger. He would consider, if he thought about it at all, that their entirely innocent relations called for no such elaborate precautions as those he had never tired of taking in the interests of his frail victims of the great world. His valiant effort to provide his plain protégée at one and the same time with money and a husband had failed, as any plan so stagey was sure to do, and Amy thought she had some right to be annoyed. She had, however, no time to brood over the little windfall she had missed. She must get something else to do at once. She had not too much cash on hand. Her mother's claims on her had lately been heavy. She must find a lucrative berth, a more respectable one, if possible, than the last, and find it soon. Meantime, she dressed nicely, she fed herself properly. She did not dare to go about sharp-nosed, hungry-eyed, with flat-heeled, dragging feet. She realized well enough that the battle is to the strong, and situations to the smiling. She could not, however, hope to keep up the sly appearance of prosperity for as long as the frank confession of indigence. She made one good meal a day, but avoided the aerated bread shop, that pitfall of the female impecunious. She did not care for set luncheons, but found an apple and a biscuit in the middle of the day enough to sustain life and looks on. She liked to eat out of doors, in churchyards or the park, where the world-worn faces of the loafers and the spiced prettiness of the society women alike amused her, and gave her substance for reflection with her dessert. She did not smoke, she did not require soothing, and could not afford cigarettes. Besides, her teeth were too pretty to spoil. She passed through Kensington churchyard one day about 2 o'clock, and the suffusion of colour produced by much red baize warned her that a wedding was imminent. Amy had a weakness for weddings. She meant, if ever she entered the bonds of matrimony, to be married according to the church ceremony in its entirety, not so much on religious as on artistic grounds. She considered it pretty and poetical and old-fashioned. She meant to have all the pomp and circumstance that combine to leaven and smooth over the ratification of what constituted at least a very solemn bargain in her eyes. The voice that breathed o'er Eden should breathe over her. Vergers should bow and scrape, and as soldiers march into battle led by caparisoned officers and to the sound of trumpets, so should her small onset into the arena of life be heralded and glorified. With the ribstone pippin she had just bought deftly concealed in the palm of her hand, she approached the proud verger. "Friends?" he questioned. Amy gratefully accepted the tacit compliment to her attire, but modestly disclaiming his suggestion, passed into a humble rearward pew, where she was able to consume her luncheon, skin and all. She had polished it first with her handkerchief, while the church filled. Dreary, prim-lipped persons of both sexes wandered in, sandwiched between frivolous society dames and squires. The latter were a little cowed, perhaps, by the dimness and the unwonted surroundings. All were marshalled by beautiful young men with white buttonholes into this side of the aisle or that, according to a social system well understood of the temporary guides. Amy understood, too, that it was according as they claimed relationship with this party to the alliance or the other, and furthermore, that a fair division of country and townspeople filled the right and left aisles respectively. "It's either a country gentleman marrying a London girl, or the other way round," thought Amy, "for one side is rather smart and fast. I seem to see a man I saw once at Sir Mervyn's, and the other side is dowdy and well-born, if not well-bred." The organ burst into music, and the little white chorister boys passed up the aisle. Amy beamed with quiet pleasure. Behind them, a pretty tall girl with rather a peevish expression came ambling slowly along, walking at the only pace a heavy train permits, on the arm of a fond and rubicund old gentleman. She attained the rail, where the bridegroom, invisible to Amy through palms and bonnets, had been long waiting for her, and the ceremony began. Although Amy could not, even by craning, catch a glimpse of the man, yet she could hear him well, and a wave of uninterested recollection crossed her as she heard him clearly promise to support Edith Isabel through thick and thin generally, according to the terms of the service. She wondered whom it was that this Edith Isabel was in her turn promising inaudibly to stick to. The point was solved for her when the newly married couple passed on their way down the aisle to begin their new life. She realized then it was the man's second venture. He was tall and large in make, his lips were closed in a firm Napoleonic pout, his grey eyes were remote, retiring, bored. They said as usual, "I would rather be with my dog, my books, my pipe." It was her old master. Amy could have touched him. She put down her veil and followed the smart people out. "He won't love this one any more than he did the other," was Amy's reflection next day. She had turned in at a free library to find a paper and con the details of the ceremony. I wonder why he troubled to marry again. That longed-for son, I suppose. And my Mrs. Dan's death, I must have missed that somehow. Her eyes rested again on the brief statement. George Jeremy Marion Dand to Edith Isabel, only daughter of Sir Flaxley Medrow. The man with the whiskers! The bedizened mamma in the front pew! The new Mrs. Dand was the daughter of that woman who had only kept in society, as it were, by the skin of her teeth, and through Sir Mervyn's sturdy denials of facts that everyone knew to be facts. It seems to me that I might have said that I was friends after all, thought Amy. Friends of both, for after all, if it hadn't been for me, Sir Mervyn wouldn't have gone into the witness box at all. And I suppose Dulce was bridesmaid, one of that hideous shy lumping 6? I didn't recognize her, but how is one to tell, the ridiculous way they get nice inoffensive girls up. Dulce as a Romney. Among the list of guests at the reception was a Mrs. Guy Riven, who had presented a silver Queen Anne posset cup. Coals to Newcastle, thought Amy, remembering Jeremy Dan's craze for old silver. But I expect he will discover half of them to be fake and exchange them. He's all for business. Mrs. Riven's name would not have interested Amy any more than any other one on the string of well-known and fashionable names who graced the breakfast in Palace Gardens with their presence, if it had not been that in the same issue of the Kensington News, Mrs. Guy Riven happened to be advertising for a companion. The Dans interested her slightly. Mrs. Riven was a friend of the Dans. Amy's spirit of adventure was uppermost as she put her veil on straight and looped it under her chin, buttoned every button of her new pair of gloves, and went to see if she would do for Mrs. Riven. That lady's apparently faint connection with some of the characters out of one of her old lives took away from the strangeness a little. End of chapter 4. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 5 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Amy's new employer, Mrs. Guy Riven, went to her old manor house on the east coast for the autumn, and entertained a vast succession of guests. Amy was found to be indispensable. Under her rule comfort, not ordinary comfort, but superlative comfort, reigned. Mr. Riven had died wealthy. There was plenty of cash for Amy to work with. She spent it handsomely on the widow's behalf, but she gave good measure of her own commodity, her time, her alacrity, her forethought. Personally, she was well and not bored. She liked the cold, pure airs of the north and the strength of the east coast waves. She bathed, she motored, she rode, she flirted. The son of the house, home from Eton for his holidays, loved Amy with the whole force of his schoolboy being. He was but 16, but by his mother and her friends already considered sufficiently encroaching and upsetting to women by reason of his hearty boyish charm. He was not handsome, but freckled, red-haired, and curly. "If you'll just put your hand on my head, Amy," he would say, "you will feel every single hair standing up against you. Do try. It's a funny feeling. The only other girl," he added, "that I have loved was always doing that. She was the matron in the sanatorium at Westgate, where I went when I had scarlet fever at school. Poor pussy, I was fond of her. Of course, I never see her now. I'll show you one of her letters." Her letters touched Amy. "Write, dearest, and tell me all you are doing. Send me your photo on a postcard. I should value it so much." "I did." "I would keep it on my mantelpiece and look at your dear face 20 times a day. I feel I shall never again have that pleasure." "Yes, poor pussy," said the lad, in his clear, unemotional boy's voice. "She used to sit up with me, and oh, how ugly she used to look in the mornings." "That isn't chivalrous of you, Philip." He accepted her blame with meekness. He was too young to be able to stow his different attachments in emotion-tight compartments. He wished to fling all the brief memories and hardly recognized loyalties of his short life into the lap of the goddess of the present, the lady he intended to marry when he had gone through Eton and Oxford. Amy, laughing, used to gaily refuse this sweetly impossible offer of marriage, yet she was conscious all the while of a sense of elation, as if a man, not a boy, had proposed to her. Under her neat chaff, her pretty scoldings, her light handling of him, was a tenderness, a vaguely stimulated emotion that made tears come into her eyes sometimes when she stood at one of the windows of the old house, pressing her face against the pane and watching a svelte angel in flannels playing tennis on the scanty seaside lawn. What was it? Love in one of its many forms? She did not know. She was content with the boy's sweet, simple caresses, his brief, bird-like kisses, possessing none of the properties of passionate love-making, nothing grim, cloying, or intense. He embraced her, he squeezed her tightly, as if it was part of a game, or as a child grasps a favourite toy. "Oh, you hurt me, Philip," she had exclaimed once, and he had flung away from her pettishly. "Hurt you? That? Oh, you're not half a girl." These embraces that reeked of the playground did not seem to Amy worth taking a high line about, and if anyone had told her that she was corrupting or even unduly bringing forward the boy, she would have laughed and told them that he was innocent of the arts of manhood as yet, overflowing with positive sentiment, not latent sensuality. Tears were very near her eyes. On the morning fixed for his return to Eton, it was arranged that Amy was to go a little way down the cliff road that led past the house, but in the opposite direction to the station. With the great family leave-taking in the hall, he wished us to have nothing to do. She must stay out of doors till it was over, and not spoil our parting. Amy always remembered the wide, white, glistening road, like the inside of a shell, and the shade of the lonely outhouse door she leaned against to wait for him. She listened to the desolate cow that mooed inside. Her eyes rested on the flagged stones of the path, with their fringed margin of grass, that led back to the manor house and the wide road it bordered. He was to come along that road. She felt good-humoured, easy-going, not so sad. It was only a schoolboy going back to school, and he would be having Christmas holidays at their house in town in a few months. Yet her features grew tense and the flagstones danced, till she saw the straight little black figure, languid and heavy-footed with sorrow, advancing towards her. She left her sheltering cow-house and advanced into the middle of the track. She had a parcel of groceries in her hand. He came up to her. They were of a height. He took hold of her by the shoulders masterfully, and pressed his body close to hers. She was so taken aback that she dropped her parcel. "Goodbye, goodbye, darling. Oh, dash it, I'm crying." They clung together, regardless of cows and milkmaids, in the middle of the shining way, and in the cold morning light their pure flame of mutual love mounted like a lark into the blue. "It will be 6 years before I can marry you." He pulled out a large clean handkerchief and stood away from her a little. The question of years did not concern Amy, innocent as she was of all views for the future. 6 years, he would forget her in 6 weeks, but meantime the joy of that innocent affection and its heartfelt demonstration was to remain with her and soothe her all her life. "Goodbye, Amy. Amy, I'll write. Of course you'll write. So will I. I shall keep all your letters, Amy, and carry them about with me. Yes, dear, as many as you can without spoiling your figure. Oh, Amy, don't chaff. I believe I can manage 8 at a time. Goodbye, goodbye, my love, goodbye." He punctuated his valedictory utterances with kisses. They were rougher and more boyish, not like the silent rapture of the earlier embrace. Then he was gone, a slim dark streak on the dazzling whiteness of the pearly morning world. End of Chapter 5. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 6 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. For weeks she thought of Philip Riven eagerly, continuously, absorbingly, just as if he had been a real lover. "I believe I am in love with the wretched boy," she said to herself scornfully, wonderingly, going about her business as usual. It was an interesting problem for her to think about at night when she had seen to everything, felt rather tired, and had written Philip a nice little patronizing letter suitable for a boy of 16 to receive from his mother's housekeeper. The extraordinary predilection for him of which she was conscious was for self-consumption alone. It would never do for the object of it to suspect such a thing. Strong meat for babes indeed. And for herself she took long walks to prevent her getting morbid. The boy's letters grew colder. She took shorter walks. About 6 weeks after his return to school, Mrs. Riven came in cross and tired from her motor drive. She had been to spend the day at a place a good many miles off with a certain Lady Meadrow, whose name Amy knew well, though she said nothing. She didn't see Mrs. Riven on her return, but it came to her ears that Mrs. Riven had bullied every servant she met on her way to her room, where she chose to dine off a tray, alone. In the evening she sent for Amy to come and talk to her. Her figure was unbound, her purple hair unloosed. She lay poured out on a chaise longue. She said to Amy languidly, "Sit down. I have just found out who you are." "Who from, pray, granting that I am anybody?" "A man I met at Lady Meadrow's. I can see through your change of a few letters in your name. Stevens, he said. Well, you put a P in, but it doesn't blind me. I guessed at once. I didn't split on you. He told me moreover in confidence that you were the girl he ought to have married." "And why didn't he, pray?" "His patron wanted him to, left him money to, but he couldn't bring himself to. Why, you are the girl. I read all about the case in the papers at the time, but forgot about it when Lady Meadrow got through all right. One really can't keep pace with all one's friends' causes célèbres. But there it is, the disgraceful fact. You are the Miss Stevens that was living with Sir Mervyn Dymond at the time, and of course, as that Mr. Johnson said—" "Mrs. Riven, you don't seem to be aware that you were talking to a cad?" "Well, he's an author, not a man, and you could hardly expect a man, even for money, to marry a woman who— Do you deny it?" "Yes, I do deny it, but what's the good? You don't believe me." "Lady Meadrow denies it too," said Mrs. Riven dryly, "but then she's one of us, and she got her case. But well, I think you should have hesitated before you wormed yourself into a house like mine. Though you're amusing enough, goodness knows." "I am sorry I have amused you. I only meant to do my work. I saw your advertisement and answered it. You saw me, you asked me for references. I told you I had none. You engaged me. I saw no reason why I should tell you my history. You would not have understood. It was far too complicated for any smart woman to get on to." "It seems simple enough. Just wickedness, to go and live alone with a man of the very worst reputation on the excuse of being his secretary, and at the very moment when all London was ringing with his name. And Lady Meadrow's. Leave her name out, if you please. Why should I? The papers didn't leave her out. She was the worst of the two. Apart from that particular vice, he was rather a fine fellow, and did good work in Senegambia. I always sympathize with the people who are down. Down, yes, and deserve to be. He was only a parvenu, knighted for his services to the government. And men can't be permitted to lead lives like that with impunity. I never would have him here, though my friend Lady Meadrow was always asking me to. And a suicide, too. He died for her. Nonsense. What else could he do but kill himself? He couldn't be rehabilitated, too old. He had got to be a regular old crock, as Philip would say. The women wouldn't have fought for him any more, and then that's the end. But to come back to ourselves, you must see that I can't keep you here any more, with Philip so much about and rather inclined to notice you. I shouldn't harm Philip. Allow his mother to be the judge of that. Perhaps it would be safer for him to fall in love with Lady Meadrow. That's smart. Rude, but I'm never annoyed by anything that amuses me. Well, let me see. Philip is gone for the present, and I'm all alone. You may stay till the 29th of next month. I prefer to go at once. Nonsense. You can be useful to me, and the sea air does you good. You can be looking out for something at your leisure. And amusing you, eh? There you are. Yes, you do. You are such a quick retorter, and in consideration of which I shouldn't be surprised if I forgave you your little twopenny halfpenny past, so you say it is. And if it wasn't for Philip, I dare say I'd keep you. You are the best hand at housekeeping I know. The thing goes on wheels now you are here. Yes, it will be best, and I'll apologize for the rather strong things I said. Well, you'll stay?" She smiled her well-known queenly smile. "I'll stay till the 29th, said Amy quietly, "and perhaps you would like to see Philip's letter to me." Mrs. Riven's nose looked at once sharp and blue. "You might have produced that before," she remarked, adjusting her pince-nez. Then she read, in a hard, uneducated voice, "Dear Amy, I've been a good long time in writing, haven't I? I have a new form master who won't allow any piffle and makes me work, and like to work too. Clever of him, isn't it? But I could tell him it won't last. So I couldn't find a moment hardly to think of you for weeks. Nor dream, for going to bed, dog-tired as we do, one doesn't dream. Now for saying something serious. I shall always look up to and value your friendship immensely highly. But I have been slightly worried lately over the thought of my own unstableness, which I know for a fact, after Pussy. The truth is, I hope I am not vexing you much, though I do care for you very much. Amy dear, I don't care for you quite enough to marry you. There's nothing more to be said, is there, after that, but ask you to forgive me, darling. I hope you won't object to that little darling. It got in by accident, and it does make such a mess to scratch it out. And I am truly fond of you. Yours affectionately with kisses, Philip Riven." "There's your love letter," said Mrs. Riven, handing it back to Amy. "Many thanks for letting me see it. Did you want him to marry you?" "Me? Marry a boy?" "It isn't nice to be thrown over, even by a boy, is it?" "No," said Amy candidly, "but of course I never dreamed. The sordid word marriage never passed between you, eh? Fie, Amy! Did he ever kiss you?" "Yes, why not? I am full 8 years older." "And did you feel quite full 8 years older? This is very interesting to a student of human nature like myself. Well, it was decent of you to show the letter to me, to humiliate yourself in my eyes, and after that you expect me to let you stay here altogether?" "Dear Mrs. Riven, and you a student of human nature. I showed it to you to make you leave off asking me to stay." "Well, but suppose it doesn't have that effect, but the contrary one. Suppose I beg you to stay." "No." "Raise your screw?" "You are very trying, Mrs. Riven," said Amy. "You know I'm poor. No, I'll not stay." "I didn't ask you, observe. I was just experimenting on you," said the other woman haughtily. "You like bullying, I see," said Amy. "Go on. Have I put your back up at last?" "Yes, I think you are both cruel and heartless, and I can't understand how my dear Philip happens to be your son." "Her dear Philip! Listen to her." "Yes, I am very fond of him, but I shall never see him again. I am like poor Pussy." "Who is she?" "A friend of Philip's. She said she felt she would never see him again when once she parted from him. I feel that too. Perhaps it means that he will die." "I never said anything so cruel as that to anyone in all my life," said Mrs. Riven. "And you say it to his mother. You are vengeful. Go now, please, or I shall begin to hate you, and I mean, for convenience, to get on with you till the 29th. End of Chapter 6. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 7 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The seldom enlivened parishioners of the little parish of St. Mary's, Swarland, were excited one warm Sunday in May by the sight of a new face in the Marian Dand pew in church. The newcomer was not much to look at, they settled at once. She was too tall and thin and pale. But she was well and quietly dressed, her clothes looked good, she seemed to know how to behave herself, knelt and rose and sat in the proper places, stared at nobody, and altogether looked most devout and attentive. She would be a very good companion for the untidy heiress, the ugly, overgrown Miss Dand of Swarland. Amy was thinking of many things, and her eye, though it roved quietly and imperceptibly, took in and considered one by one the fellow occupants of her pew, which was of the old-fashioned square donkey-box shape. The only person she could not see well was her old pupil, Dulcie Dand, who sat next to her with 4 pennies precariously poised on the seat beside her, ready for the offertory. Opposite her was the master of the house, in his Sunday suit, plenteously fulfilling the duties of a man, a father, and a churchwarden. He chanted, he made the responses, he knelt, and yet, thought Amy, he doesn't believe in a single thing. The very pretty young woman, richly but not well dressed, who knelt at his side was his wife. Amy had seen him married to her 5 years ago in Kensington Church. She was Lady Meadrow's daughter. Lady Meadrow herself, painted, dyed, and feverishly clothed, sat at her daughter's right hand. Mrs. Bowman, the commanding, simply robed old woman who took up the whole of the north side of the pew, was Jeremy Dan's mother, who lived with them. Amy Stevens, as she now called herself, had only been in the house 3 days, but she was in the habit of using her eyes. In the juxtaposition of so many mothers, she foresaw mischief, broils, a lively household, and apprehended the host's subtle pride in the fact of his being able to hold so many conflicting elements in leash. After leaving Mrs. Rivens, Amy had drifted for nearly 4 years. Her behaviour had been exemplary. Her behaviour always was exemplary, but all the same she would have been unable to procure herself a character. She had no credentials. Her status was therefore that of an adventuress. As a matter of fact, those 4 varied years contained no single episode as romantic or dangerous as her 3 months' sojourn under the roof of Sir Mervyn Dymond. Amy had not enjoyed that or profited by it in any way. It simply came in the day's work. She was too old a stager to value questionable positions for their own sake. She wasn't a novelist or an actress. She could make no use of the damning experience. But it was over, thank goodness, and she was unharmed. She worked away quietly, taking anything that came in her way. Without the usual moral passport, she could not hope for positions of trust. The hapless, the philanthropic, marked Amy's services for their own. She looked after a boys' club in the East End for a while. Then she dabbled in something less pleasant, which opened her already wide-awake eyes to a further extent. Then a manager's eye lighted on her. He thought she had something in her, and was minded to bring it out. He engaged her to play a small part during the run of a piece. Amy, as before, found the life of the stage very quiet, dull, and safe. It was easy for a girl to keep herself respectable in a profession where you were diurnally toned down, tamed, and exhausted by rehearsals and hard work, where it was everybody's business to look after your morals and inaugurate clubs for you, while you were propped up by extraneous aid in the shape of anxious countesses on committees, expecting you to fall the moment their eye was off you. Amy was too colourless, too evenly balanced to make a good actress. Her heart was not in her work. The manager said she had not enough temperament. In pursuance of her policy of refusing no form of work, she dropped into the post of dresser to the leading lady, who had the quality Amy lacked in a superlative degree. Soon, as the result of some caprice of the very temperamental leading lady, Amy was at sea again, smiling and good-tempered, believing in her workaday star as ever. A certain philanthropic association of blunderers known as the Betterment Society discovered and utilized her undeniable talent for platform work. Lecturing in their hall one evening on a subject she felt strongly about, but had not deeply studied, she distinguished among the faces upturned to her and hanging on her words, the unforgettable, rather curious one of Dulcie Dand, now a grown-up young lady. They met when the lecture was over. Amy was just then possessed by a weird, wild fancy for a home. She was tired of one room at 8 shillings a week, and her meals taken in a shop with a sanded floor. She brought her compelling magnetism to bear on her old pupil, with the result that Dulcie decided that she could not live without Amy, and persuaded her amenable father to engage Miss Stevens as his daughter's permanent companion. And here she was, sitting in the Dand family pew, a lost sheep, folded safely in the byre of one of our oldest county families. Her conscience did not prick her in any way. There was no deception. Jeremy Dand had let her go in Paris for certain reasons. The reasons still applied, of course, but he had decided to pass them over. He had written her a nice letter to ratify the new engagement, and offered her a good salary. His daughter was headstrong and spoilt, and must be indulged. Probably she did not get on with her stepmother, and this was the sop he had thrown her. The Dulce she remembered took a good deal of pacifying, and it was always worth while to keep her in good humour. Amy knew Mr. Dan's weakness. Perhaps he had been too lazy to tell Lady Meadrow's daughter the part that Dulce's new companion had played in her own history. Perhaps he did not realize it. Perhaps Lady Meadrow herself did not identify Amy Stevens with Miss Stevens, Sir Mervyn's secretary. Perhaps Mr. Johnson had confided his mariage manqué to Mrs. Riven only in confidence when she met him at her friend Lady Meadrow's. Perhaps Lady Meadrow had not always lived with her son-in-law. It was always perhaps. Amy knew nothing. As she sat there she fancied herself sitting on 100 minds, waiting for the match of an indiscreet confidence to blow them up. No one, watching the quiet, pale, inward-eyed girl, could have had an inkling of her secret tremors, nor would they have realized from the direction of her glance that her whole attention was bestowed on the head of the family, who probably held the keys to her enigmas. Amy had known him so far only as that curious anomaly, the Englishman abroad. In his present role of solid country gentleman he puzzled her, as she sat staring at him and took him in, or flattered herself that she did so. Omniscience was her foible. The obvious pattern of country virtues and respectabilities, she listened to his sonorous voice, murmuring the responses, and asking his God to help him to keep certain laws, and could not help thinking of the titles of some of the books in the locked cases labelled G in the library, that she had vaguely envisaged the day before. Had her place been beside him, she would have observed that he read off a Latin prayer book, and she would have been still more puzzled. Mr. Dan disappeared, reappeared in another place, and in a surplice, and proceeded to read one of the lessons impressively. But for the rest it was a long, tedious service, and a strangely unilluminating sermon that good Mr. Judd, the vicar of Swarland, gave them on this Sunday, the first of Amy's stay. Dulce's propped-up pennies fell, and were retrieved amid the audible reprehension of the young lady's paternal grandmother. Mrs. Bowman, being the relict of 2 famous clerics, always treated the inside of a church as if it was her own drawing-room. Then all was over. The solid meed of silver from the hands of the elders clanked in the dish. The harmonium voluntary bowed them out. The carriage was drawn up at the lynch gate for the 2 elder ladies and for Mrs. Dand, who, although esteeming herself a good walker, did not think it would look well in the eyes of the villagers for their lady to walk to and from divine service. Amy, nothing witting, followed the party out of church, and saw with startled eyes the 2 ladies who had preceded her down the flagged walk being stowed carefully into the carriage by her old fellow secretary, Alec Johnson. Mr. Dand greeted him cordially. The motor had been sent in to Oldfort on purpose to bring him back. Thus intimate was he in the house where the woman he seemed to have been tracking down had newly come to live, the villain of her piece. Amy laughed at herself, while disgusted with the turn matters seemed to have taken. It was not easy to connect the word of melodrama and the frail little figure of her old fellow secretary with the yellow face, the prevailing hectic spot on the high Scotch cheekbones, the reddish eyelids, and the honey-coloured hair. Even the curious amalgam of Scotch and Cockney accent with which he spoke seemed to Amy domestic and reassuring. He acknowledged Mr. Dan's curt introduction to his daughter's new companion in a manner that left it doubtful whether or no he had ever shaken hands with Miss Stevens before. There was no art in that, however. It was symptomatic of the vagueness towards things in general, and especially towards the things that reputedly did not matter, which Alec Johnson had always affected. Books were more vital to him than persons. At least it was his pose to assume this. Not a dangerous man, not a gentleman. Amy could hardly accept him as a gentleman in view of that fatuous admission with regard to herself repeated by Mrs. Riven. Possibly, however, Mrs. Riven, a violent and excessive person, had misrepresented him. With the effete smart woman, Any sort of juggling with words is possible. Amy had heartily determined never to speak to him again at the time, but when she made that stagey vow she had not contemplated the possibility of their running up against each other again so soon. She judged, too, from the cordiality of Mr. Dan's greeting, that Mr. Johnson and she might chance to be thrown a good deal together. She wisely decided to begin as she would have to go on, be fairly civil to the man and hope for the best. She considered there would be no harm in asking a few leading questions of Dulce on their short walk home through the shrubberies. "Tell me what that funny little Mr. Johnson does here," she asked bluntly. "Alec Johnson? He is father's greatest chum. You wonder how a clever man like my father cares to make a friend of him? So do I. Great men like a doormat. Johnson simply worships father and stands all his tempers, and father is mean enough to accept the adoration of the meanest. It's one of the cheap, poor traits in his character." "But what does he do here? What is his profession?" "He makes his living by secretarying for father. He has rooms in Oldfort and works all day at the office under father's eye. Father trusts him. We are treated to him pretty often here. They send the motor in for him on Sundays, and we have the pleasure of his company all day. Grandmother Meadrow discovered him. She had met him, more shame for her, she's been a wicked old woman, at Sir Mervyn Diamond's, you know, her great friend. Alec was his secretary. Sir Mervyn had two, the old wretch. The other was a girl. She disappeared utterly after his death, I was told. Not by Mr. Johnson. He never will talk to me about her. I feel sure, though, I should have liked to have known her. She must have a story to tell. Oh, and let me add, lest you tread on his corns somehow, that Johnson is an author. Dad and he are writing a book together. They have invented a nom de plume." "What?" said Amy breathlessly. "Jerry Johnson or Dandy John? You dear thing, how you are going to keep me amused. But look here, Assay Johnson. Tell me what you think of our brave Sunday show. Do you not admire our animated clothes horse, our domestic mannequin?" "Do you mean your stepmother?" "Yes, I saw you looking at her through the service. Sat instead of kneeling, never stood at all, yet she's quite strong. She's got that little air fatale that goes with perfect health." "Why do you call her a mannequin?" "Because she buys endless clothes and hangs as many of them as she can on Sundays. They never seem to belong to her any more than they do to the girls that try them on for her in the shops. No notion of dressing. Now, I frankly haven't the clothes instinct. I'm ugly, but she is pretty and thinks she's a regular dab at dressing." "Is it your companion's duty to listen to you abusing your stepmother? Just tell me, please." "Yes, for it is my safety valve. If I mayn't let off steam to you, I shall go mad. So long as I am civil to her. I am I not?" "Yes, you are quite ladylike." "So she thinks I like her and that father adores her, and isn't clever enough to see that he only tolerates her. You see, we have both made up our minds to feed her vanity, by which she lives, and procure ourselves a quiet life by that means. It's the only way, and so you will find. You must really let me unburden my mind to you when I feel like it, and not shut me up. You know, dear, that's the reason I got you here. I knew I could talk to you. You have no tiresome prejudices. You are amoral, like me. Nothing shocks me. I let people rave. They don't rave here, alas. One never hears a nice naked truth from one year's end to another. But you, why, you are up to everything. And you can give a perfectly gorgeous lecture. I shall never forget that one I heard and that brought us together again. For one thing, I could see that you took such a perfectly reasonable view of the relations of the sexes." "Oh, the relations between the sexes," said Amy contemptuously. "That's just the part that bores me. People do seem to me to attach far too much importance to it all. Animals don't, except for a short while in spring. Why can't we be sensible like them, and not base all our actions and ambitions and well-being on the fact of our mating, and whether we have mated right or not? Don't you suppose the man nightingale makes the best of it, and if she isn't quite the right little brown bird he would have liked to sing to, just shrugs his shoulders and says, 'Sufficient for the season is the mate thereof.' But you do think every woman ought to marry, don't you?" "To mate," said Amy, correcting her. "And perhaps marry as well." "I know what you mean. To mate for love and marry for companionship and so on." "Something like that," replied Amy, "but not to complicate the whole machinery of existence with the consequences of one little manifestation of energy, don't you know?" "That's your lecture. It's substance," said Dulce eagerly. "I can give it you nearly word for word. See how I adore you. You said that you thought love, like the rest of the important passions, should have its hour, its day, its year even, but should not be allowed to trespass on the space of all the others, and to lengthen itself out over the whole field of existence. You said, love is very well, but there are other dreams, other interests. What of revenge and ambition? Why should the one emotion, you said, set the tune eternally? To be practical, why shouldn't an alliance of reason follow one of love? Why, because at one time or another we happen to have submitted to a nearly inevitable law of our being, must the rest of our lives be dragged, protesting, through the miry channels of love? Why should children, the buds and flowers of the crescendo, be exposed to the ugly view of the diminuendo, just because their absurd, hidebound parents insist on remaining together after the impulse that produced them is spent? For the good of the children, it is said. Ill-judged martyrization. Pathological sights are not healthy to grow up among. Love must be, love must die, but bury it deep and let there be no mourners, no flowers. That's nearly what you said." "I have changed my views a little since I had the cheek to give that lecture," Amy replied gravely. The crude exposition of her theories on the lips of the morbidly eager, hopelessly plain young girl disgusted her. She knew not why. But she spoke up again presently. She would be true to her convictions. "In the main," she said, "I do still think the demands made on that poor, hard-working passion by the whole world are somewhat exorbitant. Why should any of us dare to look for more than one nightingale season, say, or perhaps two? That is, if we are specially cut out for that kind of thing. And for some of us it is lucky if we get a season at all. For some disappointed women no bird ever sings, and those women would be the most exigeant if they did get him, and would shake the branch, nay the whole tree, down to move him to a fuller tune." End of chapter 7. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 8 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. From nightingales to roast beef. The British Sunday lunch which ensued was almost new to Amy in its plenitude of development. The child's clean lace pinafore, Mrs. Dan's smart but sober church frock, Mr. Dan's quiet suiting, were quite in keeping with the solemnity of the occasion. Leisure and plenty. Only the beef was tough, the Yorkshire pudding not light, the vegetables drowned in water. The old ladies murmured and even complained. Mrs. Dan's calm indifference rebutted them. Mr. Dan ate very little, and did not add his voice to the chorus of accusations of a certain Mrs. Dawes, to whom, for some reason or other, Mrs. Dan seemed to cling. She either chose to back her own choice of a cook, or had herself no sense of taste. Amy judged the latter. She thought it went with the hostess's temperament. She was self-indulgent without being sensuous. Her egotism, combined with want of artistic perception, it was, which made her blind to the signs of dissatisfaction in others. And there was something about Dawes the cook which Amy would make it her business to know by and by. After this monumental meal, the participants, armed in country fashion with sedative books, each withdrew to her room. Miss Dand went to see to a sick dog. Amy was left alone for a moment with her host. "This solid British comfort," said he, "isn't, I suppose, much in your line, nor is it in mine. I am almost a vegetarian. Come into the library and smoke?" "I don't smoke." "I wish Dulcie didn't. But you may as well sit down. What do you think of this place?" "Beautiful." "Turner did a drawing of it for my grandfather." "Not this house, surely?" "No, this house is new. I built it. I used the old stones. You need not, therefore, consider me a Philistine. The house had sheltered the Dans and their vices, pleasant and otherwise, for hundreds of years. It was full of bad habits and preconceived ideas of immorality. It was insanitary, and not particularly good architecturally." "Still, it was nice and old." "Old! Old! That fetich of romanticism. You would not preserve a dustbin or a cloaca because it was Elizabethan or Merovingian. No, I am hopelessly imbued with scientific modern ideas, and I must have the benefits of civilization, electric lighting and heating and encaustic tiles, the more so as my wife is a bad manager. If it wasn't for scientific ameliorations of her, we should all go to pieces. What do you think of the cook?" "She is a good roaster, but a bad boiler." "Precisely. Now, Edith would never ask you that. She has no sense of taste. It is all the same to her what she eats so long as it is soft. Her teeth have been neglected. Now, I am a gastronome, a practical one. I can cook you an omelette, on the drawing-room table if need be. Or have you ever eaten trout caught by yourself fresh out of the water, wrapped in paper and roasted on the river bank over some sticks?" "It sounds delicious, but I have not patience to fish." "Women don't have," he replied, pleased. "You must come some day and watch me." "In that little dark secret stream that runs below the house?" said Amy eagerly, "where the slabs of rock lie half over the banks on either side, and seem to shut in and cover up the brown stream like eyelids?" "Have you been down there already?" "Yes, I am like a cat. I have to take in my domain thoroughly and prowl about before I settle down. But I say, this house is a long way off from doctors and post offices." 18 miles from Oldfort. It takes me exactly 35 minutes in the motor every morning. So, with the first toot of the horn I shake you all off, women, children, books, all the tent pins that peg me down to domesticity, sail down the drive, and completely alter the focus, and lead the life of adventure from 10 to 6 every day. That's what keeps me good-tempered." "I thought you were in business." "I make it adventure. You ought to understand that. You are a roving spirit too. But you have not been here over one of my long absences as yet. I have slept, I should think, in every hotel in Europe in the service of my firm. I like travelling. I rest, where do you think I rest? In the Orient Express, or the Trans-Siberian Railway, and gather up my sinews for the next spring, for the next deal or clever compromise." "And all for money?" said Amy. "Yes, money. I love money," he said slowly. "I don't mean the positive chink of gold, but the pride and glory of investments, the well-covered pages of bank books. I'll invest some for you if you like." "I have got none," said Amy shortly, and changed the conversation. There seemed no prospect of a break in the Sunday calm which had diffused itself over the house, so that it seemed as if in that big house no man waked but they. Mr. Johnson tarried for some reason or other. "How well you read," she remarked. "You mean the lessons? Oh, with unction, I hope. I like playing on the not over-acute nervous chords of my fellow parishioners. It's only a trick. You, as you stand there, a little, convinced materialist, I could engage to impress you and make you cry with one sentence. I will. One of the sentences from the opening of the church service. I often used to have to read them when I was a consul at Acre. 'I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven, and against thee, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. He was a good actor, that was all. Amy had tears in her eyes. He saw them. There you are. What is that text to you that I can so move you with it? I like to stir people's emotions, I admit, especially the sluggish emotions of clods. The ineptitude of the clergy vexes me. Once a week a certain mediocre orator is handsomely given the ear of a fair number of persons who are bound by their conventions to listen to him, and he should try to give their emotionality a sort of Turkish bath and induce a picturesque exhibition of natural paganism. He ought to be ashamed to let a single farmer go to sleep during his tenancy in the pulpit. What he has got to do is to stimulate the latent poetry in people's natures. Religion, to many, is but a resume of the sum of their poetical capacity, their only romantic outlet. The Bible is the countryman's Maeterlinck, the Baudelaire of the old maid of the cathedral city. He went on talking, slowly and deliberately, without taking any notice of Amy. She lay back in her armchair and listened to him without sense of responsibility, seeing plainly enough that for this sententious egotist she was merely the reeds, the desert air on which he chose to fling his wild words. But as your clergyman here is by no means inspired, I wonder why you trouble to go every Sunday, feeling as you do, she remarked idly. I want my poetical nature stimulated, and the simple church service does it for me. I enjoy going to church, and I like other people to enjoy it. My servants serve me better when they are churchgoers. The funny thing is that my wife, the only one of us who is truly, if unconsciously, religious, is the only one who grumbles at having to go. What are you looking at? Case G? It is only another binful of stimulants. By the way, I want a drink. Will you have one? No, thanks, said Amy. I don't think it is good drinking between meals. Just the time. It is never good for you, but if you will take stimulants, don't weaken their effect by diluting them with food. Nipping, said Amy dryly. You advocate that? I am against drinking in all its forms. So am I, but as it's all poison, take it neat if you do take it, and get the maximum effect with the smallest amount consumed. You don't want the effect, you say? Of course not. Why should you set up sclerosis and make connective tissue before your time? He put the case of spirits back without taking any, and as Mr. Johnson drifted in at that moment, Dan looked at Amy, and a pouting, chiselled smile flitted over his heavy face. Johnson shan't have any either, said he. Johnson, we have got an Egeria. She will keep us all straight. Amy did not like the glance which Mr. Johnson dealt her with his pale, inefficient eyes. End of Chapter 8. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 9 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. As Amy had expected, hoped, and not feared, the entire management of the Dand household drifted into her hands. She had guessed Mrs. Dand's idiosyncrasy correctly. The shadow, not the substance, of authority was all she cared about. If someone would silently do the work and allow her to assume the credit of it, she was well content, and loudly hailed the tact that procured her the maximum of importance with the minimum of trouble. Amy domineered as modestly as possible. She had compassed her desire. It was her nature to organize, to direct, and for the weal of others, sooner than that of her own. Yet she was frightened sometimes, on reviewing her position, to find how all-powerful she had become. Slowly but surely, this posse of comfort-loving, incapable women had come to depend upon the slight, urgent girl for her judgment in every decision, for her influence in every concession that they wished to wring from the autocratic master of the house, who had once been a sad stumbling block in the way of feminine improvements, but whom Amy could manage as no woman had ever managed him before. It became a sort of game. "See if you can get him to do it, Amy." or a bill was thrust into her hands to be adroitly placed before him at the right moment. Thus she practised on his mental laziness and dislike of trouble. She tempered his undeniable miserliness for them, while saving his money for him in other ways. She made him comfortable. He had never complained, but that was something quite new. Everybody felt the change. Servants ceased to find Swarland Hall too dull a place to live in. The men left off grumbling. The maids refrained from making mischief. Amy did what she liked with them all. She actually took on herself to choose the new pair for Mrs. Dan's carriage, though horseflesh was hardly in her province. The proof of the horses was in the driving, however, and Mr. Hodges said they were all right. Soon an entirely efficient and affable staff filled the offices and stables, all except Annie Dawes, the cook, a survival of evil, uncared-for days, whom Amy had not as yet found an excuse for getting rid of. She meant to compass it, though, all in good time. The daughter of the house, the only clever member of the group, could easily have held her own, had she cared to oppose the usurper. Dulce, however, took no interest in anything outside her own life that centred in her ridiculous little maid's room, full of dull Eastern brasses and grubby cretonne. It contained her library of rare and racy books, her various fetishes, the idol from Benin that smelt, the row of china pigs on the mantelpiece that Mr. Millicent had given her, the scratchy whistlers and beardsleys on the walls. The air of it was pervaded by a mingled smell of incense and cigarette and mongoose, for Dulce was one of those people who rejoice in the love of animals which they are too lazy or stupid to look after. Amy did it for her. She did everything for everybody. It behoved her to make friends. For she had broken through her great rule. She had been foolish enough to attach herself to one member of this family at least. To leave now would be a wrench, a considerable wrench. She loved Mrs. Dan's child, and was prepared to make any sacrifice of time, trouble, and consideration if she might be permitted to abide in the same house with the little girl. She had stolen a daughter's affections away from her mother. It was their guilty secret, a secret of which the innocent child was, however, quite unaware. Amy had been thus far loyal, but she knew that it was a risky game that she was playing. In the even, calm-seeming backwater on which the girl's frail bark plied, she was sensible that her indefensible appropriation of another woman's property might stand for the dangerous weir in which her own fortunes might happen to go down and be engulfed some day. Mrs. Dand did not love Erina in any real sense of the word. She did not even care for her, but she was proud of her. The little girl represented a beautiful adjunct to her matronhood. My child! Its affections belonged to her by divine right, and she expected to retain them, without, however, making any special effort to do so. Why, indeed, should a mother strive and manoeuvre for nature's own indefeasible gift? Amy knew she must not filch it. She was forbidden by all the laws of propriety and expediency. But a child could not have too much kissing. No one dreamed of her greedy, grasping, passionate love. No one was permitted to surprise her stolen kisses in lonely nurseries, her rapid embraces in dark angles of the corridors of this contorted, twisted old house, favourable enough to any sort of lovers' meetings. The child's own mother still ran, in nursery parlance, to catch it when it fell, only Amy always happened to be the one who first heard the screams that heralded such nursery disasters, and honourably made its pressing need of comfort known in the proper quarter. She knew this was right. A mother's place is beside her child with a bump on its forehead, or a thorn in its finger. Amy fully realized that unwritten law of motherhood. Edith must have all the privileges, while Amy took as many of the penalties of the state as she could. No woman with a really guilty attachment to hide ever worked as hard at its concealment and furtherance as did Amy over the comparatively innocent passion to which she had succumbed. Ridiculously enough, it was for glimpses of a white starched muslin frock that her eyes turned furtively to the doorway. It was for childish babble that she listened, and a baby's name that she breathed, like Parisina in her sleep, a name she dared not breathe by day. She scarcely gave a thought now to the other secret, held inviolably or otherwise by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson and she were good friends. In whichever way he chose to spell her name, he could only pronounce it in one. There was not much danger, everything was so interlocked. Mr. Dand had left her in Paris, to all appearance under the questionable protection of Sir Mervyn Dymond. His verdict on that count was recorded in his invitation to her to form a permanent member of his household. Was he aware, furthermore, that she had spent 3 months in London with Sir Mervyn as his secretary? Had Mr. Johnson told him? Maybe. But at least he had not warned the ladies. Their loving attitude towards her testified to that omission. She wondered if Mr. Dand had thought fit to tell his new wife that Amy had been in the service of the last. That fact there would be no harm in ascertaining from his daughter. "No, Edith doesn't know, and father and I don't care to enlighten her. She would tell the old ladies at once, and that would be fatal. Do you know why we have them to live with us?" "Kindness, perhaps." "No, not that. They are a source of income. Shall I tell you what they pay each?" "No, don't," replied Amy conventionally, for, as a matter of fact, she always wanted to know everything. "I could tell you, but even Edith doesn't know. Father and I have long since seen the wisdom of keeping our sweet show wife in blissful ignorance concerning the things that matter. You see, she is a child that has never grown up. She's a case of arrested development. Vanity is her motive power, and it's her very vanity that saves her. Dad manages the house, at least he did till you came, and if Edith dreamed for a moment of her own incompetence, she'd have a fit. She's nothing, she knows nothing. She can manage nothing, and yet she thinks she holds the reins. Why, she can't even give you a decent cup of tea. It's sure to be cold as ice or bitter as wormwood. Bless her! She sees herself as a fair and saving presence, as the gracious chatelaine. Oh, Dulce, how you do speak of the poor thing! Your father chose her after all." "Oh, father would always have to be married. When my mother died he just had to have someone to fill her place. It was too good a berth to remain unfilled. I'm not ornamental enough to sit at the head of a table. Here is a fine old house and place. It must have a proper mistress, and she must have a pretty neck to show his jewels off. Do you know, she doesn't even keep them herself? They aren't hers. He hands them out to her, those he thinks suitable for her to wear, and she gives them back to him at night." "To take care of course." "No, because he likes to keep her meek and unpropertied, just another gem, and a poor one at that. Dull people are like inferior stones, not properly faceted. They can neither reflect nor give back light. Say solid merit, cut en cabochon, because it's such a pity to lose any of it. You needn't stand up for Edith. She can stand up for herself. She has a greasy way of getting what she wants that I hate. When she thinks some of us are not behaving as we ought, she goes up to bed and has a temperature. She can send the thermometer up 2 or 3 degrees in her mouth, just as a child can." A horn was sounded, and the swish of a motor up the drive near where the 2 girls were sitting. "Dad," said Dulce, "who's he got with him?" "A young man," said Amy dryly. "He will probably be here for dinner, or even stay the night." "Then do please to fasten your dress properly. You hardly ever do, and I can tell by this young man's back that he is of the sort that likes tidiness and is deeply pained by the sight of a button undone or a string untied." "Not my sort, then." "No, your sort carries papier poudre in its pocket, and kneels at ladies' knees in ballrooms, so that everyone tumbles over his feet." "You mean the baby," said Dulce complacently. "Yes, he wrote to me yesterday on brown paper with a packer's pen. Dad disapproves of Millicent. That is why I encourage him." Dad is right to let you sow your garden oats in peace," replied Amy serenely. "Let us go in to tea and be introduced to the man, and then I'll hear if I am to get a room ready." Mrs. Dand was already in her place in front of an elaborate installation of the social meal, about which everything was cap a pie, except the commodity itself. In some houses the tea is never made and the clocks never go. "Mr. Dyconson, my daughter." "Miss Stephens," pronounced the master of the house. "Have you any tea, Edith? Weak, please." "You'll get it weak, father," said Dulcie spitefully, and Mrs. Dand smiled sweetly. She was no fool, even though her silver kettle could not boil. Amy glanced at Mr. Dyconson. From the way Mr. Dand pronounced his name she could see that Mr. Dand did not think much of him. He was tall, slight, and correct in a sportsmanlike way. He looked stupid, but desirous of playing his part fairly in the social circle. He would say as much as was necessary and no more. He was conceited, but morbidly anxious to do everything like everybody else. Even his shyness was perfunctory, and though fostered by his vanity, was merely the result of paucity of ideas. Amy observed that Dulcie, trying hard to make him talk, was on the wrong tack, while excessively anxious, for some reason or other, to be on the right one. Mr. Dand, sprawling on his long, low chair, consuming tea cakes and weak tea, was an ungainly object. His thanks for each cup as his wife handed it to him were inaudible. He was very tired, and yet his magnificent, large discourtesy contrasted rather favourably with the mere gawkish taciturnity of the young guest, whose nose grew redder and redder as Dulcie bored and bored him. When the meal was over, the master of the house carried the guest off to the library, and the women were left alone. It had been ascertained that the young man was going to stay the night. "He is the new partner, I expect," remarked Mrs. Bowman. "Amy, do come and pick up this stitch for me." "Don't you see he is a sportsman?" said Lady Meadrow. And there was poor dear Dulcie trying to recommend herself to him by talking to him about books. "I wasn't trying to recommend myself to him, Granny. I was only being civil to one of Dad's guests," retorted the girl indignantly, flushing an unlovely brick red. "He has a fine figure," said Lady Meadrow. "I dare say Dulcie and I will take to pulling caps about him before long." "As you neither of you wear caps," Mrs. Bowman remarked, "you will have to fall back on your hair, and I don't know which of you can afford best to lose at that game." Neither Lady Meadrow's wig nor Dulcie's scanty yellow bun looked as if they could have withstood a prolonged siege. This was to be set down as one of Mrs. Bowman's nasty speeches. Lady Meadrow never made nasty speeches. She was a man's woman. "Many men have loved me, and I have not always loved them, but I have been able to keep them as friends. I have always thought there was something in me of Aspasia and Mary Stuart both. When I do wear caps, I shall adopt the Mary Stuart shape." The lambent smile with which her inflexible critic and co-mother-in-law always welcomed any allusion to Lady Meadrow's aptness for the questionable roles of history duly appeared on Mrs. Bowman's face. "Isabella Meadrow always talks of life as if it were one long, underdressed fancy ball," she remarked in a loud whisper to Amy. "One part she don't seem to care for, and that's the part of wife and mother. And she ain't wise enough for Aspasia. The dear Dean had a great respect for Aspasia." Amy generally listened attentively when great adventuresses were mentioned, but the weight of the opinion of the late Dean of Blois on the character of Aspasia was lost on her, for she felt bound to follow Dulcie out of the room. The girl had fled, with that look on her face which calls woman to woman. Amy found her in the far-off stable-yard with her face buried in her big Newfoundland's neck. The irony of it was that the dog did not like her. Animals hated Dulcie. She looked up as Amy approached and rose shamefacedly, with bits of straw clinging to her knees. "Come in and dress," said Amy. "What frock are you going to put on tonight, may I ask?" "My old blue." "Pity, isn't it?" "Why? I want it worn out." "It's wasting a chance," said Amy. but she interfered no more. Dulcie did wear her ugliest and most unbecoming dress, with a dogged persistency of self-sacrifice by which Amy realized the depth of her feelings. It betokened an unloosening of moral moorings, a complete transference of old ideals, combined with savage vexation over her physical insufficiency to realize the new ones. She was too angry, too puzzled to make any attempts at amelioration of the conditions attending her first real love affair. She was anxious to attract Dickinson. She was over head and ears in love with him, but no bedizenment, no feathers or beads for her. Dulce was a very odd squaw indeed. Luckily she was an heiress and had plenty of money. For once Providence had been fair in her apportioning of blessings. Amy did not condemn Providence in this case. Beauty or money on one side of the balance, and a husband on the other. It was as it should be. End of chapter 9. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 10 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. "Daddy," said the little Erina, raising her voice and glancing slavishly at her half-sister. "When can we go to the purple fields?" Amy knew perfectly well that Dulce was setting the scene for Dickinson's proposal, and using the innocent child as prompter. Mr. Dickinson was present, but his fascinating imperturbability was proof against the vast amount of wasted magnetism that was flying about the breakfast table that morning. "Very well, I'll go," Mr. Dand agreed, "but it must be on a Saturday, of course, and Edith must promise to give us enough to eat. Last time—" "Cook forgot exactly half the sandwiches," said Mrs. Dand hastily. "Amy must see to it. Yes, we will show Dickinson what Erina calls the purple fields, vulgarly known as Dobbs Moor. It's a mass of heather, and it's out now." "Shall we ask the Judds, or will it bore you, Jeremy?" "Oh, ask everyone. No one person bores me more than another." "Everyone bores you except Mr. Johnson," said his wife pettishly. "And I know Johnson so well that he has bored and bored, till he has bored out at the other end." "You are so dreadfully fastidious, Jeremy," she said lovingly. "I dislike that word applied to anything but personal cleanliness." "Daddy has 2 baths a day sometimes," piped the child. "I see you, Remy, going down to the bath from my window in the mornings," said Lady Meadrow. "You and Mr. Dickinson. How do you appreciate bathing on blue tiles sunk in the ground, like an ancient Roman, Mr. Dickinson?" "I like it." "I can't say I do," said his host. "It is cold sometimes." "Then why do you do it, Daddy?" asked the child. "Because I am an Englishman." "Then you ought to shoot, too," remarked Dulce, "to be consistent." "As if Englishmen were ever consistent. I don't see why I should shoot if I dislike it. I employ an official to hang my criminals for me, and I get a friend, Dickinson here, to shoot my pheasants. The old fort tradesmen have to be supplied, but I have no taste for doing my own dirty work." The ill-sounding phrase drew a slight wave of expression over the pink face of the young man, but the surface was soon clear and blank again, and he sat regarding his host as he might some animal, both strange and weird, but yet a gentleman and a member of his order. Amy watched him with intense interest. She did not care to lose one of the occasional ripples of thought that passed over the placid mirror of his face that poor Dulce loved. "But you do fish, father, and that's cruel," said Dulce. "Possibly. But, as I told you, my inconsistency does not trouble me at all, thank you. Now I am off to the library. By the way, Edith, don't, as you say, omit to ask the vicarage people on Saturday. It will amuse them, and I will have Johnson over to amuse me. He will look so delightfully awkward sitting on a heather bump like a yellow calceolaria." Amy thought him a strange mixture of brutality and kindness as she followed Dulce into the library, where Dulce had followed Dickinson, with her strange, dull, concentrated air. Amy helped to cover this unwise proceeding, since she could not prevent it. With her unbiased eyes she saw plainly that Mr. Dickinson, whether he meant to take Dulce and her money or not, had no immediate desire for her company. He was not used to women in the smoking room. He even preferred them, in the deep depths of his subconsciousness, not to smoke. And Dulce did not smoke prettily, and it darkened her teeth, not good at the best of times. Amy at that moment arranged a proverb for her. Heiresses should neither be seen nor heard before marriage. "What is this Johnson?" Mr. Dickinson asked languidly. "He is an author and a socialist, and my secretary." "I can't stand socialists," Dickinson protested. "They don't wash." "That's the old-fashioned sort of socialist. The modern sort is as clean as you or I, only it chooses to work out its salvation in flannel instead of starched linen." "A socialist can't make himself into a gentleman if he tries." "He doesn't want to. He knows there are better dreams going than your obsolete feudal one, and that other virtues besides good form are to be allowed to have a look in." "I am a socialist," said Amy heartily, and her unnecessary self-assertion was punished by a stony glare from Mr. Dickinson, as who should say, "Of course you are. How could a little governess be anything else? You have all to gain." Mr. Dand went on. Amy knew that he was amusing himself. "It is really a very curious and beautiful thing, this mysterious quality we have agreed to call good form, breeding, style, what you will. The formula of commendation varies. It reminds me, speaking archaeologically, of the patina that antiquaries find on certain flint implements that have been buried in the soil for thousands of years. Their surface is subtly altered. There comes a sort of beautiful outside wash or veneer." "I beg your pardon," remarked Mr. Dickinson. "I should have said that in our case it was no wash or veneer, but something that went through and through." "That's right, Dickinson. Stand up for our poor old much-abused order. We will say, then, that this precious essence wells up from the very centre of the aristocratic being, exudes through all the willing pores, and forms a glaze. Anyway, it's there, but it doesn't count any more. It will have to go, considered as an asset. Picturesque but useless. I'm sorry, Miss Stephens, to hear you are one of those tiresome people who are trying to get us all back to the land in our own despite. I am not speaking of those that are already there, unhappy landowners like me. They, of course, will have to turn out to make room for the city spadeholders." "Oh, me," said Amy. "That isn't a part of the programme I am keen on. Very few people are good at digging nowadays, and," she laughed, "I maintain that a woman without a maid goes back to the land every time she brushes her own skirt. All we women who labour in the sweat of our brows pay toll to the earth, and even the rich ones get into direct conflict with nature every time they go out on a cold day and wrestle with an expensive veil that won't keep tied up, or a warm coat that won't keep shut. We can't escape, and I for one don't want to. It hardens us." "Yes, and your complexions too," said Mr. Dand brutally, looking at his daughter. "A woman's complexion is her true battleground. Fight with nature there and win." "Jeremy is right," said Mrs. Dand, passing waxen pink fingers, tipped with shining almonds, over a clear soft cheek. "Dulce, take your father's hint." Though Amy's cheek was not rough, she did not, could not keep her hands well. They were clean, that was all. End of chapter 10. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 11 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Mrs. Dand was roused in the middle of that night by the sound of her husband stirring in the next room. It was a prolonged agitation, and ended by agitating her. She rose and opened the door between them. Mr. Dand had tacitly promised that that door should never be fastened against her. Moreover, for her own satisfaction, she had had the lock removed from it. "Jeremy, you are fully dressed." "Look at that." He took her soft hand and led her to the window. The sticky wreaths of mist, like rolls of cotton wool, lay about the hollows of a small paddock outside the garden railings. Through its perplexities, dim shapes were distinguishable, moved by some sort of indeterminate struggle, figures whose greatest length was horizontal, except for one perpendicular grey line. "Is that Amy? Crying out? Oh dear!" "It's the donkey that is crying out. The horses are bullying him. I must go and help her. Dress and come down and chaperone us." By the time he reached her side, Amy was leading the bruised and bleeding donkey out of the field. She was indeed scantily clad in her haste to go to the rescue. "He's bleeding, poor Billy. They had hurt him awfully. Did you hear the poor little thing cry out? That careless beast of a groom." "I'll find out tomorrow and dismiss him. He'll say the donkey began it, of course." They stowed the suffering animal in a place of safety and attended to his wounds. Amy would help, though her teeth were chattering. "Now come in, and I will make you something hot. Edith will be down in a minute." "I had much better go to bed, hadn't I?" He did not answer, but seizing his wife's thick fur cloak as it hung on a stand in the hall, made as if to throw it round her. "Oh no, not that. She'd have a fit." Quietly substituting his own fur motor coat, he masterfully led her into the library, and set about lighting a spirit lamp and boiling water. "I don't want any. I really should like to go." "Don't disappoint Edith of her midnight tea party. She's determined to come down and chaperone you." "Suppose Lady Meadrow and Mrs. Bowman should take it into their heads to join us too," said Amy, laughing and resigning herself. "It depends on the beauty of their night gear. Edith has got a new peignoir and longs to wear it. It was made for midnight alarms and excursions like this. But unfortunately they are few and far between. You have procured this one with the help of poor Billy. Drink." "I think we ought to wait till Mrs. Dand comes." "Yes, if your teeth would wait too, and leave off chattering. Besides, you can do as you like in this family, and you know it." "I don't know it. I always think of the last time in Paris." "Ah, but that was the other wife," he said bluntly. "Does this one know about it?" said Amy earnestly, preoccupied with the subject that was a standing puzzle to her ever since her entry into the Dand menage, and which she hoped she was now on the point of solving. "No. I personally hardly remembered you. But what I remembered I liked, so when my daughter wanted to have you with her, I took you back without demur." "Very good of you, I am sure," said Amy stiffly from the depth of his coat. "Yes, I asked for no explanations." "I could have given them." "I didn't want them. I consider that women have a perfect right to make their own lives, as we do." "But—" "I see that you are dying to convince me that it was this way and not that you were not so and so, but thus. You don't like me to think you a bad lot, eh? Poor dear child, I do not go in for minding other people's business, or keeping tabs on their actions. I should as soon expect you to inquire into my character at Oldfort as an employer of labour." "You don't realize that one cares to justify oneself," said Amy sadly, "and put things on a proper footing. It is so insulting." "No, no, there now. Insulting is an absurd word between you and me. I understand well enough. You want to give me a correct image of you, to give me data for respect. I respect you quite enough. Don't do it. I am an old cantankerous fellow, and perhaps my own view of you, which you will kindly let alone for the future, is more pleasing than even the one you would like to evoke. Leave me in my error, if error it be. Good heavens, if I were a suitor for your hand, like Dickinson for my daughter's, the image must needs be precise. A man must know all about the woman he is going to trust with his honour." He sneered. Amy shivered. "That fragile imaginary commodity we all pretend to set such store by, and which is only our sexual vanity under another name. No, no, the glamour of a cause célèbre is over you. Don't disturb it. It is very becoming. Lady Meadrow subsists on it. She speaks regretfully enough of the time when all Europe was ringing with her name." Amy had not time to answer before Edith Dand came in, clad in the vaporous frou-frou of a Parisian creation that she had lately bought, and, as her husband said, had longed for an opportunity of wearing. "Well, you two look very comfortable. I heard you powwowing all the way upstairs. What was it all about?" "The value of a scandal." "The cost of one, do you mean?" "One might easily know both," said Amy bitterly. "I wonder if those are prophetic words?" "I think it means that you are sleepy, Amy," said Edith kindly. "You look like an owl in an ivy bush. Do you know your hair is all come down?" "I never knew it was up," said the girl. "I dressed in such a hurry." "Yes, to save poor Billy. But I think it would have been wiser to have come and knocked at Jeremy's door, or better still mine, and then gone quietly back to bed. How much have you got on under that motor wrap of Jeremy's?" "Nothing much," said Amy humbly. "Well, hadn't you better give Jeremy back his coat and let me take you upstairs?" "Yes, please spread those beautiful chiffon wings round me," said Amy, "and then modesty will be saved." He hadn't time to look at me before, we were so agitated about Billy, but now the consequences might be serious. "Keep the thing on until you get upstairs," said Dand gruffly. "She can't walk in it, really, Jeremy," said Edith, with serious obstinacy. "Leave us to manage. Good night." With charming solicitude she wound a few yards of sleeve round the attenuated figure of Amy, and the two women departed. "I shan't see either of you at breakfast," he called after them. "I shall go to the office early. It isn't worth while to go to bed again." "Strange man, my husband, isn't he?" said Mrs. Dand, pausing on the stairs. Amy said gravely, "I have seen so many queer people in my time." "Oh yes, Bohemians. But not so many other singular country gentlemen, I should think," Edith said proudly. "Dand is one of the oldest names in England. It used to be Dond." "Saxon, I should think, being one syllable," said Amy. "And is that the reason Mr. Dickinson thinks it's worth while to alter his name?" Dickinson, murmured Edith pensively. "Here, throw this old gown over you and put me to bed again. Let's talk. Does Dulce care for Mr. Dickinson so much, do you think?" "Quite enough to marry him on," replied Amy, politely turning down the quilt a little more. It was a gorgeous quilt. Mrs. Dand's whole room was like a temple of some meaner heathen goddess. Presently the goddess herself got into bed, prettily, no vulgar gymnastics with the last leg. "Love," she said as she lay down, "is the only thing that makes marriage possible." "It often makes it impossible," said Amy, switching off the lights one by one. "At the best it is like olives, an acquired taste, and very bitter. Most people manage very well without olives on their table. They don't miss them. The heart doesn't feel what the eye doesn't see. I am so sleepy, I'm talking nonsense. But truly, I often think of the impertinence of it, every little petty soul of them all imagining itself capable of the grandest, rarest passion in the whole world. I think it cheek. I can't for the life of me see why two plain ordinary people like Dulce and Mr. Dickinson couldn't fit it up without dragging in that poor much abused boy with the quiver at all. There are such lots of things that make marriage palatable. Other goddesses might be given a turn of presiding over the business, I think, and give Venus a rest." "I can forgive love without marriage," said Mrs. Dand slowly. "You know I can, Amy. You were told about Dawes, weren't you? And the horrible trouble she got herself into just before you came here? I was good to her, don't you think? And broad-minded? Her people thanked me for saving her from worse. And I'm so glad now to think I was able to put prejudice aside and welcome her back without shuddering, for I personally always feel that sort of person to be forevermore unclean. The only way I could get over it was thinking that at least, though she sinned much, it was through passion." "If you call that passion," said Amy contemptuously, "I should call it quite another name. Still, it was nice of you, very, to take Annie Dawes back and not give her away to the other servants, as some women would. while being kind. But to go back to our discussion, you have proved your tolerance of love without marriage. Why not extend it to marriage without love? So much less reprehensible. You are preaching just like a platform orator, dear, remarked Mrs. Dand, discovering a belated hairpin left in her hair under the smart muslin nightcap, and throwing it onto the dressing table, where it fell with a metallic tinkle. Well, good night. I'm tired of talking, and I shall go to sleep, I am sure. Bye-bye. Love is enough, and so you will find. Amy Stevens shook her head and crept back to her cold bed, that she would have to leave again in a few hours, for she rose early. She did not prize Mrs. Dand's ignorant, innocent statistics with regard to a passion which she was as far from having capacity to feel as Amy herself. Pretty silly thing, she thought to herself. She never had a chance to feel or think, and then her marriage came along and shelved all that sort of thing forever, while poor plain Dulce has got to go through the whole scale of emotion from top to bottom, with the chromatics thrown in. For Dulce, all the house knew, was dying of love for the simple young sportsman her father had brought home only a few days ago, and at the picnic tomorrow it was hoped that the business would get itself settled, and Dulce would cease to rave in her sleep, to put on her clothes wrong side out, to slap Erina wherever she so minded, in short, to resume the even tenor of her morbid days, and begin to prepare her trousseau. End of chapter 11. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 12 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The tinkle of glasses, the rattle of the picnic tin plates, sounded crisp across the heather. The Dand party were disposed on bossy clumps, sitting in uncomfortable attitudes as if on so many wire mattresses. It is surprising how few Englishwomen are able to sit down prettily al fresco. Lady Meadrow, who had practiced jiu-jitsu quite recently, was yet no hand at graceful reclining. Mrs. Bowman was obviously made for thrones and dais only, while the simple Mrs. Judd looked like a feathered hen sitting on her chickens. Edith Dand's fete champêtre costume would not have disgraced a member of the front row of the Gaiety chorus, and Dulce wore a boa made of cock's feathers dyed pink. The inchoate, and to a social extent restrained sneer with which Jeremy Dand regarded his daughter angered Amy. Dulce was in truth ridiculous, but pathetic as well. Amy supposed that a father could not be expected to see the pathos of this single-handed love chase, this onslaught of all the emotional capabilities in a woman's nature pitted against a cold centre in a man's. Amy accused Mr. Dand of want of sympathy, want of imagination, though indeed his aesthetic leanings might as well have been pandered to in the matter of the boa. Amy wondered if by skillful manoeuvring she could get it isolated from the brick-dust-coloured cheek. But Dulce, though intent on fulfilling her woman's destiny, was obstinately averse to the adoption of women's wiles. It was a good thing she had money. Amy knew Dickinson meant to secure it, and according to Amy's own theories, Dulce and Dickinson might have many happy years of mutual accommodation yet. All would be well. The pink boa was a mere detail, and the father's frowns entirely a work of supererogation. After the meal, the party broke up for a while. Amy followed Dulce, who chose to wander apart from an uncongenial party of matrons who were probably discussing her. The excited girl sat down on a low stone amid the heather, her head in her hands, stooping forward gloomily. Her attitude disclosed a wedge-shaped slice of white material between her bodice and her skirt. Her untidy hair was full of dried bits of heather. And yet she hoped that Dickinson, when he had finished his cigar, would come to her amorously. Strange short-sightedness of the eager heart. She looked a deplorable, unenticing object. Amy could even make out the ridge of her backbone as she sat there. Yes, but Dulcie was a woman after all, and incurred the same pangs that a fairer woman would have suffered. She was going to get her man. Her money would do it for her. But Amy, the penniless, the idly seductive, to whom lovers fell carelessly, easily, without her needing to lift so much as a finger to gain them, although she was not even pretty, felt that overpowering sense of pity for the sexually undowered of which a generous nature is capable. She now completely realized the sensations with which Mr. Dand was regarding Dulcie a short while ago. A sensation of unavoidable disgust, even horror, that love should have chosen to take up his abode in so graceless, so unprepossessing a temple. How important were looks! Dulcie was clever, a fine character in some ways, and would probably make an excellent wife and mother. But to hear this young creature, so utterly reft of charm, indulging in the expression of even the mere commonplaces of passion, made Amy feel as if the sweet cold yellow of the evening sky was stained and smirched by the grotesque drama of inartistic emotion that was being played out under it. But it must be carried forward. Dulcie was capable of falling ill if the last act of the play failed of being enacted. And she was luckily pacified. Mr. Dyconson, at last, drawn by the conscious and unconscious magnetism of two women both working in the same cause, approached, and Dulcie, her eagerness ill-masked by a ponderous lightness, proposed a walk. Dyconson, Amy knew, was only forestalled in this request. What a bad tactician poor Dulcie was, to allow herself to be thus unnecessarily beforehand with him. Her marked man followed her with perfunctory decision and eagerness. Amy went back to the others. Horrible! They all knew what was toward and awaited the event with more or less suppressed excitement, according to the decency that was in them. Presently Lady Meadrow, self-elected as competent high priest of the courts of love, sighed and constituted herself spokeswoman of the subject that was occupying them all. "What is love?" she said, toying with the fringes of her scarf. Mr. and Mrs. Judd waited placably for the discussion to begin. One always did hear some queer talk at the Dands, but none of that family ever meant any real harm by their plain speaking, and as for the theories they reputedly held, their practice sufficiently exonerated them. Lady Meadrow was a wonderfully well-preserved woman who had gone through a great deal, and had a title. Mrs. Bowman, the impressive, the well-born, was the relict of two distinguished clerics. Mr. Dand was an esteemed and important man in the county, a J.P. and a churchwarden, and so on. Still, Mr. and Mrs. Judd, silently appreciative, refrained from taking any part in these discussions. They thought it best. Miss Stephens was always ready for the battle of words. "What is love? 'Tis not hereafter, anyway." "Oh, love, 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 oh, withering might," Mr. Dand capped her. Mrs. Judd thought he was quoting Milton. He spoke with such sonority and dignity. Edith Dand set her right. She was pleased to show that she recognized the quotation. "I always think Tennyson put it rather too strong," she remarked, shivering affectedly. "The repetition is most indelicate," observed Mrs. Bowman. "No one here has any right to have an opinion on the constitution of love," Mr. Dand said, "except Johnson, because he's an author." "I beg your pardon, Raymie," cried Lady Meadrow. "Every man, or woman either, who has lived his or her life—" "Oh yes, indeed. There are 3 qualities," said Mr. Dand, "which are taken to be his inalienable birthright by every Englishman and Englishwoman. A sense of humour, an eye for colour, and Poupée claims the 3rd. I cannot help considering, Raymie, that to take the world as I have taken it, with both hands, warming both hands at the fire of life, has been for me a liberal education in the mighty master passion, and I wouldn't have missed it for anything." "The faculty, even of loving, as I understand it," said Amy, falling suddenly into the conversation, urged by her zeal for argument, "is so rare that it needn't really enter into people's calculation at all." Everybody, including the kind, placable Judds, turned and gave her ear. Mr. Johnson, really interested, murmured, "Explain." There was, or Amy thought there was, a touch of malevolence about his request that spurred her to try to give him an answer. Something so uncommon and unaccountable that it might simply be a wrong ingredient that now and then had got by mistake into the usual recipe for unions, a drug which no one can identify or renew at will, like that drug you know in Stevenson's Jekyll and Hyde. A good half of the world doesn't feel love, and needn't feel it for all practical purposes that I can see. Then, Miss Stevens, I take it you approve of people entering into the sacred bonds of matrimony without strong feeling on either side? Propounded Mr. Judd solemnly. Yes, on either side. Of course, if there is strong feeling on one side and not on the other, there's the mischief. If I might contribute any enlightenment to the discussion, said Mrs. Bowman, I would tell you that mine were love matches. On both sides, I am sure, said Mr. Judd. The necessary ingredient was there that time, don't you think, Miss Stevens? Oh, of course it sometimes gets in, said Amy shortly, and very nice it must be for both parties in that case. But lots of things are called love that aren't. I agree with Miss Stevens, put in the novelist, assuming suddenly a professional air. A very young, unmarried girl, as often as not, does not in the least translate the sense of her desires, and often mistakes a purely physical sentiment that should have its immediate gratification and no more said about it, for that mysterious mixture of feelings that constitute a real affinity. Now you have done it, Johnson, said Mr. Dand. You are getting too deep for the ladies. Not at all, exclaimed Lady Meadrow. I, at least, am in my element. It all depends, Mr. Johnson, what you mean by affinity. One is conscious of so many potential affinities that never bore their earthly fruit. So many ships that have passed in the night. The touch of a hand, the glance of an eye that speaks clearly to those who will read and yet is too often neglected and passed over. I think affinity, said Amy seriously, when you get it stripped of poetical fringes and so on, simply means the power we have, or conceive we have, of passing the better part of our days beside a person with the least amount of friction, or chafing at the absurd bond that society exacts. Amy, you mustn't decry marriage, said Mrs. Dand with a glance at the only slightly ruffled countenance of the clergyman. Mr. Judd, in point of fact, liked Amy, and her secular ministrations, which extended to the outside limits of his parish, were most useful. He meant to undertake her morals as soon as he had got through with the harvest festival. The pale girl went on eagerly, as if she were addressing her old Betterment Society. No, of course I don't decry marriage at all for those who like it. All I object to is people considering that particular glorious shibboleth called love indispensable to happiness in marriage. And I am disgusted at the way the world hounds down those sensible couples who decide to enter into an alliance for other reasons that seem to me just as potent. For an establishment of community of interests, for children, for ambition, and what not. Why should it at once be thought necessary to bring in the sacred word love to justify the step they have taken? And the pair are always quite ready to deceive themselves, to please the general sense of those around them. Most women agree to mean by falling in love that they have found a man whom they can bear to kiss them, as well as pay their bills. Most men mean that they have found a woman who will not be likely to hate being kissed after being kept in frocks and frills and beef for a year. Well, we are all friends here, said Mrs. Bowman coldly, meaning that Amy had been allowing her tongue to run away with her. Have you ever spoken in public, Amy? Asked Mrs. Dand, feeling herself very broad-minded and modern. Yes, lots, said Amy, whose cheeks were as red as fire with an unexpected access of shyness. She jumped up. I am going to see about the tea, she said. I will go and fill the kettle. It will probably take a good hour to boil. I wonder which of them will boil first, observed Mrs. Bowman, and there was no need for her to particularize the objects of her indecent surmise. "I'll show you the way to the well," Mr. Dan said, with the effect of a bountiful full stop. He escorted Amy along the hollow, dried-up watercourse that was the only path over the moor, away from the chuckling, inharmonious, silly party. Amy felt at once clean, dignified, and saved. All the heather-scented breath of the waste rushed into her lungs, and she walked on buoyantly, carrying the kettle that was to be filled. Mr. Dand omitted to relieve her of it. He was apt to forget the little attentions which are usually the first care of the timorous, doubtfully bred. Amy was a woman who preferred to pick up her own handkerchief, and hated having a door opened for her. She liked Mr. Dand the better for his magnificent negligence. "I'm dreadful," she was sighing confidentially. "You are a theorist, that's all, and theorists always come to grief." "But I mean, I ought not to have spoken like that, among you all, mere strangers. Really, I could have said it far easier to my class of working men in the East End. I have shocked these. Oh, why did I? Your mother especially, and I like her best." "Did you know my mother has had 2 husbands?" "Yes, the Dean of Blois and the Master of St. Frithiof." "Well, when she was asked once by an impertinent intimate friend which of her 2 mates she loved best, she declined to answer the question, but intimated, for their guidance, that she meant to be buried in the grave with the Dean, my father." "How funny," said Amy, her serenity restored, "that in this censorious world one woman should have a perfect right to go and lie down at the side of either of 2 different men she chooses." "That's one way of looking at it. At all events, I was telling you that little story to show you that she has no particular right to be shocked. And you know Lady Meadrow's history. And as for Judd, good soul, he means to take you in hand himself shortly, so for the present he allows you to run on." "And Mr. Johnson?" "Johnson's contribution to the discussion was not very select. I reproved him. But he is a clever fellow, and he forgot we weren't all psychologists." "What has Mr. Johnson written?" "Mostly morbid books. One healthy one, a shocker. It is just out. The Image of that Horror." "Good name." "We wrote it together. I published it for him. The horror's mine. Johnson supplied the love scenes. I can't do love scenes. I have paid him £400 down for it, and all further profit is for me." "How abject of Johnson! But I never liked him." "I did not know that you had ever seen him before," Mr. Dand remarked carelessly. He did not wait for a confirmatory reply, and Amy thought she had a right to gather from his indifference that Mr. Johnson had refrained from discussing her, as yet at any rate. She became thoughtful. "Now," said Mr. Dand, "this is the turning. The track breaks away here, or should do. It is a very bad bit of road, loose stones that roll under your feet and are apt to throw you down. Yes, this is it." "Give me a hand," said Amy. He held his out, and she then refused it as brusquely as she had demanded it, saying with a happy laugh, "I can get on better by myself, though you might perhaps take the kettle?" He complied without apology. "What are you thinking of?" Amy lightly asked. "You." You. This, the sweetest word in a woman's ear, pronounced by the man she loves or is about to love, came to Amy combined with another of one of the sounds of her predilection, the sound of water flowing. Liquid notes, as the brown water hobbled over gravel beds, filtered through crevices, leapt over the larger stones in its haste to reach the quiet pool, gratified her with a sudden sensation like that of a sweet odour to the nostrils. Mr. Dand was stooping over its still disk in the act of accomplishing the commonplace mission on which they had come. You. That little word had all the force and impressiveness of an unsought oracle. His back was turned towards her. For one little moment a wild sense of possible approximation filled her. A well of unrevealed intimacy revealed itself to her, as the full vowel sounds from his lips reached her by way of the sounding board of the water's surface. Then it was all over. The fountain was suddenly sealed again. Romance died down. All she saw and all her senses took in was the picture and the scant significance of the figure of a man of more than common bulk filling a copper kettle from the deep, wholesome spring water. He said nothing as they turned round and wheeled into line together for the walk back home. He seemed to have nothing to say. Amy, in all her varied experience, had never come across anyone who was less of a flirt. Yet she dimly felt that passion, not sentiment, might be betrayed some day by the dull, inexpressive eyes of this quiet man. There was a cruel sexual caprice in the pout of the upper lip, and self-will in the determined wave of the short hair over the reflective brow. Suppose that cameo-like stillness broken up by strong emotion. A woman might love him, but a woman would suffer. End of chapter 12. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 13 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The meal was dreary. Everyone was worried as to the result of Dulce's walk, for it was impossible to tell from her face whether anything had happened or no. The expression of unnatural excitement with which she had started could hardly have been augmented, and was constant all through the meal. Then crockery was packed up, tea leaves emptied on the heather, and the question of home-going began to occupy the minds of the party. "Mr. Dickinson wants to drive you, Amy," said Mr. Dand, coming up to the girl. "What will you do? Accept his offer, or go in the carriage with Edith and the old ladies?" "It seems unnatural," began Amy. She stopped suddenly. Even with Mr. Dand she did not quite like to take the engagement of Dulce and Dickinson coarsely into account. "Well, I suppose I'd better go with him, if he asks me. I shall be bored to death, but please say I will." She imagined that the young man had settled it with Dulce, and now wished to pour confidences into the willing ear of Dulce's companion. Shy men are apt to choose the person who has been about their lady-love for this purpose, she reflected. It is rather a mean way of beginning at the thin end of the family wedge. She passed along to the side of the road where Dickinson's little motor, which he had sent for from Oldfort the other day when the picnic was first talked of, was standing. He was already installed, and imperturbably gave her his hand to steady her and help her up. Mr. Dand tucked a rug all round her body with scientific precision, and they started. "Aren't we going to go any faster than this?" asked Amy presently. Speed was to constitute her only pleasure in this journey. "There's no hurry, is there?" the young man asked. "One can't talk going at top speed." Something new, thought Amy, for him to want to talk. I suppose being engaged has loosened his tongue. She amiably set her face to him, waiting for him to begin to dilate on his fiancée's perfections, but he seemed, instead, deeply concerned about her comfort. "Are you sure that you're warm enough?" "Yes, quite, thank you." His hands were busy, eagerly, tenderly, folding the rug and her own coat about her. She grew uncomfortable and began to talk of Dulce. "Do you know," she said, "I have grown so awfully fond of Dulce lately. I was always fond of her, but I find her to be so honest, so thoroughly reliable, so—" "She's a nice straight girl enough," said Dickinson complacently. "Bad dresser, though. Shocking." "Oh, that boa, you noticed that. But she'll learn." "Never," said he. "They go on as they begin. She's not smart, she's not even neat, confound it all. Now you—" "Oh, don't let us discuss me." "Why not? Do you mind being told that you are far and away the smartest girl in the north?" "I know I am tidy," said Amy stiffly, "and I promise you I'll give Dulce a few tips." "Tell her not to wear a pink boa, eh? And wind it round fellows' necks." "Oh, the wind must have done that." "Maybe. I shouldn't mind yours wound round my neck, on purpose. I say." He made a gawky, amorous lunge in her direction. "Let me have a kiss, won't you?" "Certainly not." "Do you mind being kissed?" "I loathe it." "Well, I won't do it against your will." "I should hope not." She turned away, minimizing as far as possible the odious propinquity of the car. She was helpless, and realized that calm indifference was her only cue. He returned to the charge. "But still you might let me. Just one." She groaned to evidence her boredom. "What can it matter?" he said, surprised. "Except to me and Dulce," she added tentatively, though by now it was plain to her that he had not proposed to her friend. She sat in outward calm, but secretly far more upset by this, to her, very ordinary incident than she would have cared to own. They were still 5 miles from home. It was no use sulking. Presently, thinking she had now effectually disposed of his pretensions and damped his ardour, she was minded to try to be civil. She turned towards him, but his consequent remark infuriated her. "Do you mean to say that you can live without love?" "Very well," she replied, curbing her natural instinct to turn and rend him for his fatuity in supposing that, even if it were not so, he personally was capable of supplying the felt want. But argument in these cases is provocative and dangerous. He continued, "Perhaps you don't. Old Dand. I wish you would not talk to me, but attend to your driving. I hate this sort of thing." He remembered tardily that he was a gentleman and apologized. "Miss Stephens, really, I didn't mean to offend you. Some girls, you know, but you seem to be the kind that doesn't like being made love to." Amy, inclined to express her disgust at this abuse of the word, since argument was condescension, contained herself and accepted his apology. He was jubilant. "I can't deny that I wanted to kiss you," said he, "for I did. I do. That needn't offend you, need it? It is a compliment when all's said and done. But I can take a plain hint when I am given it. I don't think you ought to be so cross with me, considering all things. After a long afternoon spent in getting up steam, don't you know?" But why— she got no further. She could not ask him in so many words why he had got up steam for nothing and come away without making the proposal he had contemplated. Poor Dulce! She had been too eager. Yes, she must have frightened the words back down his throat. The pink boa had been too much for him. It had suggested claws, tentacles. She saw it all. She herself took no manner of interest in this young fellow, except to admire his perfect, exquisite cleanness, so pronounced as to be almost a virtue. Yet she, the woman who didn't care, had made the running. Not caring was the adorable quality, unapproachable, inimitable. It was no good pretending not to care even, for your senses found you out. She pondered these things as they made the last few miles in silence. After dinner Mr. Dand spoke to her. "Well, did he?" "Did he what?" asked Amy crossly. "Try to kiss you." Amy bent her head. She was ashamed for the odious sex of whom this true indictment could be brought. She forgot to take into account that other variety of her own, whose vanity exacts, expects, and does not resent this form of tribute, and whose favourite stalking ground for this species of amusement is in cabs and carriages and vis-a-vis conveyances of all sorts. She remembered her own arrival at Oldfort, when Mr. Dand himself had come to meet her in the brougham, prepared to drive 12 miles with the new inmate of his house in the blundering shades of night. She would now have been ashamed to admit what her first thought on seeing his figure on the platform, capped and furred, with a warm coat for her over his arm, had been. As the coachman might have easily been instructed to see to the comfort of the new companion, she had thought it likely enough that the master's solicitude was due to man's eternal preoccupation. Her experience of the sex had assured her that they were all alike. Mr. Dand would probably exact toll on the way home. Some women would have been disappointed at the innocent turn which their intercourse on those 12 dreary miles did in effect take. But Amy's satisfaction had been the prime cause of the ease and freedom with which she had subsequently found herself able to discuss every subject with Mr. Dand. She was now strangely anxious to convince him that Dickinson's foolish caress had been evaded. She murmured something explanatory of the facts. "Why not? He's clean." "If there was nothing else," she answered disgustedly, "there was Dulce. We had all hoped that—" "But he has proposed to Dulce all right. He has just interviewed me." She bounced up. "Then I think his conduct was simply disgraceful." Dulce lit and fanned a flame she could not allay, that's all. Oh, how horrible you are!" It was not said pettishly or archly. The tears were in her eyes. She was sincerely revolted by this last revealed stage of the process, crowning the heaped-up cynicism of the day. "Learn that men are brutes," said her master gently. She was by way of knowing it, but his urgency filled her with disillusionment. "Are you all?" she murmured. He looked at her. It was absurd, but she thought it seemed as if he must take her in his arms for the moment. Then he turned away. "I cannot tell. My own emotions are deep. Go upstairs and congratulate Dulce." End of chapter 13. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 14 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. To the vegetable kingdom, Amy, for educational purposes, conceded as much vitality as she did to animals. She was used to talk to Mr. Dan's little girl of the hornbeam as a witch among trees, and the oak as the sorcerer. Squat, outspreading willows were early Victorian ladies. Ash trees were nurses, jangling their keys, and very kind and motherly. All the trees now, she was saying to Erina, as she held her at the window of the long corridor overlooking the garden, are getting ready for the winter, like your mother when she gets down fashion papers and settles her winter clothes. But the difference is that where we put on extra woolies, they prefer to strip. Look at that old aspen shaking its leaves hard for fear of being found still wearing them later on when trimmings are quite gone out of fashion. "It wants to be smart," said the child, falling into her humour. "Like mother. Here she is. Please don't drop me, Amy." Amy always startled guiltily when Mrs. Dan surprised her recommending herself to Erina and tried to capture her good graces. Today, however, Mrs. Dan's expression of peevishness had nothing whatever to do with Amy's behaviour. Erina, a properly constituted child, loved her mother best, of course. All she said now, from a purely meddlesome point of view, was, "Amy, you'll spoil your figure if you go lifting about a heavy child like that. Run to nursie, there's a darling. Mother wants to talk to Amy." "About what?" said Amy ferociously. "If it's Dawes again, I'll settle her. That woman's time in the house is getting short." "It isn't about Dawes, it's about Dulce." "What about her? She and Mr. Dickinson were making ink devils together in her book in the breakfast room a few minutes ago." "Then you don't know?" Pleasure lighted up Mrs. Dan's face. For once she had succeeded in being beforehand with Amy in learning the newest news. "Dulce is now crying her heart out. Her father sent for her this morning to his study before he went out, and it's off. Her engagement, I mean. Poor girl, I am sorry for her." "Well, but why is it off?" "Jeremy told her that she must make up her mind to let Dickinson go, and she collapsed. I had to go in and get the story out of Jeremy. It's something about settlements. The two men can't come to an understanding, it appears. Do you know, Amy, his real name is Dickinson, and he isn't such good family after all?" "And is that why Mr. Dand has broken it off?" "No, it's a question of money." "Question of time, then, I suppose. Mr. Dand won't go spoiling his daughter's whole life." "I don't know. Jeremy is difficult to move in some ways. Even I can do nothing with him if he is really determined not to give way. It doesn't often happen that he says no to me, but do you remember about those larches in the North Plantation that I wanted cut down? He refused. Yes, but what about Dulce? What shall I do?" "Talk to Dulce and persuade her to submit herself to her father's will." "Jaw!" exclaimed Amy rudely. "I never heard anything so old-fashioned. Dulce was allowed to fall in love with him, and she will have to be allowed to marry him. You can't pull things up short like that. She'll go mad." "She will certainly be very much disappointed, though I don't know, perhaps she has more sense. The Dans are very matter of fact. I've done what I could, I'm sure. I have talked to Jeremy till my head ached. He was of course perfectly nice and gentle to me. He hates to hurt me. But I am afraid he is quite inflexible. Poor Dulcie, I dare say she won't marry at all. She is so terribly plain that no man will take her without more money than Jeremy is prepared to give. How unattractive the first Mrs. Dan must have been. I am sure I hope there won't be all this difficulty about marrying Erina." "Ah, she's your child," said Amy, sidling out. She sought William Dickinson. It surprised her that no one had thought of applying remonstrance or pressure to him. He was packing, all down the corridor adjoining his room. On sight of Amy he paused, in the act of throwing a pair of trousers approximately near the portmanteau to which he destined it. He looked up. "You have heard all about this row, I suppose," he said savagely. "You're the only person in this house with a head on your shoulders, except that wicked old hen they call Lady Meadrow. Yes, Papa Dan's trying to do me, and I won't stand for it." "Shh," said Amy, for the corridor had an issue, and she didn't like to hear him called Papa Dan. "Oh, don't come here hushing me," he retorted angrily. "No, nor you needn't go," as she made a move. "I'm only blowing off steam a bit. Stay there. Take a seat." He pushed a chair out into the corridor for her. "And I'll go on with my packing if you don't mind. I am in a hurry to get out of this." "Will you tell me exactly what has passed?" inquired Amy, pursuing the object wherefore she had sought this unpleasant interview. "A fortnight ago he offered to give me 50,000 with her, and I took her at that, and now he wants to back out of it. That is, I'm not to have it till he dies, and he may live to any age, sturdy beggar like that. Well, I'm a plain man, and I said, I'll not take her a shilling under 50,000 down, and that's flat." "I never heard anything so cold-blooded and coarse." "Coarse? No, just business. We are both businessmen. But look here now, do you? Does anyone in their sober senses think that a man in his right mind would marry Dulcie for herself alone? Why, it's tommy rot on the face of it. The face of her, rather. Look at it." He seized a large-sized photograph in a heavy silver frame and held it out to Amy, who shrugged and turned away. He made as if to throw it down pettishly, but Amy's eyes showed that this act she would not have borne, and so he laid the likeness of the poor girl down sheepishly on the table near his elbow. "Could anyone love that?" "Oh, hush! You told her you did. You kissed her." "Kissed her? By Jove, yes. I didn't say she was repulsive, did I? As a matter of fact, I rather like the girl. I don't dislike her at all. She's clean and that, and a good straight figure. I dare say we should have got on all right. But she's not quite the girl, don't you know, to fight the world for. Wants a little jam, pink frills and so on. Now you, Amy, I could imagine a man going sheer dotty about you. Let me say it. It don't hurt you. You have such good eyes. Wish you'd condescend to use them on me a bit. Then, I assure you, you could just do anything with me." "Well, I'll try," said Amy, sitting down again. "Look here, it's like this. Whatever you may feel about Dulce's looks, you have no right to take them into consideration now. She has never tried to make you think her prettier than she is." "No, worse luck. I like a woman to make the best of herself." "She's too straight to do that. She's not Lady Meadrow's granddaughter, you know, but Mrs. Bowman's, and I prefer her style in the main. But now, Mr. Dickinson, it is between you and Dulce, style or no style. You have got her wrought up. She takes things very seriously. You can't get out of it without making her suffer abominably in her pride, as a prettier girl wouldn't. And so I don't see what you can possibly do as a gentleman, but go through with it, and try to hit it off as well as you can with her father." "Persuade him to stump up properly, then. He might be glad to do something handsome for the man who is willing to take his plain daughter off his hands. You could manage it, perhaps, but then you could manage anything. Amy!" "Don't Amy me, but let us be serious. Look here, I would work it for you if I could, but it is no use bullying a man like that, and hustling him. He must be left to time. He will look after you both all right when you are married, believe me. He will be even generous. He only hates binding himself. And he is pretty safe. He has got no son." "How do I know he won't have one yet? No, it's no good. I clear out. The fair Dulce'll get over it. She doesn't care for me. She only cares for a husband. It'll be a lesson to her to see that her dad treats the next man better. Extraordinary fellow, that father of hers. Screw loose somewhere. An awful sharp customer, but mad, mad. Sheer dotty. These old families, they are simply rotten. Why, my own aunt. Oh yes, you are all as proud as Punch of your congenital madnesses. However, Mr. Dickinson, if you ask me, I will tell you my idea, and that is that the sharp customer you speak of has made up his mind that you won't do for his daughter, are thoroughly undeserving and unsound, in fact, and he has taken the easiest way of choking you off. We will all look after Dulce and see that she gets over this little attack of love measles all right. Goodbye." She jumped up, gave the chair she had been sitting on an efficient push back into the room, a move which nonplussed his tentative caress, and sought Mr. Dand. "That nice young fellow is a perfect beast now you've scratched him," she said. "I thought he was only a fool." "So you think I have done right?" "It depends how Dulce takes it. I suppose it is of her welfare that you are thinking?" "No, I can't attribute any better motive to my refusal to do a deal with Dickinson except avarice, sheer honest, common avarice. I don't like parting, and I won't." "I am thinking about Dulce. She will be so unhappy." "Then you think he is good enough for her?" "No, but then he is the man she wants." "For the moment. But there was a man called Milliset." "I didn't know you knew about him." "There was Milliset, and there is Dickinson, and there will be another. I shall find a plain man who will marry my plain daughter for a reasonable figure. She cannot expect to be married for anything else." "It is hard to have your fate depend on the turn of a cheque," ruminated Amy aloud. "It's the way of the world. Well, goodbye. Don't hate me. I am off to the East tomorrow." End of chapter 14. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 15 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Will Jeremy get back from Constantinople in time for the dance? This phrase, in universal use during the 3 days between the date of Dan's departure and the ball at Oldfort, reiterated absurdly in Amy Stephen's mind as, in the company of the 4 women who formed Jeremy Dand's household, she tumbled in the bus through the dark night, with everybody's skirts over her knee. Her own dress was black, all soft and draped, so it did not matter. Dulce, who was horribly glum and had several times refused to go at all, was in white as her face, and had squeezed herself up into the far end of the omnibus, and meditated obviously on skulls and crossbones. Yet, Amy reflected, she was, in point of years, the youngest of them. Amy knew what was affecting her. She hoped against hope to meet Dickinson, and would then record her sensations on meeting him in the diary she had started the moment she became miserable. Amy was privileged to read the passionate and fierce production. She always rose from its perusal with the conviction that Dulce was going mad. She meant to speak seriously to the girl's father when he returned. But not tonight. She meant only to dance with him tonight. That is, if he should have so succeeded in abolishing the limits of time and space as to put in an appearance on such a little 2-penny halfpenny occasion as the ball at the old assembly rooms at Oldfort. Would he manage it? Amy was as excited about it as if she had loved him, and yet she knew that when once he was back in the house, a co-inmate with her as before, she would have no inclination even to flirt with him. It was an effect of glamour cast over the commonplace by the sense of long distances accomplished. She was, however, mysteriously assured that she would see him tonight. He would surely be there, spruce in his evening clothes and his round shoulders somewhat straightened for the occasion. She would soon see him, pulling on a pair of white gloves, his practised dancer's eye roving all over the room convening his partners. The man who all the night before had been covering Austria, Germany and France in the Orient Express, crossing frontiers in the dark, holding up his papers to be peered at by the dim glimmer of official lanterns. She knew every step of his procedure. He would arrive calmly at Oldfort, change at his office, get into his motor, and sample the waxed floor of the assembly rooms before another dawn had lightened the gay vigil and paled the gas lamps of the country town. "I shall keep 3 for Remy. He is far and away the best dancer I ever knew," announced Lady Meadrow to Mrs. Bowman, who in her snowy, stiff net ruffles and cap looked like a grave Rembrandt grandmother facing a sportive spring by Botticelli. The 2 old ladies were more or less of an age, and Amy, in her tolerance, would not have had either of them change the parts which they both played so well. Lady Meadrow's skilful décolletage was a miracle of skill. There was something piquant in Mrs. Bowman's abnegation of the lures of the flesh. She did not dance, but she supped. "You and I, my dear," she remarked to her sulky daughter-in-law, "must chaperone these 3 young things." "Don't rub it in, Jeremy's mother, please," the young matron pleaded. She had never at the best of times been counted a good dancer, but she bitterly resented the infraction of her pleasures entailed now and then by the performance of her wifely duties. Mr. Dand wanted an air. "You know how fond I am of dancing and going about, and life is rather tiresome for me just now." "Well, but what are you, Edith? Let me see. 27. It is rather late for you to be going on with your dancing, anyhow. I gave it up when I was 25, on the stroke. I was still in my very prime, but I was determined that no man or boy, for it was mostly beardless youths from school one has to wrestle with nowadays, should call mine a duty dance. I have had men say to me, 'Oh, sorry, I must give poor Miss So-and-so a turn.' To me, but never of me." "Well, I don't know," said Lady Meadrow. "One is as young as one looks, and I was always able to trust the men for that." "Certainly men don't err on the side of flattery, unless you put pressure on them. Their tacit opinion is all that is of value." "You are thinking of your undergraduate admirers, are you not, dear Phoebe? But a man of the world always prefers a woman old enough to understand him. Indeed, dear Sir Mervyn used to say that my only fault was that I was too young for him to take advantage of. He called me Una." "Oh, mamma," broke in her daughter, "do for goodness sake spare us old Sir Mervyn and his opinions. He was a perfectly horrid old man, so I always thought, even when he gave me chocolates, and never spoke sincerely in his life unless it was something indecent." "Edith, I cannot allow you to speak so of my friend. He was one of the greatest men of his time, and he did your mother the honour to admire her. You were a child. Chocolates were the only way to appeal to you." "Yes, he'd got to appeal to everybody, even to a child in short frocks. He would have made love to Amy if she had been about the house in his time." Amy, quiet under the heavy skirts of the 2 disputants, realized with pleasure that Mr. Johnson had not betrayed her so far. "I am much obliged to him," she thought, "and I'll give him a dance or a sit-out, whichever he likes." "Excepting myself," murmured Mrs. Bowman, "Amy here is dressed the oldest, and I should have said that she was too pale for black." "I'm rather jealous of her in it all the same. It sends up her matte white complexion," said the other old lady. "I wish I had her black and she my pink. Only, my dear, you do really want a little make-up. It is silly to stand out against it." "You might as well, Amy," said Dulce roughly from her corner. "Why be singular? Even Dawes makes up on Sundays. I've seen her slinking out." "Red-lipped, and in a nice brown toupee, too," said Mrs. Bowman. "Amy, I wonder you don't speak to her." "Why should I interfere with the liberty of the subject?" "Die and let die," retorted Amy. "So long as she does her work, I have nothing to do with her weekly complexion." "Let her follow, in fact, where her betters lead," began Mrs. Bowman. "Oh, we're there." For an unearthly bump testified to a collision with the horse block at the door of the old Jacobean hall where these rites were held. "Does anyone see Jeremy?" asked Edith. "He might have managed to be there to help us out." Amy's heart fell as she replied, "No, I can only see Mr. Johnson trying to assimilate his white kid gloves." "He will have to be our cavalier," said Lady Meadrow, "till Jeremy comes. Why doesn't the silly man come forward and help us out? I'm not so good at leaving the carriage without showing my ankles as I once was." "I'll get out first, as I have got no calves," said Amy reassuringly. It was her testimony to the fact that women, as a rule, abhor all forms of fleshy development. Amy, as the due expression of her gratitude, danced with Mr. Johnson, who cut, however, as she had expected, a very poor figure in a ballroom. She saw herself with the introspective eye of a specialist in the art, turning patiently round and round in the too close but ineffectual grip of the author, and was not enamoured of the spectacle they must aesthetically both present. But Mr. Dand was not there. She chattered prettily away to Mr. Johnson, and pretended to want a rest as often as she dared. Sometimes when they sat down, she looked at him slyly, sideways, and remembered him in the old days, and saw again the disgusted expression of his face, as they bent over the dead body of Sir Mervyn together, and again when he had closed the door of Sir Mervyn's study on her, and hindered her from securing her legacy. And he was the man who had refused to marry her because he thought she was not respectable. She wondered how many other pairs of partners in the room had quite such an uncomfortable set of recollections between them. She would become a little abstracted, then Johnson, the potential villain of her story, would boyishly polish his ivory forehead and suggest, "Another turn?" "I'm tired," she said curtly, in reply to his latest attempt to lure her back to ignominy. Her flow of pretty ballroom conversation also ceased abruptly. Mr. Johnson looked round with newly awakened suspicion. Jeremy Dand had come in. Amy's partner led her to a buffet. His expression had changed, and he looked as novelists must look when they have come to the chapter embodying the crux of their narrative. Amy soon realized that she had, diplomatically speaking, made a fool of herself, and for what? The prospect of changing a bad partner for a good one, and some of the latest on Dits of Constantinople? That was all, but Mr. Johnson's suspicions had been awakened, and she could no longer treat the guilty knowledge between them as a joke. She would have preferred to vanish like Lamia after the sage Apollonius had spoken. No use. She must stand and deliver. "Did you know that Mr. Dand, who has just come in, as I see you observe, is by way of being a splendid performer in this line?" he asked her, bending on her his clumsy inquisitorial gaze. "Yes, I had heard so from Lady Meadrow." "Here she is on her son-in-law's arm." Mr. Johnson's little single candle power eyes were still fixed ridiculously on Amy's face. "He wouldn't be a good detective," Amy jibed, to give herself courage, as she stood still and heard Jeremy Dand ask his mother-in-law shortly and perfunctorily to state her wishes in the way of sustenance. "What will you have, Poupée?" Mr. Dand's voice caused her no obvious, because no real, emotion whatever, though she had not seen him for 14 days. Such nonsense it all was. She was surprised at herself, for certainly the rumour of his coming had produced in her a certain amount of excitement. She could not deny it. But the tides of emotion flow oddly and capriciously, and have a way of leaving you high and dry, stranded on a rock, when you have expected to be utterly submerged. If she was surprised, Mr. Johnson was disappointed. She could discover it in his face, as he registered her own mild degree of elation. Mr. Dand made no haste to reach Amy's side, moreover, although he must have seen her, as he passed, with his exigeant relation on his arm. Mr. Johnson's characters had refused to keep pace with his plot. Amy's spirits rose, and she considered the possibility of strangling this latest literary creation at birth. "Shall we go and sit down somewhere?" Johnson was saying, with some meaning. "Or would you rather stay about here?" "So that Mr. Dand can ask me to dance," she said boldly. "No, thank you. That will come all in good time. Meanwhile, I should rather like a word with you." "You frighten me," said Johnson, and indeed he looked frightened. "I know because you are an author," said Amy, leading him to a long, empty committee room, covered and cheered up with red baize, "that you see romance in everything, even in rolling stones." "Neither you nor Jeremy Dand are stones," said Mr. Johnson. "Well, we both roll. But I am glad you are willing to come straight to the point. It makes it easier. Do you know there is a fatal fascination about talking to you on this subject, which I have tried to resist and cannot, though it is most disagreeable to me. I don't suppose I can do any good, but I may as well try to diplomatize a bit." "You are afraid of my betraying you?" said Mr. Johnson. "No, not actually afraid. But I want to know if you have done so, or intend doing so. I do not forget that you have got me turned out of one situation already." "There was then the future of a young boy to be considered." "And what harm am I about to do now?" "You can break up another home." "But good God, you seem to consider me an adventuress." "I do. It is your type, a sort of Sidonia, like the heroine of the medieval tale." "Medieval indeed. Family Herald more. You tell yourself tales, you weave a plot round me, and hope it will develop itself without giving your invention any further trouble, but all the while I know you know that I am perfectly innocent. You who know the circumstances. Tell me, hadn't I to make my living like yourself, like everybody? I couldn't pay for a chaperone, could I? Was I to refuse a good situation for fear of losing my reputation? Who on earth cared about my reputation? My dead father? My mad mother in Pottinger's asylum? Of course, if anyone were to take the trouble to say nasty things, I don't deny that the situation lent itself admirably. But who was going to bother about me, except to be spiteful, and that is no trouble, ever. I suppose I annoyed you in the old days, supplanted you? It's a cheap revenge you're going in for, Mr. Johnson." He stirred uneasily under her gaze. "One realizes that you have been much abused." "Don't use that horrid word about me. I don't want your pity or anybody's pity. All I want is to know what weapons I have got to protect myself with, and who is out against me. Then I can fight. Are you my enemy?" "Only under certain contingencies." "What are they?" "I have not as yet breathed a word of the incidents of your career and the interpretation that has necessarily been put upon them, in this household, nor will I, unless loyalty to my friend and his wife appear to me to demand it. Then, for I conceive that I owe no loyalty to you—" "Nobody does, hang it all." "Under those circumstances, I shall have to speak. Miss Stephens, when I saw you tonight, I was appalled by the manifestation of emotions that might submerge our quiet lives here in horror. I saw your eyes glisten when he came into the room. Your very sentences came broken from your lips. You exhibited every symptom of amorous disturbance known to me. I began to wonder if it was even now too late to save him." "To get me chucked, you mean? Well, Mr. Johnson, I will tell you quite frankly. I don't want to be chucked." "Naturally not." "Ah, but my reason is such a little reason, a very young one. It is not that I am in love with Mr. Dand. I am not. I am not in love with anybody. I attempt from love's sickness to fly, like the man in the song. I don't believe in it. How should I? I am not young, and every man who has ever said he cared for me has made trouble for me, one way or another. Love is so cheap. There must be something better for us who are tired of it, mortally sick of the very sound of it, echoing through the world, upsetting everything, putting everybody by the ears. I believe I could get on better with you, who have honestly refused, on principle, to have anything to do with me in that way, than any man who is likely to persecute and disturb me with professions of love. If only I could once for all convince you of my aims and motives. Could I not? Am I not frank enough?" "No woman is frank when her heart is concerned." "Yes, I dare say she's a monster of diplomacy, if her heart is concerned, but mine isn't, you see. You speak conventionally like a novelist. The novelist interests me more to talk to in a general way, but couldn't you put him aside for a moment and be a man? Believe that I am oldish, a weary, cynical, anemic woman, quite out of court for that sort of thing. Lead a man on? Me! But there is a member of the Dand household that I do adore, only that person's years number not more than 5. I will do anything sooner than lose my place near her, and surely you see that an intrigue with her father would be the easiest way to secure dismissal by the mother. Of course I do like and appreciate Mr. Dand. One can hardly help it, considering his context. He shines by contrast. I don't love him as you do, but I cannot help seeing that he is the only intelligent person, barring yourself, in the house since poor Dulce got so queer. And such a dead weight of dull women, too, as we carry. I cannot say I care much for the society of women. I have gone about the world a good deal, and I have always somehow got talking to men, and heard men's view of things. Yes, the old ladies are dreary old parquet, said Mr. Johnson, spinning the most useless of webs. And you are a clever, all-round woman who thinks and reads. Well, listen, I will propose a test. Do you agree with it? I will try. What is it? Don't dance with Jeremy tonight on any pretext whatever. I never heard such a stagey proposition in my life. It will satisfy me, said Johnson. Do you agree to it? Oh, yes, but I'm rather sorry all the same. Ah, there you are. I knew I was right. Do you suppose if I loved him, I would be only rather sorry? Ah, Mr. Johnson, learn your trade. I am sorry because Mr. Dand is by far and away the best dancer in the room, and I adore dancing. Now let us go back and put me through my trial. Do you despise me? He asked. Yes, a little. I almost wish, Amy Stevens, that I had married you after all. And got your £15,000. On the contrary, that is the only action on your life for which I do not despise you. I did not think you had it in you to refuse even a bitter pill like me, with all that jam. But Amy now. You have commanded my respect by the way you have carried this through. You have a courage, a power of expression. Yes, I am rather proud of it myself, replied Amy, smiling and flirting her fan. She was one of those suburban-minded persons who still believe that much can be done with a fan, and refuse to abandon it at the dictate of fashion. And now, Mr. Johnson, now that we have thrashed it out satisfactorily, I don't see why we should not be friends, do you? I am quite an admirer of yours, of your art, she added hastily, for there was no one else in the annex, and the feeling that dictated the clumsy and amateurish movement he made towards her was unmistakable. Amy did not even take her hand away. She looked at it lying in his. I have not spoken so very well, she said gravely, unless I have convinced you that that sort of thing isn't in my line. A figure appeared at the far end of the pathway of red baize, and Mr. Johnson flung her hand away. Shh! He exclaimed nervously. Here's Dand. Now mind your promise. You fool! Amy cried to him as she rose to her feet, scenting work to do, and a possible call on her energies. Can't you see he is not coming to ask me to dance? What is it, Mr. Dand? You look upset. Dulce. She started to walk home an hour ago, in her ball dress. End of chapter 15. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 16 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. It was 3 days after the ball. Dulce had been retrieved by the police on the road to Swarland Moor in a half-fainting condition, with her wet, drabbled, tattered ball dress clinging round her heels. Impeded in this manner, she had yet managed to get the start of her father and the constable in the motor for more than a mile, for she had walked fast, and with the feverish determination of the partially alienated. The whole countryside was now convinced that Miss Dand of Swarland was mad. She was on the verge of becoming so. Such a thin borderline separates eccentricity like hers from absolute alienation. Amy meant to save her from this curse of lovelorn maidenhood. She stole into the girl's room one morning and contemplated her. Dulce's uneasy eyes were covered by the bloated white lids, but suggested peace none the more for that. Her nose, with the touch of aquiline that dignified it, and gave her at her best the air of a clever, intellectual boy, was whitened uncomfortably at the ridge. Her skin, tightly drawn over her cheeks, was scarred and blotched hideously. Ill health from below rose and stained it. The surface was not attended to as it used to be. She had been not so very plain. Now she was almost revolting. All this would go at once, murmured Amy, well, I must work it. Her own room and Dulce's overlooked the small and damp stone-paved yard whence, through the night, there had mounted to Amy from below the querulous barking of a puppy. It was squealing now, faintly. Amy frowned and stooped, and without waking the sleeper, abstracted a key from under her pillow. It was 7 o'clock. Hatless, shod, however, in strong working boots, Amy issued forth into the early dews and damps of the morning. In the yard she met a frowsy, undressed individual, who, when properly attired, showed well on the box of Mrs. Dan's carriage. He touched his cap, and Amy showed him the key. "You have got all my things, Hodges?" she asked, as they moved together in the direction of a small, neglected-looking shed near the greenhouses. "Yes, miss, the ointment and all. I am sure I hope it will do the poor beast good." There was in the cold, bleak outhouse some scanty straw, and a young greyhound crouched in a corner. It licked, it nosed, it tore at its skin in a most distressing manner. "Miss," exclaimed the coachman in tones of horror, "I doubt if we'll ever cure that." "It's a puppy. It's got just a chance. Be quick, Hodges, give me the stuff or she'll catch me. And mind, we're going to lose this key." "But Miss Dulce'll never forgive us." "I'll see to that. The beast mustn't die, whatever she says." "And miss," said Hodges, as together they attended to the dog, "what about the St. Bernard pup?" "Is that the one that has kept me awake all night howling?" "Yes, it's in the little courtyard under your window. His kennel's too small for him." "Take him out then and put him somewhere else." "I dursn't, miss. She says on no account interfere, that she's going to take sole care of her own pets. Care! I saw her only yesterday feeding that pup with lumps of cold potato as big as your hand, and now, of course, he's got to have medicine." "Are you to give it?" "Not on my life, miss. Forbid to touch it." Amy said nothing more, but carefully and methodically finished the greyhound's treatment. She and Hodges came out together, closing the door behind them, but neglecting to lock it. Amy then carefully dropped the key into the recesses of the cucumber frame, Hodges regarding her with increasing admiration the while. "Now where's the puppy that cries?" The solid yellow ball, like an undersized nigger baby that came out of the half of a kennel in the yard under Dulce's window, certainly looked as if it never could be got in again. Amy put it down on the floor of the yard, and it fell over helplessly on its side. She looked away, and as if she were going to cry. Hodges was upset too. "The poor beast ain't got the proper use of its limbs, miss. Stands to reason, cooped up in a place like that." "I think that's rheumatism, Hodges. The yard is too dark and damp for it. Anyway, it isn't going into that yard or that hutch any more. Now what?" A window over their heads was raised, and a tousled head was craned out. Amy, holding the dog in her arms, looked up intrepidly. "Put that dog back at once!" Dulce shrieked. "No," said Amy. "Do as I tell you." "No." "Is it my dog or is it yours?" "Yours, unfortunately." "I insist on being obeyed." "I can't take up my time in stuffing a dog into a kennel that's too small for it to please anybody. Besides, it is ill. Put your head in and get some clothes on. I'm coming up to you to explain." Dulce was lying on the floor of her room half dressed. "Oh, misery, misery! I can keep neither a dog nor a lover. All are taken from me. Dear, don't touch me, you brute. I will not indeed, said Amy, going aimlessly towards a little table on which lay a half-finished letter in Dulcie's affected, staring handwriting. Her eye fell on it. She read it, seized and tore it up. Amy, have you taken leave of your senses? No, we'll both keep them if you please, but you shall not buy more animals to kill. That order shan't go. Shan't it? I can write another. It shall not be posted. How are you going to manage? Are you going to lock me into my own father's house? With your own father's permission, and his key if you persist. Dulce, be reasonable. These 2 beasts that you have got are the only survivors. You have killed 6 by neglect and want of knowledge, and all in 3 months. It is only a fad. You don't really love animals. Why not go back to collecting yellow books and wild poems? Much more ladylike pursuit. How dare you chaff me, you underbred creature? Oh, God, how have you managed to get such a weird influence over me and over us all? You are like a vampire in this house, and deserve to have a stake driven through your body. I'll do it too, and rid the world of you. We'll bury you at the crossroads. Dear Dulce, don't drivel. You had better make use of my weird influence, as you call it. I would do anything to help you, except help you kill dogs. Ah, drop it, you'd better. For the girl had seized a large Black Forest peasant knife that lay on the table and flung it at Amy with all the force of which she was capable, and she was strong. Luckily her power of direction was weaker, and the knife stuck quivering in the thin partition wall beside Amy's head. Well, you did frighten me, said Amy, pulling the knife out of the old plaster that followed it in a thin dusty stream. Now this clinches it. She picked up the puppy and reversed the key of the door so as to be able to lock it after her. She was careful not to turn her face away from the shivering maniac who had slunk into a corner and contemplated her with wild, mournful eyes, murmuring, Amy, Amy, forgive me, I meant to hit you. Jolly bad shot you are then, muttered Amy as she left the room. It was a Sunday morning. Mr. Dand was in his study. The breakfast gong had not yet sounded. Look at this, said Amy quietly, going up to him. A St. Bernard pup, isn't it? Rather a fine specimen. Dulce's? She put it down. See, it can't stand. Its legs do seem queer. Dulce has bought 8 dogs since September. 6 have died, 2 are left. This one's legs are atrophied and the other one is covered with eczema. The others have all died in various degrees of torment. Yet she doesn't mean to be cruel. You must pay Mr. Dyconson what he asks. You do jump from one subject to another. But the sequence is perfectly clear to me, and I will make it so to you. Dulce is going mad, not because she is an old family, she sneered sweetly, but because you won't give her the man she wants. He happens to be a cur, and he won't take her without your money. If he doesn't take her, she'll go mad. What are you going to do? Nothing, I think, in spite of your eloquent theorizing. If the man's a cur, Dulce should not marry him. If she is mad, he must not marry her. She isn't mad yet. No, of course she's not mad. I don't for one moment admit that your diagnosis is correct. Buying dogs and neglecting them isn't enough to satisfy the lunacy commissioners, of whom I happen to be one. Did you know that? There are other things, said Amy vaguely. Other things on a par with the little inconvenient trick you have adduced. I am not going to shut my daughter up or marry her to a cad on that. She must go away. And trail her misery through every watering place in Europe to come home at last incurable. Oh, I have seen them. And look here, you would want me to take her? I couldn't. She hates me. As you won't be convinced, you must have it all. She threw a knife at me. When? Just now? You are not exaggerating? I tell the truth. It missed you. Naturally, since I am here. He sat down. His chin fell. He played with a paper knife and spoke in a changed voice. What do you want me to do? Get Dyconson back. Recover him. No. Then lose me. I cannot stay here to be knifed. You will have to let me go and get a keeper for your daughter." "Lose you? And do you think you are of value to me?" "I don't think. I know I am," she smiled. "Well, you have a good conceit of yourself." He rose and went to the window with his hands in his pockets. Amy waited. He came back. "No, it is true. You are the only thing in the world I would not willingly lose." "Mercy," said Amy, as one receiving a too heavily loaded compliment. "Do you know, you quite overwhelm me." "I should think I did. A woman doesn't get a declaration every day. I meant it, Amy." "Well then," she replied seriously, "it is obvious what you must do. Meet me." "I ask nothing better. Where?" "Mr. Dan, do be serious. I mean in this. You must come to an arrangement with Mr. Dickinson and see what he will take to save your daughter from a lunatic asylum." "You put things crudely, but I like it. I like everything you do. I never knew a woman with fewer absurd feminine prejudices." "I wish I had a few more," said Amy, "and then perhaps people would like me better." "Didn't I say I loved you?" "Yes, but I meant outsiders, like— Well, don't let us waste time. What are we going to do?" "You understand that I am not going to have you driven out of the house if the expenditure of a few paltry thousand will avert it." "I don't care why you do it, if you do," said Amy. "And meantime, pending negotiations with the bashful suitor, would you please forbid Dulcie to buy any more dogs? I happen to know that she is cleaned out. Her allowance is due. Don't pay it. Back me up and I will look after these two poor creatures we have already. And I must sleep in Dulcie's room." "That I forbid." "But she can't possibly be left alone at present." "We'll get an attendant." "And drive her quite out of her mind? No, it will be all right, I assure you. I will tell you what you can do. There is a spare room next door to Dulcie's. You might come and sleep there, and I will have the wardrobe which is at present in front of the door of communication moved." "And then will you leave the door ajar?" "Yes, if you like. But really there is no need. I am not afraid of Dulcie. I left her begging my pardon all over the place. She is sorry. She will simply adore me now, when I tell her that I have prevailed over you. Now don't frown." "I don't like the word prevailed." "But still," said Amy, "you would prefer me to be armed against attack as far as possible, and her thinking that would no doubt be my best weapon." "Very well. Tell her what you like. You can take it that you have prevailed. And if you will tell me what I can do for you to show my gratitude, it shall be done." He spoke with unconscious magniloquence. Amy gathered up the puppy and paused on the threshold. A little idle smile was on her proud mouth, as if now that great and weighty matters were settled and done with, she had all the leisure in the world to chaff and laugh. This easy abolishing of strenuousness was one of her charms. She softly threw these words at him. "You can raise my salary if you like." "I will," but his brows came together. "How much do you ask?" "Nonsense, I was only teasing. Be easy, I have quite as much as I want. Do you really suppose I would be so cruel as to demand an increase of you?" "Do you think I am a miser?" "I don't think. I know it," she said, laughing. End of chapter 16, recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 17 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. H. Dulcie Dickinson. Isn't my new name sweet? This was the ending to a letter bearing the USA postmark which Amy read complacently, sitting one evening in early spring on a long garden seat, placed in the darker, more overgrown side of the garden, and under the open windows of the drawing-room. The twilight soothed her. She was a moral Titan at rest, an Atlas with the weight of a whole British household on her little sloping, slightly curved shoulders. The entire winter had been occupied with Dulce and Dulce's doings. There had been a delay in the fulfillment of her engagement with Dickinson, but it was not occasioned by money difficulties, and Dulce, once her fortunes had taken this desirable turn, grew dulcet like her name, and placable, and purchased no more dogs or mongooses. Her wedding had taken place in February. Amy and Erina had been among her bridesmaids. "I am far too old," Amy had protested, but Dulce, who was good stuff and grateful, had insisted. She had actually been married for her money, through Amy's instrumentality, and she knew it, but meant, notwithstanding the ugly fact, to be very happy. It was all right if a little unromantic. Affairs having arranged themselves satisfactorily on a cash basis, Dickinson had come back and resumed his interrupted courtship like a lamb. He had had the courage of his pocket and his place, and Dulce on her side had obliged him by getting rid of the idol from Benin and the mongoose, which both smelt disagreeable, and wearing stays and waving her hair. Though Amy was delighted with the letter, she was so weary to-day that she let the hand that held this joyful guarantee of Dulce's sanity hang down by her side in a way that expressed her extreme lassitude. She was tired of being cook. Edith's protégé and the rescued remnants of her morals had gone down in a blaze of domestic complications and village scandals. Hodges had left too. Her angry father had taken Annie Dawes away 4 days ago, and Mr. Dand had engaged to do his best to procure a substitute in Oldfort. Meantime, Amy's back ached and her cheeks burned, and she thought of the kitchen fire as an immoral agent, and wondered not at all that cooks as a race were heady and lax, and ultra-emotional. She had often noticed these wretched guardians of the hearth crawling from their reeking kitchens into areas to breathe. She understood now the weariness that craves stimulants, or at least air. For the last 3 days she had eaten scarcely anything, and water from the spring was not cold enough. "As pants the heart," she said to herself, "so do I for a cook. Those poor greedy old things, I can only think of them just now as so many stomachs." She was alluding to 2 early Victorian shapes who wandered in mushroom hats and carrying preposterous art reticules through the shadowy groves and alleys of the Swarland garden. They appeared and disappeared alternately in slow procession, intercepted now and again by this or that clump of hollies, as in a dream of Verlaine. It was March, but warm as May. Yet Amy was careful. Across the wide lawn, whose outermost rim was lost in mystery and night, a white-robed nurse and child hurried in, by Amy's order, to the sheltering lights of the house, which burst into radiance one by one as the servants within lit them. Amy did not approve of the child being out after dusk, so she refrained from calling it to her side and so delaying the folding of the lamb. Edith Dand was strumming in the drawing-room, whose open windows gave on to the back of the bench where Amy was sitting. She was happy delivering her soul. Amy had no music in her, so Mrs. Dand's wrong notes were of small consequence. Presently the master of the house drew up his great silent motor in front of the door. A servant came out, messages and parcels were given. Then, still wearing the great fur coat Amy had once worn, he came up and sat down on the seat at some distance from her. The nurse and child had gone in, and one of the old women who took an hour and a half to dress for dinner. The flicker of Mrs. Bowman's strong violet skirt up an alley was all that remained of chaperonage except Edith Dand's music. "Have you got one?" Amy asked without moving. "Yes, she's coming in tomorrow evening." "Is she a better cook than me?" "She has more testimonials to that effect, but I doubt if she will please me as well. Besides, she asks too high wages." "Yes, you are both a gourmand and a miser." Her fatigue made her careless, rude. On the other hand, the day's work had taken the retort, courteous and uncourteous, out of him. They both sat in weary, unqualified silence at different ends of the bench. The smell of the privet bush beside them was almost too overpowering to be pleasant. She wondered if he really liked it. He was very sensitive to odours, or pretended to be. The uneasy, unconvincing chords that were ground out of the instrument in their rear certainly annoyed him, for he groaned. "My wife, pouring out her whole soul at the piano." "Some people can," said Amy a little scornfully. "But not you and I, eh? We keep our souls to themselves, our deep, patient, divided souls." "Divided?" said she dreamily, surprised but not annoyed. "Yours and mine. A pair, if ever there was one. But if—" "But, the quarrelsome word," remarked Amy, lazily heading him off personalities. "If the peacemaker." "You can keep me in order without quoting Shakespeare, I think," he said. "Why on earth should you be afraid of talking about your innocent, clean-living soul with me? I am perfectly safe. I am old, set, sane, not a counter-jumper, simmering with sexual vanity. I can talk of visions without wanting to incorporate them then and there, of hopes without attempting to realize them." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't be so unimaginative. I mean you can trust me not to slide along this bench and put my arm round you. You are very tired with cooking my dinner for me, too stupid with physical fatigue to have your wits about you, too tired to resist me, in fact. So you are safe from me, and you know it." "Much obliged, I am sure," said Amy, in her fatigue and uneasiness, mechanically reverting to one of the current forms of rebuff in use in her earlier surroundings. "It is only surface commonness," he assured her cheerfully, "makes you answer me like that. You have got a good way beyond Surbiton by now. The truth is, you are not in the least afraid of me or anything I may say or do. And as for the ordinary manifestations of a man's interest in a woman, you know I am not the sort of man to give way to them. If ever I do embrace you, Amy, we won't play at it. I am a raffinée. I have my own code of self-indulgence. I say not quite with the poet Gay, more ordinary lips may serve people for kissing. With you I don't know how it is, but I am content to sit here in the shadow of my old house, with my belongings all round me, and listen to the little angry scrunch of the gravel under your heel." Amy suppressed that gesture. He knew she was cross then. "Smell the sour smell of privet, and stare at that dark clump of arbor vitae with the tobacco plant white against it, and wonder at the absurdly patchy arrangement of the things that matter, if they do matter. Who cares whether you and I come together or not? Not nature, at any rate. Still, the clumsy arrangement serves for want of a better, and I have sworn, you know, never to touch the pendulum." His eyes rested on her tenderly, as Edith's rested on her flowers, and Dulce's on her tortoise. The same glance pressed into so many different services. "I look at you now," he continued, "and note how nicely you come in the picture. I would not take you out of it for a moment, or attempt to vulgarize you in any way." "Vulgarize me?" "It would be vulgar to corrupt you, wouldn't it? Unnecessary, too. To break up this lovely peace and let the world into our affairs. No one should ever be permitted to know who is in love with who. Blatancy ruins all. And to get on to the other side, to gain another platform or resting place, one has to go through so much red tape. No more quiet evenings like this, but interviews, lawyers' letters, agitating posts. No, no, I am yours, certainly I am. You are the right woman for me. I have settled that long ago. But all the same I prefer to let well alone." "My goodness," said Amy, "how you talk!" "There's a certain amount of discomfort, certainly, some unsatisfied yearnings, hauntings of a world of joys not realized. All the emotions are here, in fact, but in tolerably stable equilibrium." Amy, from being uneasy, turned to laughter. She was amused, not disquieted. No real lover ever said such things. Her merriment, gentle, low, and childish, was reassuringly heart-whole. He truly at that moment desired her happiness, and he smiled at her. "But it is all true enough. I am not talking for effect. I am too comatose for that, and so are you. I am permanently tired out with collecting money, my low fad. I overwork myself as a means to a mean end. That's why I don't feel inclined to alter anything, even if you did. I dote upon peace, and it is very nearly perfect peace here, except for my wife's damned untidy piano playing. And I can endure that too, for it puts you at your ease." "All the same, I know what I ought to do," said she wistfully. "What?" "Go into her." "This isn't a ball that you need go and seek your chaperone. And you are not a child, Amy. I suppose you are shocked at my talking coolly of matters that you would prefer left in the clouds? You would like me to go subtly about convincing you that I admire you, in the ordinary way? Compliments, glances, and perhaps presents? Nothing overt in the way of words, that you are sorry to have to resent for form's sake? I know you all, but that isn't my way. See this, Amy, you have unfortunately come to be boxed up in a lonely country house with one rather odd sort of man who calls things by their right names. There's no escape for you from any form I choose to cast my liking for you into. I am king here. Be prepared for any development of the affair except one, and that you needn't be afraid of. But I confess I am a little disappointed in you. It's always the same. Scratch a bohemian and you find a conventional." Amy half rose. This last insinuation truly offended her. She had thought herself so broad, so tolerant of his absurd lucubrations. "No, stay. I mean no manner of harm. And you control the situation, don't you? I am very biddable, not at all unruly. Here I am, exiled to the farthest end of the bench, and I undertake to come no nearer. My dear girl, do think of it for a moment and you'll see that I am treating you quite fairly. Honestly, the ways of men and women are not nearly so complicated as novelists will have it in the interests of their trade, just as lawyers try to persuade you that the law is an ass, and that they are indispensable. Women, if treated squarely, as I am treating you, respond all right. You grasp my attitude towards you, or if you don't, I'll explain more fully." "No, don't," said she, half afraid, half eager. "You know it. I was perfectly explicit with you the day you came into my study and forced me to give my daughter to young Dyconson on pain of losing you. Yes, I prefer you to any other person in the world. I would rather spend my life with you than anyone else. I feel as a man feels toward the woman he desires. Think your mouth beautiful and want to kiss it. But I also prefer to keep you as you are, an inmate of my house, a constant source of joy to me, and able to meet my wife's eyes. You could not bear it if it were otherwise. That's your point of honor. You see, I know it. I should have to take you away, and I am not going to, even if you would come. Have you observed, Amy, that while making you a handsome present of my sentiments towards you, I have not so much as attempted to ascertain yours to me?" "I don't know them," she murmured sweetly. She was lulled into quiescence by the knowledge that no amorous decision, no conventional ultimatum was expected of her. She was both flattered and pleased. She had not consciously expected this declaration, yet perhaps her woman soul had been aware all the while, had even hoped. Amy was too wise to consider herself responsible for the dark doings of the spirit in anyone, to try to account for the crude combinations of the atoms of will and predilection. She was only blessedly sure that her virtue was not going to be put to the proof, and that no trial of her savage and primitive sense of loyalty towards the lawful wife, whose stormy playing brooded over this interview, was contemplated. She sat there quite still, a white, heavily posed, yet lax figure, with soft rounded shoulders, ready to fold inside a man's protecting arm. "No," Dand went on, answering his last question himself. "Of course you don't know your own feelings. Very few women do, unless they are pedants, and dishonest with themselves. You are neither. I will tell you what I know of your emotions, and their probable course. It will amuse us. I am vain, as you know, of my professional knowledge, so gratify your professor by listening to him. Well, your moods will change, and waver, and intensify and diminish, but of this I am sure, it will not be indifference that you feel for me, more possibly hatred, temporary or permanent." "How do you mean? I am interested." Well, you are to imagine your more feminine self coming to resent my beautiful attitude of reserve. Suppose woman's innate recklessness and curious love of extremes, that she is pleased to style the lust of self-sacrifice, gets uppermost. Women like you, the least sensual possible, but still sensual, women who live by their heads, not their hearts, are subject nevertheless to bursts of natural feeling, wafts from the pit, bless you. Then we get subconscious huffs, hysterical rancors, physical clamorings of nature denied. Don't be offended, you are not responsible, poor patient. What you have got to consider is that this isn't the most important part of you, or of anyone's economy. All you have to do is to keep a cool head, hold on, don't chuck it. Every emotion has its day and then dies down and is quiescent. But the need of sympathetic companionship that you can't get rid of, and a sense that you have somehow rather mysteriously attained to it, endures. If I can bear it, you can. Amy, what a gentlewoman you are to listen to me patiently like this, and not protest against my fatuity. Why don't you snub me and declare that I am nothing to you and never will be? Most women who knew how to protect themselves would. Give me your hand. She rose and gently, like one in a utopian dream of perfection, laid her hand in his. A crashing chord, dealt by the wife within, coincided with the ratification of a compact that did not appall Amy, and from which she had nothing to fear, since it neither menaced her peace or that of anyone else. End of chapter 17, recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 18 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The social centre had shifted to the kitchen because Amy was there. Most of the business of the house was brought to that place to be transacted. Lady Meadrow put on her new confection from Emile's to show Amy how it caught her under the arms. Mrs. Bowman presented her knitting, with a stitch to be picked up, according to a new pattern for a comforter she was making for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Dand, before he left for Oldfort, had untied the presentation copy of Mr. Johnson's new book, and for several hours the image of that horror reposed negligently on the stop of the flour bin, a whited sepulchre. Amy at last gave way to irritation when Mrs. Dand came lumbering in, inviting her cook housekeeper to be her confidant, and listen to what Amy considered her inadmissible complaints of the purely normal. Angrily, Amy dismissed the thick-headed kitchen maid, who pottered about in the background, longing for one of her own kidney to talk to, and not averse to listening to Mrs. Dand's plaintive recriminations. Amy did not choose that she should be corrupted and made cynical by hearing one of the gentry rail against a woman's duty. "Oh, Amy, if you only knew! I am so awfully tired of it all." "My dear woman, I do know, but don't you see that you are only wearing yourself out and enfeebling your powers of resistance by chafing at what must be? You have started this, you can't stop it now. It is no good thumping your pillow when you can't sleep, or swearing at the father of your baby. I don't consider it manners myself." "I quite agree with you, but it does so soothe me to talk. Can't you go on making the pudding, which only occupies your hands, and give me your mind? It isn't that I don't love Jeremy. He is so devoted to me, and I know how badly he wants a son to carry on the name. But what annoys me is that men don't consider in the least the trouble they put us poor women to, just to realize their selfish wishes. Why should I bother and suffer and endanger my looks, I should like to know, all to bear an heir to the house of Dand? And then if it is a boy, they will take him from me so much the sooner. I shall only have the management of him until he is 7 or so, and then where am I? A cipher. Nothing. Have a girl then." "I don't want either. I hate the whole business." But it is so wrong that you should feel like this," exclaimed Amy, with the virgin's revolt against the matron's questioning of the duties that were beyond her own ken. "You ought to be proud you are permitted to form part of the great scheme of things." She rubbed flour into the butter with a will. "It is your mission in life, after all." "It is a shame to put an intellectual woman to such a base use." "She has no right to be intellectual, if it's going to prevent her being of use. After the butterfly period, which I would deny to no woman, whether it takes the shape of flirting and parties, or cultivating her so-called intellect, I would have her settle down steadily to business, and not before she gets too old to do it properly either. You have no right to want to get out of it. It's indecent, unfeminine. You have simply got to go down temperedly into the arena of discomfort and fight, once you let a man lead you there for your pleasure. It is the debt we women owe to nature, and we have no right to cheat nature when we are put under an obligation to her." "But if nature kills me, Amy?" "She won't if you fight fair. Don't be afraid. Good heavens, don't I know how you feel? As if you had mounted a furious steed and must ride him to a finish. As if you had embarked on a ship and were now in mid-ocean, bound to make a risky port without the power of turning round and putting back to safety. As if you were entering on a battle and the bugle had sounded, and you were in for it. In for it! That's the feeling that makes people fight, the devil-may-care mood. You must remember that you have been through it all before, and keep saying to yourself, 'It's nothing, it's nothing.'" "Well, really, Amy dear, it seems almost improper, you knowing all that. Or else it is that psychic people get hold of everything somehow by intuition. I am psychic too, they say. What was Jeremy talking to you so earnestly about last night in the garden? I played loud so as to drown your words. I am not curious." "You fill me with remorse," said Amy with sudden sincerity. "Why? Was your conversation so very compromising?" asked Mrs. Dand amiably, without meaning a word she said. Her vanity was a constant leash on suspicion. "I don't know. I hardly said anything." "Yes, Jeremy does like to monologue. All one has to do is just to give him cues and look understanding. I am not bad at it, you see, he and I are in such utter sympathy. Only just now I find it a little difficult to play up and take much interest in anything but myself." "Poor dear," said Amy, touched by the frank egotism of her avowal. "But Jeremy mustn't be bored on any account, so I look to you and Mr. Johnson to supplement me. I hear steps outside, someone coming to bother you, Amy. It is too early for Jeremy. I'll fly." She rose heavily, and Amy thought the expression she used pathetic. "I don't care for anyone to see me like this, though I dare say it's only one of the villagers." She departed by the kitchen door as her husband and Mr. Johnson came in from the garden. "I have brought Johnson over to dine and sleep," said Mr. Dand. "Lured him with the promise of a good dinner, your last." "Nonsense, Jeremy. Dinners are no lure to me. I detest the whole wretched gourmandizing business," sighed Mr. Johnson. "Why on earth are we plagued with this ridiculous machinery of mastication and assimilation? Why is our finer nature saddled forever with this wretched internal economy, blundering, tentative, and incoherent like London, the despair of county councillors, with its tangle of abortive streets and atrophied channels of communication? You would have God Almighty Haussmannize the body, eh, Johnson? No, no, leave us the romantic uncertainties of the cecum, the grosser tragedy of the great intestine. That ought to go like the House of Lords. And meantime, why don't you help my little temporary cook to stir that heavy mess which you are to enjoy tonight? Castle pudding, is it? Do you realize that she has to get all the rest of the flour in without adding any more liquid, for the eggs are all used and there's no help for her?" So saying, he left the kitchen, and Susan went out at the same time to pursue some really necessary avocation. Amy did not send her away. She wished she could have stayed, for Mr. Johnson was squinting, a trick he had when moved at all. She put her floury hands knuckle down on the table, cook fashion, and spoke first, a little in character, on purpose. I think you have chosen a very awkward day to come over, now when we are short-handed, just like a man. Jeremy brought me. Didn't I say, just like a man? He was in a great hurry to get away earlier than usual. Because we don't want him, I suppose. Miss Stephens, your tone in speaking of him. Too familiar, do you think? You do seem to have acquired an extraordinary amount of influence over him since we last discussed this matter. And you think it time to speak? I wonder, is it? Don't ask me, you must think it out for yourself. You are blushing, Miss Stephens. It is the heat of the fire. But, Miss Stephens, you don't fully realize what it means, if I communicate what I know. Perfectly. But couldn't you arrest the process and reassure me? Pull in, do you mean? Make him less comfortable? You willfully misunderstand me. No, I don't. That vulgar material fact of all our existences is the whole secret of my influence, if you want to know. Since I have been here, things have gone admirably from a domestic point of view. Mrs. Dand is a beautiful woman, but not a good manager, and her time has been occupied lately. Her husband does not know why, but I have become essential to him. This only, Mr. Johnson, is the magic I have used. She smiled nervously, deprecating the opinion of the little man who despised and who secretly admired her. In her mind's eye she still saw the objective of all her strategy, the little child, sitting strapped in a high chair in its nursery upstairs with its mouthful of currant bun. I am almost tempted to believe you. You had better, that is, if you care at all for your friend and his welfare. Of course I don't pretend to foresee the exact effect of your communication on him. He knows a good deal of it, but you evidently think that he will send me away at once and dispense with my services? Therefore I say that you, as his friend, should hesitate before you upset things. I have no right, that I can see, to sacrifice his happiness to his comfort. I suppose he can get another lady help. As you please, said Amy, who looked very tired. And for the present I am, as you know, cook here, and I must ask you to go and leave me in undisturbed use of my own kitchen. You are going to stay on to dinner, I hear, and I suppose you want something to eat. That depends on me. I promise I won't put poison in your soup, but I must say that I think you are very unkind to a working woman, and are not even actuated in the step you are taking by the best of motives. What do you mean? Said Johnson, the yellow in his puny face suddenly overridden with red. I mean that I see you have the reputed feminine vice of jealousy very much developed. The truth is, Mr. Johnson, you resent my presence in this house, not so much on moral grounds, but because, naturally, it diminishes your own, which once was paramount. You felt the same about Sir Mervyn Dymond. I cut you out there. Oh, I know it. Her sudden access of mental fatigue had led her into a false move. Mr. Johnson rose, and with a dignity not habitual with him, said, I cannot allow you, Miss Stephens, to cast a doubt on my motives. What you say is not true. Amy interrupted with sincerity. No, I know it isn't, but you do drive one so. Believe, he said, that I shall act in the matter as I think proper, and as my position as the tried friend of Jeremy Dand clearly entitles me to do. I consider nothing but his welfare, and you are obviously inimical to it. You are in truth a most dangerous and rusée woman, and I don't think better of you because I can't help admiring you. Mr. Johnson's involuntary compliment had no effect in checking the tears to which, in restrained fashion, however, Amy gave way when he had left the room. The stupid kitchen maid reappeared. Oh, Miss Stephens, don't cry. You to cry. Well, I never. I can't abide to see you cry. You that's always so kind. Amy cynically discounted some of Susan's palaver as symptomatic of the household's concurrence in Mr. Johnson's theory of undue influence, and their belief in her power with the master. She was shrewd, perhaps too shrewd, for the simple country girl's kindness rang true enough as, unsolicited, she brewed a cup of strong tea in haste and brought it to Amy. Mrs. Dand did not appear at table, but had a tray sent up to her room. Mr. Johnson was not one of the villagers, and she thought it very selfish of her husband to bring him in at a time when she was so terribly at a discount. Besides, she did not feel quite so well this evening. Amy's dinner was excellent. She was much too tired to partake of it. She looked happier, though, for she had found time to spend half an hour in the nursery after she had dressed, embracing and playing with the pretty nursling, to whom she might so soon be called upon to bid farewell. She did not suppose Mr. Dand would keep her for a moment if Mr. Johnson spoke. He liked her passably, but he believed in Johnson, and Johnson did not believe in her. Would he speak? Would he have the heart to ruin her? Even though he dared to suppose she had not resisted Sir Mervyn, he surely realized that she had been quite good during her stay here. Here she had 3 chaperones, in Cavendish Square she could have done what she liked. She had slept alone on the same floor with the lady killer. She had taken no care of her reputation. She was but a woman worker, not in society. It had seemed of no value to her at that time. With all these precious issues at stake, however, Amy foolishly took no pains to modify the slightly mocking, too triumphant smile that moulded her clear-cut lips as Mr. Johnson held the door open for her to pass out last when dinner was over. She knew that the flush which tears and her day-long exposure to the kitchen fire had left on her cheeks was becoming. Mr. Dand's eyes had told her so she sat opposite him for the last hour. He had paid her some unusually marked attention, and she could not help being a little elated by it. These tokens of the present favours of the Sultan for the meanest of his handmaids was not lost on Mr. Johnson, who looked correspondingly depressed and burdened by his secret. Amy feared and pitied him. Will he have the heart to give me away, she thought, as the door closed on her and the rest of the trooping skirts. Full of my good dinner? End of chapter 18. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 19 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The 2 men, left by themselves, settled into their chairs, and the host pushed the bottle along to Johnson with a friendliness that strengthened the latter in his resolve of protecting his friend from the machinations of the adventuress. His sense of proportion was almost neutralized by the melodramatic possibilities of the case he now felt called upon to deal with. "You look nervous, Johnson, almost hectic. Have some more port?" Johnson, who was not a wine drinker, confusedly filled what he called a bumper. He wanted courage, like most conscientious but imaginative men. "Dand, I want to talk to you about the young lady who lives here as your wife's companion." "Miss Stevens? Fire away. I like talking about her." "Too well." "Why? She is surely a most interesting young woman." "Oh, nobody would deny that. I am interested in her myself, from a novelist's point of view." "Pity your view is so circumscribed. From any other she is worth study." "Dand, you are difficult to—" "It is not particularly easy, I admit, to instill doubts, suspicions, scandals about people I like and value into my unwilling ear. That is what you are trying to do, isn't it? I think I know the tone." "And I know yours when you disapprove. It is painful to me to affront it. But what am I to do? I owe all loyalty to you." "Not at all. You have my leave to betray me if you like. If it would make things pleasanter. Indeed, I expect it. I am prepared for every variety of broken faith." "In me, Jeremy?" The author looked genuinely distressed. "In everyone, except perhaps in Amy. She is staunch to the little thin backbone." "I observe that you speak of her as a lover might." "But not as I might if I loved and were loved in return." He bent his projecting black brows on Johnson, the mimic warrior who was affronting a giant of simplicity. "Out with it, Johnson. I can see what you are driving at. Get on with your pretty tales against my poor little housekeeper. Here, let me fill your glass, you literary Judas, you." Will you hear me, Jeremy? Shall we not talk straight as man to man?" "Unfortunately, Johnson, I always talk to you as if you were a woman. As for expecting you to share my standards, I should as soon expect a strong sense of honour in a lobster as in a literary man. I can't help it if you feel insulted. You couldn't write at all if you were stiff on certain subjects. You and your like have to keep an open mind." "Maybe," replied Mr. Johnson placably. He was not so much poor-spirited as slavishly devoted to the man who was outraging his vanity. "To you, Jeremy, with your semi-barbaric code, your crude and overbearing set of principles derived, I suppose, from a historic ancestry, I can imagine that the economic and elastic standards that I work with must seem weak and inefficient. Still, I would have you know that but for my very strong sense of personal honour and what is due to myself, I should by now be married to this very Amy Stevens." His bomb failed. Mr. Dand took the announcement calmly. "And so Amy Stevens was not due to you. What does that mean? That she refused you?" "I did not ask her. I could not. She and I were fellow secretaries to the late Sir Mervyn Dymond, and lived in his house together, and were the first to find his body when he had committed suicide. It was at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she was there alone with him. I was offered £15,000 under his will if I would do as he wished and make her Mrs. Johnson." "It doesn't look much as if she had any hand in the making of that will. But I see the connection. I see the insinuation." Mr. Dand toyed with one of the old German claret glasses he was proud of, and broke it. "Odd, isn't it, Johnson, that all the women about me have a price set upon their heads? You knew about my daughter, did you not, and the painful matter of her taking off? Dyconson was glad to take plain Dulcie with 50,000. I paid that cheerfully to keep my Amy. She threatened to leave if I didn't make the young people happy. And now you tell me that you were offered 15,000 with Amy. A little less, but then she's the fairer woman, and yet you little yellow man, you jibbed at her." Both men rose. Both men were furious. Dand was pale. Johnson was yellow. He blurted out, "You are not, Jeremy, I must say it, you are not treating me seriously." "Don't be angry, Johnson, but sit down. No, I am not treating you seriously, but in the only way I can, and not break your head for you. As a person set up by the public to concern himself with the morals of private people, and encouraged to weave scandals about them." He sat down, laying his hand palm downwards on the fragments of broken glass that lay near his plate, with apparent complacency. "I will ask you, Jeremy, once for all," said the novelist, "and then I shall have done my duty and can retire from this horrible wrangle, whether you did in effect know of Miss Stevens' connection with that notorious man, and the construction that was put on it." "I will only tell you, Johnson, in reply, that Miss Stevens actually left my service in Paris to go into his, and that I put my own construction on that act, as indeed on every other. Will you have more port? No? Then we will join the ladies." "One word more, Dand. You are rushing full tilt on your own ruin." His voice rose to a squeak as the door of the room was opened by his impatient host, unexpectant of further controversy. "Quiet, quiet," said Dand, pushing him in again and holding the handle of the door. "I say again, don't be the prey of a too fecund imagination. I beg your pardon. You are the best of fellows, Johnson, and it isn't your fault that you are an author. Indeed, you could have been nothing else. But you do seem to me to see everything through the spectacles of the court missionary at Bow Street. I have taken your little tiresome excursions into the police court in good part. You happen to have told me something that I didn't know, and knowledge is power. Now I will tell you something, and tell it you in your own way. Amy has not fallen in love with me, does not think of love in connection with me, has therefore no motive for breaking up my happy home. You know I am not the kind of man who batters at a woman's affections. I leave women alone unless they meet me halfway. The reason I have not been able to accomplish Amy's ruin is this, that I have never for one moment succeeded in touching her imagination, any more than you did when you had the privilege of living for 3 months together in the house with her. Amy and I have been domesticated here for a year and a half, time to make a hole in a woman's heart if one is ever going to do it. But women are only won through their de-blanked imaginations, you ought to know that. Amy has seen too much of me from a domestic, unromantic point of view. The bloom is off me, through hard wear of cheque signing and wage paying and heavy fathering. She loves my child, lucky little beggar. Hullo, what is the matter? For the door that he had been holding to, instead of catching the hasp while he finished his sentence, was pushed violently from the other side, and Amy's face appeared in the opening. "Oh, Mr. Dand! Edith!" "Yes, what?" "The doctor's here. He called in. He expected it seems. He is attending to Lady Meadrow." "What's the matter with her?" "Fainting or something. It's nothing, I think." "I'll come," said the master of the house dryly. "Poor Edith. Her mother wants to rob her of the honours of her own particular scene." End of chapter 19. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 20 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Amy loved a nursery low chairs, nursery high fenders, and the hygienic absence of bibelots and heavy furniture stuffs that usually distinguishes an apartment consecrated to the use of the young. She would sit sometimes of an evening in this plain, low-ceiled room and think. She never dreamed. The patient fire, hedged in by its protecting rampart of dull wire and gleaming brass, the bare boards of the floor strewn with a homely litter of toys, soothed her with absence of teasing decoration. There is often a sense of repose to be found in the neighbourhood of young animals, washed, fed, and assuaged. The great St. Bernard and the little Erina were always quiet and peaceable after tea. Mr. Dand, when he could get away from his work in time, never failed to come to the nursery, expecting to find the woman whom he had set up as goddess of the hearth in her place, prepared to soothe and solace. He was seldom disappointed. He could every evening, if he cared to do so, learn the trivial household news of the day from Amy, who held the ends, as it were, of all the domestic tapes, and could reel them off for him, lightly, merrily, giving to the few contretemps that occurred under her rule all their effective humour by way of minimizing them. Mrs. Dand, lying on the sofa in her boudoir, with her advanced novel, agreeably stupefied with the scent of the many flowers with which she chose to fill her room. "I think they have souls, don't you?" she would say, did not always know when her husband had returned. He did not intend her to do so, until, rested and smoothed down by half an hour with the pale, sympathetic companion, he would seek the handsome, exigeant wife, submit to her fussy recriminations and conventional archnesses, and present her with the obligatory book or spray of rare flowers or box of sweetmeats that he was now careful to bring her nearly every day from Oldfort. Edith noisily claimed to be so remembered. He was to show by gifts of this sort that he had been thinking of her during office hours, which he emphatically had not, or of Amy either. A hurried dart into a grocer's or a florist's or a stationer's last thing before he started for home did the trick, and pacified his wife. Amy, had she filled that position, would have had more sense than to entertain such an absurd notion of his marital duty. The maiden knew that men must work and women may, if they like, weep and remember the palmy days of courtship. Mr. Dand never brought Amy anything. She had all. She had his love. He had never given her a present, not even a book, yet Amy was a great reader. She was not very kind to books, and had the illiterate habit of turning down corners to mark her place. This practice disgusted Mr. Johnson, applied to the rare and recherche volumes in case G, which Amy, like himself, was made free of. She did not in the least appreciate Baudelaire and Casanova. It never occurred to her innocence that in allowing these masterpieces of morbid literature to be lent to her, She was giving possible detractors an opportunity of saying that Jeremy Dand was corrupting her mind. But Mr. Johnson, who might have been spiteful enough to say so, took very little notice of her. Mrs. Dand often rallied him in her heavy-handed fashion for neglecting Amy. She was bent on bringing them together. But he came less and less to Swarland. Amy pretended to suspect some attraction at Oldfort, and pleased Edith by chaffing him about it. She did not fear him. She feared no one now. She assumed she could read people's thoughts easily, and she read his in this way. He thought that the new baby, and the husband's gratitude to the wife for producing it, had finally anchored Jeremy Dand to domesticity. Her own pernicious charm was effectually neutralized by the long-desired son and heir. Life was established on a perfectly correct and desirable footing. Amy felt happy and at ease as she sat one coldish afternoon in the summer by the side of the tiny fire which the north country servant thought fit to keep up in the nursery grate. Little Erina was playing with her scripture bricks, at a dignified and independent distance from her dear Amy. She was getting old now. But the dog whose life Amy had saved, though not its figure, for its rheumatic crippled legs spread out on both sides like a spatchcocked chicken, and always would, lay asleep on the least bit of the gown of his protectress that it could collect. It was not proud, but then it was younger than Erina. A towel hung on the rail of the fender, and reflected its downy whiteness on the young girl's cheek. She was less pale than she used to be, a white rose that some cunning chemist had been trying to colour artificially. The chemist was ease, mental equilibrium, if not happiness. Though Amy was stouter, handsomer, she looked older. The habit of constant authority, the drag of responsibility, procured that inevitable alteration in her. A mission in life necessarily ages. The lazy arch of beauty is apt to disappear from the mouth that habitually domineers, albeit beneficially. Amy's lips were straighter, more like a bow than an arch. Her eyes still preserved their inwardness. People called her sly. The pose was not attractive. No woman would have consciously adopted it. It meant that the young woman, exposed continually to the chances of attack, fenced in but by bluff and bravado, refused to allow the enemy points. She knew she could not afford to give these explicit indicators free play, and while gaining piquancy or beauty, risk to lose a good situation. Hers was the face of a fighter, hard, sharp, disingenuous, pathetic and fascinating. Jeremy Dand admired her, but in spite of himself. The full-blown, orchid-like beauty of Edith was the type he had preferred, and still preferred. He remarked, to-day, grudgingly, as he came in and threw himself into a chair, "You are getting quite a fine woman, Amy." "Am I stout?" "You are like a nice soft grey cat before a fire, palpitating with heat and comfort. My cat. My Amy. Shh! Deep in her bricks. I remember you when you first came here, a poor little discredited adventuress, all your moyens discredited, your eyes like some lean hungry dog. Somebody had kicked you. You were under the weather. And if it were not that I am acting up to my principles, making no trouble for you, exacting no love toll, there you would be again." Amy made another warning gesture in the direction of the child. "All right, I'll be careful to use long words. Here they are. Can you understand them? You and I, Amy, have been wise enough to abstain from the obvious, which is also the normal, and instead of taking the usual way out of the awkward hole into which we have got ourselves, we have hit on the best plan of all, to stay in it. Not many a pair of lovers could have hammered out such a clean solution of the problem as we have. As I have, that is. You have merely had the sense to fall in with my view quietly. That's your share. It is not difficult for you are so nearly passionless. You have, as it were, no traitor in the citadel. I hope this is vague and veiled enough for the tender youth at our feet?" "Not so very," said Amy apprehensively. "Well, but about your own feelings. Let me hear." Amy laughed. Do you really want confirmation of your easy assumptions? Go on, it saves trouble. You say my state of mind is so and so. What is the use of contradicting you? You would never believe me, and a man always says a woman is cold when he can't get her to flirt with him. Brutal but convincing. Sometimes, dear Amy, you talk like a bus driver. But please let me go on thinking you cold. Your physically correct and mentally rakish attitude is a necessary condition of our alliance. You are suggestive, not blatant. Enticing, but not maneuvering. Go on like this. Be careful to leave me in doubt. Don't excite my male arrogance. Don't plunge me into despair. Amuse me, but don't stimulate me, and all goes well. You know, said Amy, with apparent want of consecutiveness, I always think it looks shady when two persons who live in the same house think it necessary to resort to paper, to corresponding. Don't call it corresponding. You did not answer. Why should I? It seems to me that I have plenty of... that one has every opportunity of saying anything one wants to say, viva voce. Yes, but in a house full of women like that over which I have the honour to preside, and which you lighten with your presence, one is never positively sure that one will be free from interruption. One cannot take measures to secure it, of course. That would thoroughly flutter the dovecote. And I am a man who likes to finish his sentences. You might leave that to Mr. Johnson, Amy observed. But surely it is quite simple for you. You have only got to destroy them after you have read them. I destroyed it before I had read it, said Amy. Why? Somebody came into the room when I was reading it, and I put it straight on the fire. In the fire? Yes, but this was literally on the fire. The wind came down the chimney and took it and blew it up and out at the top, I suppose, for I never saw any more of it. It probably went over the country to Oldfort or Blois. I don't suppose anybody there would understand it. I asked you a question. What sort of question? An impertinent question. One I dare not ask you verbally, lest you think me inquisitive. A question whose answer I have sometimes very deeply at heart. Just now, my dear, as I look at you, I don't care. I am able to keep down the jealous savage in me and take you as you are, as I expect you to take me. But I don't take you, please remember, she said gently. No, you sheer off at once. You scent disloyalty to another woman a mile away. I don't believe that you have any principles, Amy, any rule of conduct except one, your duty to your neighbour, and a woman's neighbour is always another woman. Very true. They call that virtue refusing to poach in the real world. I don't think one has any right to interfere with vested interests. She indicated Erina. And the person who has pegged out a claim first, and cultivated it, though it's only a claim, should be left alone. But I own that there doesn't seem to be any particular reason why two persons who have elected to be each other's supreme interest... What a way to describe falling in love! Why will you dot the I's? Well, I say I don't see why they shouldn't pool that interest and take bravely their chance. Chance of what? Of pulling it off. Of being happy or unhappy together. When you speak so, it makes me want to ask you that question verbally. Ask it then, she said boldly, but with some internal tremors. She was like a hedgehog, afraid that someone is going to touch its bristles. Men never would let well alone. Here in this house her aim was to avoid personalities, to escape compliments, to evade analysis and grounds for introspection, but her zest for casuistry was constantly leading her off the safe platform of generalities. No, it has nothing to do with me after all. A detail unworthy of you and of me. The truth about something not very vital, a mean preoccupation of mine. We are not on those terms and never shall be. Besides, you are you with all that it took to make you. Here's nurse come up from her tea. I must go and change. The nice fat woman was trembling all over. What's the matter, Janie Somerville? Asked Amy kindly. Miss Erin, put that box of bricks of yourn away in the cupboard, said Janie Somerville prudently. The cupboard was at the other end of the room. Well, we all like you, miss, all except that Cockney cat that looks after the boy, you know who I mean. And she's been telling us that she got something you'd be fair glad to have, Miss Amy. A bit of paper, says she. Did she show it you? No, Miss Amy, couldn't get it from her nohow. It's a letter written by the master, seemingly. Who to? She wouldn't tell us, the brazened creature. She had it in the front of her dress. She kept crackling at us all the tea time. My word, I'd have liked to tear it off her wizened body, that would I. And Susan and Bessie Andrews, too. We're all o' your side, Miss Amy, and we don't none of us care a brass farden what you've been and gone and done. Not if you was as black as that coal, we shouldn't go against you. Thank you, Janey, but I have done nothing, and I am not black. Don't you take any notice. These sort of threats never mean anything but spite. Say no more about it, or she will think she has frightened me, and will be coming blackmailing me. I must be off to dress now. Amy talked too intimately to servants, and she forgot that the innocent country girl would not be likely to know the meaning of the ugly word, which had stayed over with her from the old life. Only an hour ago she was congratulating herself on having left that life pleasantly behind, Mr. Johnson the one witness of it, pacified and innocuous. Now it was all back again. A compromising letter, servants' whispers, servants' condolences, all the materials of a horrid local scandal, and poor innocent Amy Stevens in the midst of it, the heroine. She knew she was innocent, technically of course, but how inconceivably foolish she had been, and therefore not innocent, for in her eyes folly was the worst of crimes. She had been weak, flirtatious, commonplace. She had allowed this crank, this queer, fascinating man, in whose house she lived, to drag her by silken ropes of satisfied self-love into an equivocal position, untenable, indefensible, in the eyes of the non-elect of the spirit at any rate. Who that heard it, and they would all hear, would be able to grasp the significance of the extraordinary ultramundane terms on which these two persons had chosen to base their intercourse? Their alliance would be set down as an ordinary vulgar flirtation, or worse, a guilty intrigue, and no one would realize, except herself, that vanity, not love, had been its mainspring as far as she was concerned. Jeremy Dand had pampered her starved self-esteem just as he had fostered her physical health and encouraged her to take tonics and flesh foods. He had given her consideration, he had given her sympathy, and he had insisted on throwing love in, an unconsidered quantity. She had tacitly, but only tacitly, so as not to offend him, declined the love, but she had accepted the consideration and the sympathy. She was an hungered, and she ate of the delightful food of intellectual community. I got it all on false pretenses, she thought, cad that I am. She had never loved him, and she felt nothing but anger towards him now. It was his fault that this bomb had burst into the midst of their peace and quietness. Her own carelessness had been the fuse, but that was all. Why had he insisted on writing to her, in spite of her strict discountenancing of any of the paraphernalia of intrigue between them? Manlike, he had inconsiderately gone his own way in one of those vital trifles which wreck peace and stability far more surely than the big risks that lovers take, in fear and trembling. She was not fatuous enough to imagine that Jeremy Dand had acted thus imprudently because he cared for her as much as he did, or even thought that he did. The material facts of his existence were against anything of the kind. His particular mode of life could not but paralyze the springs of feeling. Accidental, fleeting emotions alone could touch him. She saw how it was. She was a woman on the spot. She was fairly pretty, and not unamusing. He had noticed her. Why not? She supplied a wholesome interlude to the main interest of his life. He grouped her with other ameliorations of his state, with change of air, a charming concomitant of his Saturday to Monday. But he was a miser in grain. He liked money for its own sake. He enjoyed collecting it and seasoning its squalid, brassy taste with the pleasure of the chase. To this ignoble end he was willing to spend the greater moiety of his days in a stuffy office in a smoky city, among dapper clerks and superintendents and businessmen, while his eyes, of beauty unfulfilled, rested on the staring columns of soulless ledgers, and his ears were assailed continually with the unmusical shriek of railway trains passing to and fro almost under his windows. What a stereotyped life! His affairs of the heart, whatever they were, must be got through in the few hours of the day absolved from business, allotted to repose and relaxation in the country. He literally had not time to love. Amy, unique among women, realized the tendency of the age to Americanize even the tender passion. The old, thoroughgoing, exacting, dallying form of mental exercise must mend its pace nowadays or be left out of the list of amusements. By all the laws of romance, a hero of a novel should not work for his bread or divide his attention in any way. But the amatory crises of the lover of today, their depth and intensity, can be determined merely by the amount of energy left over from the day's demand. A brain that has dictated several dozen of typewritten communiques, sent replies to 100 or so of terse telegrams, is apt to look on love letters merely as the personal form of correspondence that it is obligatory to indite by hand and with diminished tension. Jeremy Dand's office held him prisoner strictly till 6 o'clock. Short shrift, then, for the services of the heart and its needs in the devitalized hours succeeding. Edith Dand had never grasped this fact. She was a young, old-fashioned woman. She always contrived to suggest by her manner, if not by her speeches, that she expected great things of her husband, leisurely combinations of sentiment, calm appreciations of delicate shades, and grapplings with delicate situations that she actually strove to create for him. One must never let a man go to sleep, she was known to have said. Thus on principle she prodded him up continually with unexpected assertions of femininity. She even permitted herself to be arch. He took refuge in the sullen good humour, the brutal impartiality of attitude towards demonstrations of all kinds which had become natural to him. A man cannot live in the house with 3 women without growing pachydermatous. The peace was kept. Only Amy realized that by the time the master of the house returned home at dayfall, a gentle slack piece of run-down mechanism, he wanted no immediate winding up. He was all unfit for amatory treasons, plots, and stratagems. He was feebly inclined to play at everything, including the game of passion. Amy soothed and charmed him with her placability, her passivity, the result, had he but troubled himself to discover, of the sheer paleness of her feeling for him or any man, and of her very determined avoidance of the shoals into which even her slender amount of vanity might lead her. She had been circumspect with the greatest ease. She took it as the guarantee of her immunity from amorous infection. Mr. Dand was her friend and benefactor. The arrangement was his, not hers, but she did not deny to herself that the innocent intrigue had amused her. But she had wanted no nonsense of love letters. Not a particle of her entity connived with him or rose up and justified him in this act of supreme and unnecessary folly. It was going to cost her a home. Amy was thoroughly annoyed, both with herself and with him. Men are always selfish and careless, but she, the woman, far-seeing, prudent, what had she been doing? Why had she allowed herself to be lulled into a sense of false security by Jeremy Dand, who was a good actor, and who had assured her continually that it was all right? It was not all right. It never could be all right to ally oneself with another woman's husband, even on the most moderate terms. These platonic arrangements between men and women were never worth while, and always came to grief. Why, in the name of her own dear-bought wisdom, had she let herself be caught thus, lazily philandering, leading a double life in the interests of a passion that did not even exist, gyrating round and round a sort of Humbert safe, empty in spite of the man's easy assumptions of all amorous securities. They did not love each other. Jeremy Dand would not care to marry her even if the famous incriminating letter should supply valid grounds for a suit to be brought by Edith Dand. Moreover, Amy knew well enough that Mrs. Dand would not, even in that unlikely case, have the heart to part from her husband. She would not even think of applying for a divorce. She loved him too much, and she believed too strongly in herself and her power to chase the image of another from his heart. Womanlike, she would insist on his throwing Amy over, and having removed the partner of his folly, would at once apply herself with supreme force of vanity and patience to annihilating all traces of the influence of her rival. Dand would be obliged to let her go. The man always gives way in such cases. Their friendship, this declared love even, would count as nothing. She would be paid her wages in full, and perhaps a little over, and then driven forth, away from the child, prohibited from all further communication with the thing she cared for most in the world. She dressed and went down to dinner. End of chapter 20. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 21 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Cockney nurse approached Edith Dand as that lady, in pursuance of her scheme of long-winded and elegant recovery, lay booked and flowered and scented on the sofa in her luxurious bedroom, with its double door and small antechamber between, that isolated her from the rest of the house as if she had been a favourite sultana. The nurse was that pitiful compromise by way of being a lady. Her face was warped and twisted out of all simplicity by adherence to supposed fashionable standards, and deference to a gentility strangely at odds with the customary abuses of the trade. "Excuse me, miss. I beg pardon, madam, but you do look so ridiculously young. I found this paper caught in the upper twigs of the privet bush by the garden door." "What? Whose is it?" "It has no particular beginning, Mrs. Dand, but I can see the expression 'Dear Amy' about halfway down, which leads me to suppose it is a letter—" "Dear Amy? Well, you must give her letter back to Miss Stephens, then," Edith Dand said in tones of disappointment. "I think you ought to see it first, Mrs. Dand." "I don't read other people's letters." "One isn't quite sure it is a letter, Mrs. Dand." "Well, read a teeny bit out to me and I'll judge. It can't be anything important. Begin just anywhere. It is to Erinna, probably. Or perhaps, I didn't think Amy had a lover here." Her thoughts flew to Mr. Johnson, and she smiled knowingly. The nurse cleared her throat and began, her small eyes scintillating with the consciousness of devastating knowledge. "I am quite good, dear Amy, but I cannot help having my thoughts. Sometimes as I sit by you on that long garden seat that you have banished me to the very other end of, I take to watching you. You look like a white, long-stemmed flower that if a man were to clutch and crush to him, he would simply break and render of no avail. What would you do if I kissed you? Would you shut your eyes or screw them up, as you always do when you are trying something difficult or disagreeable? You are attractive in your unconsciousness of appeal, so weakly, unknowingly feminine that I, who have vowed to let you grow on quietly, reputably, cleanly in your Artemis-like grace and calm, I suddenly find myself descending to the sties and slums of a man's secret mind, and there I am, basely wondering if you are deceiving me, and do actually hold the key to all knowledge. Why is your speech so open, and your glance so private, so elusive? Perhaps, beloved, you are not so much Artemis as Alcmena. That old Jupiter of a Sir Mervyn—" Mrs. Dand stopped her ears theatrically. "You needn't read any more, nurse. It's a disgusting letter, whoever wrote it. Let me look at it. I may know the handwriting." She did recognize it. She fell back on her cushions with aggravated violence. "Brandy!" she murmured automatically, and drank it with the fierce concentration of the habitual abstainer. Then she raised her head proudly. "Put that letter into an envelope and address it to Miss Stephens." The woman did so. "Now bring me my child." The nurse flew from the room, and Edith Dand lay back on her satin pillows and murmured, "The tragedy of my life! I am left alone with the tragedy of my life." She said no more aloud, but mentally repeated the tragic ringing sentence a third time. It was like a raft that she clung to in this shipwreck of her vanity. Here it was at last, her husband's infidelity. She had not expected it, yet she had awaited it long, like the old lady, her burglar. She had been buoyed up by her intense conviction of its impracticability, as the householder relies on his bolts and bars against the villainous centre bit. And at last it was here. She must grapple with it. Enfeebled by illness, she must do the best that could be done, for herself and for her husband. But it was very hard, for she was by way of loving the monster that threatened her peace. When the slimy creature raised its head, it bore the features of Amy, her whilom good angel, Amy, whose strange, enigmatic personality had become an indispensable part of her surroundings. In truth, she did not know how to be angry with Amy, the villain, the supplanter, the destroyer. Such big words hardly suited Amy. Amy was too mean, too humble, little more than a servant after all. Edith began to feel she was doing her too much honour. Why, she had only been got into the house in the beginning as a sop to the first wife's spoilt daughter, whom it was the stepmother's interest to propitiate in easy ways. Then, when Dulcie married, they had foolishly kept Amy on. They had not quite liked to turn the poor girl adrift, and there was no denying that she was useful. Mrs. Dand blamed herself for becoming so familiar with an insinuating middle-class young woman, with no references, no connections, but with her way to make, her bread to butter, and her passions to gratify. It was doubtless part of Amy's plan from the very first that the mistress of the house should become intimate with her. It made it so much easier for her to flirt with the master. The blind matron had stupidly fallen in with the maid's plan. No, on the whole, Edith fancied that Amy was too cold to care for flirtation for its own sake. It was her craving for power that had led her into error. She was a manager born, a martinet. From the storeroom to the library, every department of the household must sooner or later submit and come within the circle of her control. It was merely in pursuance of the strongly implanted grabbing instinct that she had raised her eyes and attempted Jeremy's love. Jeremy was far too important and too nice to be let alone. Then she had been caught in her own toils, for Jeremy had conquered and not fought. He never really did make love, with effort like other men, but relied solely on his fascination, the surest, safest way. Edith hardly knew how she herself came to be his wife. He had never actually proposed, but had just signified his willingness that marriage should be talked of between them. But it had seemed inevitable the moment he had condescended to give the matter his attention. Amy, like everyone else, had been attracted by the splendid male, and had not rested till she had practised on his affability and got him to flirt with her and write her letters like this. The kind of letter implied the kind of woman, a sly creature who never did look anyone fairly in the face. Those wretched sidelong glances out of a pair of quite mediocre eyes that did not bear looking into. A low predatory type of flirt. A woman with no spirituality in her nature, in spite of her mouth, which gave her, perhaps, a better character than she possessed. Inherited, probably, and soon to grow coarse. "Yes, I can disentangle it all now," the wife mused, drying her eyes. "My poor dear Jeremy. One must not forget that he is a man and not a disembodied spirit. He is of course subject to a man's horrid passions that we women need know nothing about. Amy answers to his lower nature. She has simply allowed him to make her the outlet of it, for I am convinced that he never would have allowed himself to write me a letter of that description, even in the exciting days when he was courting me. Such a disgusting production that I could not allow the nurse, who seems a decent, respectable woman, to go on with it. Bringing in Sir Mervyn, too. My horror! Jeremy knows I won't stand any allusion to him, from mamma or anybody. No nice woman could permit herself to receive such a letter. Men will write them, but there is no need for us to encourage that dreadful side. She had unconsciously begun to rehearse her speech to Amy, her great speech. She must of course speak to Amy most seriously, poor girl, before she sent her away, and read her such a lecture on social purity and the task of all good women in furthering it, as Amy would never forget. She must give her some hints of conduct that would be useful to her in her next place. She would descend into the depths of materialism. She would wallow there for Amy's good, the pure to the impure. Amy would probably, in consequence of kind management, take a turn for the better, and do very well in someone else's house. She was certainly all right so far as the sordid details of the menage were concerned. That was the worst of it. Mrs. Dand realized that she was going to dismiss on moral grounds the very best housekeeper a woman ever had. Very awkward. One suffered for the right. Should she wait and look round for another housekeeper first? That would be practical, but immoral. It would never do to have her about the house, even another month. No, one must not allow personal considerations to influence one. One must be strong. She lay back languidly. It was hard that this duty should fall on her, the weakest, who had but lately gone through a physical crisis of the first importance, and produced a living son. She had just given a child to this man who was spending his time in writing queer, unusual, morbid love letters without beginning or end to another woman. Ah, Jeremy had not chosen his moment well. Surely mere considerations of gratitude for the discomfort and even peril she had undergone in his interests, a son and heir, might have prevailed on him to forego his low pleasures for a season, while his poor wife was suffering for his sake. But men refused to think of these things. He had simply been worried by her danger, not touched by her devotion, and he had been so much and unavoidably left to himself at the time. That was it, poor Jeremy. It was her enforced absence from his side, and inevitable withdrawal from their mutual pursuits, that had been the cause of his backsliding. She had hated having to be cross with Jeremy, and was delighted to have hit upon this excuse for him. She had only one person left to be angry with now. On that person must be poured all the vials of her wrath, for it was plain enough how it had happened. Naturally, she had not been with Jeremy as much as usual. She could not potter about the estate with him, or take an interest in his collections, or share long walks in the country. He had, in consequence, been bored to death and had solaced himself with naughtiness, like a child who teases the dog, or plays with beggar children, or empties watering pots on its pinafore when it is left to play alone. He had fallen back on the society of Amy, the only other woman about the place who was under 60. Amy had not been slow to see her advantage. She had at once pressed it and had succeeded in gaining an influence over him. Only a temporary influence, that a wife could blow away with a breath once she was about again. He could hardly admire Amy, plain, long-nosed Amy, without a tithe of Edith's beauty that he had always taken a pride in decking and fostering. He bought her lovely jewellery, and insisted on her wearing it with the right dresses, himself indicating the harmonies in every case. He had never given Amy jewellery. Amy's neck was always bare, and she hadn't a thing that even looked like a present. Here Mrs. Dand remembered a compliment that her mother's lover, old Sir Mervyn Dymond, though she hated him, she had remembered his words, had once paid her. "Child, with that neck and figure, you should rule empires." Well, she had not lost that figure, although she had borne 2 children. She had made some sacrifices of her immediate comfort to its preservation, even lately. One must consider one's body. the fair temple of the soul, and suffer for it if need be. Some women are reckless and let their figures go, but it should not be counted unto them for righteousness. Beauty has duties to itself. Her thoughts were drifting. She was doing too much thinking. That was wrong just now. There was no hurry. Amy had been with them for 4 years, and there was no harm done, and a great deal of good. All the horrid housekeeping taken off her hands. She would soon be downstairs again, and Amy's little game put an end to. Was that an old letter the nurse had read? How long had it been hanging in the privet bush? It was astonishing how lazy, how unenterprising she felt. She looked at her chronometer. It was 6 o'clock. She heard the crunching of the wheels of her husband's motor on the gravel below her window. He did not generally come round to the front? No matter, he would be in her room in a few seconds now. He always came straight up. Her warrior had returned, safe from the scuffle and fight of the day's work. He had won heroically through the long hours of moral squalor in the city office, situated deep in the dusty heart of Oldfort. People called Jeremy the king of Oldfort. He held the strings of everything. Such confidence did his chief, rich old Lord Gould, repose in his capable right-hand man. His wife realized only partially what the business day of her husband's was like. The exceedingly workable view of it had been well rubbed into his womenkind by Dand himself. They all knew that he fully expected to return, day after day, as it were, to a peaceful haven, a nest of singing birds. The ladies were to get all their quarrelling over before the toot of his horn, as he entered the park gate half a mile away, could be heard. Edith was quite aware that she was expected to be very kind to her foredone knight of the moneybags, to unbuckle his armour and metaphorically take his weary head in her lap. She had never failed to fill her post adequately. Then why give her an understudy? She had no need of one. She was perfectly equal to the position of soft, sympathetic, untroublesome chatelaine. Jeremy was a very good-tempered man, if you gave him his own way, and she had always done so. He always let her be nice to him, and he was nice to her. She had the softest hands in the world, he said, hands that were mesmeric and could almost cure a headache. He paid her many a measured compliment. He was au petit soin always, an admirable husband. Once jar him, however, and no one could tell what he might do. He had a bad temper, for all he was so gentle. Must she worry him the moment he came up, his heart bounding with pleasure at seeing her again, with complaints of his housekeeper? But he did not come up. The motor had trundled off to the garage long ago, or else she would have supposed he was talking to the man about it. It was late, too. He had been detained at the office. All the more reason to make haste to her. She began vaguely to realize what Amy had realized long ago, that for Jeremy, the wifedom that she represented, and domesticity in general, remained in utter abeyance till 6 o'clock, and that curtain lectures were a luxury which she must learn to forego, as they had gone completely out of fashion in the stress of modern business existence. Tiresomely as circumstances had contrived to arrange themselves, it would have been sheer cruelty on a wife's part to insist on articulating her difficulties, or even her woes, in the face of his fatigue. Edith had not, until to-day, had any very important matters to discuss with Jeremy, but she saw plainly enough that she would not be able to get at him to-night. All he wanted of her at this hour, all he would tolerate just now, were relays of trifling conversational items, a little music, and mild reference to his children and other fads. She must wait till next day. Next day he would be off again early, before she was up, and so it would go on, till the cycle of the week was completed. Then Sunday, the day of rest, more fads and soft conversation. He thus was enabled to evade every situation as it occurred. The office was a fine derivative. The man who used it in this sense was in no danger of losing his temper, and could well afford to be urbane. Looking back, she saw that this mutual attitude of theirs explained a great deal. It explained why they had been able to get through 8 years of married life without a quarrel. She had never thought of this before. What a time Jeremy was in coming to her! She began to fret and fume. He had been in the house for quite half an hour. Where did he go when he came in? To Amy? Was it possible? Then she must really take some notice of it. Things could not go on like this. She must consult her mother, whose whole life had been, regrettably, one long series of divorces manqués. Lady Meadrow had tried hard to get rid of her first husband, but in vain. The poor eager lady had had to wait till he died to marry Sir Flaxley Meadrow. Her experience might be of some service at this juncture, though of course Edith was not thinking of divorcing Jeremy. There was the personage whom they all called Jeremy's mother to be informed, but hardly consulted. Of course she would take Jeremy's side, if not Amy's. So might Edith's own mother. No, her duty was clearly towards her own daughter, and she had plenty of good feeling, if a little haphazard in distribution. Someone knocked. Tremulously, Edith bade, "Come in," and the door opened, revealing Amy, carrying the new baby, kindly but gingerly, because she did not love it. "Oh, Amy, you!" was all the mother could say. "Why not me?" "I don't know. Everything seems to come at once. I heard Jeremy below hours ago. Why don't you run down and welcome him?" Amy might have realized that something was wrong, only that in spite of the volume of fateful meaning she tried to throw into it, Edith's voice would behave in the most natural manner. "He comes home quite regularly every day," said Amy, "so I see no reason why I should treat him as if he had come back from Paris. It would be just the same if it were Vienna or St. Petersburg. I am quite hardened to travellers returning in this house. Here, take it." She held out the baby. "Nurse came to me and said you had asked for it." "So I do. It indeed. I want him to kiss. He is all I have now. Why didn't Brown bring him herself?" She seemed anxious that I should have an opportunity of dropping it. "Why do you want to make an emotional excuse of the child?" she asked scornfully, standing by the bed. "You'll squeeze the life out of the poor little wretch if you don't take care." "A mother's love can never hurt her child, Amy, do you think?" "I don't believe in kissing, as you know." "Oh, don't you?" said Edith Dand, who had not the courage of her spite, and spoke in so low a tone that Amy failed to catch the words. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" she asked at the door. "Kindly tell my mother, Lady Meadrow, that I want her." "Yes. Your mother, Lady Meadrow, is busy writing her memoirs on the very best sermon paper." "Amy, I really cannot jest with you to-day. My head—" She had meant to say heart, but something in her throat seemed to get directly in the way of any approach to an explanation with Amy. Besides, she had settled not to speak yet. She had a certain dread of loss of power, of the dissolution of strength that would be entailed by the dissipation of her knowledge. She took a childish pleasure in the temporary husbanding of her treasures of accusation, and the withholding of a statement that, when she chose to make the public free of it, could not but produce effects which might considerably alter the lives and the policy of all concerned. End of chapter 21, read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 22 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Lady Meadrow, in spite of her unknowable age, was really a pretty thing to look at. She had from her childhood enjoyed that ash-coloured hair that is never supposed to turn grey, and this well-known fact, oft reiterated by her, lent her mildly conceived and well-executed wig conviction. She had kept her figure passably, and showed it, for she had been lying down, and wore a French peignoir of the unbraced variety that is such a sartorial pitfall to the advanced in years. No one managed impromptu flapping effects better than this heroine of 100 courts, and she knew it, and used them freely. Amy said you wanted me, dear, so I left off my before-dinner sleep and came straight to you. Yes, I must speak to you, Mamma. Have you your salts? Why, dear, aren't you feeling well? No, Mamma, it is for yourself. I have lived with this thing for nearly an hour now. I am hardened. Good gracious, what thing? Has it anything to do with me? No, Mamma, with your unhappy daughter alone. When a woman takes to speaking of herself in the third person, the most matter-of-fact listener realizes that the true tragic note is being struck, and Lady Meadrow, who had, as she said, sat on the boiler all her life, was prepared for any unexpected development arising from men's insurgent passions and women's attitude towards them. She sat down on the bed and folded her lace flaps round her. Speak, darling. Mamma, of course you have a lot of experience. Yes, dear, I have lived and loved. Io son stato molto amata, as poor Maria Stuarda said on the block. Oh, how Ristori said the words! I sometimes sigh for those days when all Europe was ringing with my name. I was made for lovers, broils, and entanglements. But, dear, what is it? You must not let me run on. To have been loved by Sir Mervyn Diamond alone. Don't let me see you making a face, Edith. Was a liberal education. No, I don't believe you will find me at fault on any point connected with what is, after all, the motor spring of our poor feminine existence. Your difficulty is, of course, man. Well, with that tricksy sex, it is a case of bear and forbear. Let them have their silly little way. We get ours in the end. Be a comrade to them. Never worry or ask questions. Never say, "When are you coming again?" or "You never come to see me." How often one hears that wrecking phrase in drawing rooms, indeed in every room, never spoken, however, by a man's woman. Now, Mamma, you're off on your hobby. But I wasn't asking for an essay on male management. It isn't a case of that with me. I can manage Jeremy all right under proper normal conditions, but... What is it, dear? You frighten me. Only this, a mere trifle to you, I suppose. I have lost my husband's love. A woman has stolen it from me. Nonsense, dear. Love is never stolen, not in the lump. I mean, the store of it is so inexhaustible. It's like those leaf palms. You divide them when they get too big for the pot, don't you know? What you mean is that Raymie has been flirting. Of course he has been flirting. I wouldn't pay her the compliment of calling it more. You did call it more just now. Who is the creature? My paid companion. Isn't it degrading? Amy. Amy? Mamma, don't look so flabbergasted. Amy's the obvious person, surely. All the other servants are hideous. Yes, you take care of that. Poor Raymie. But I suppose, Mamma, you don't expect me to stand it. That doesn't enter into your programme of indulgence, does it? It's a great pity in every way. Poor Raymie. Poor Raymie again, and I'm to bear and forbear, I suppose. Well, I hope so, said Lady Meadrow feebly, seeing her way to a joke. It is better, surely, that you should than Amy. What do you mean, Mamma? Oh, I see. How disgusting. Not a subject to jest about. You simply spoil men, Mamma. But I happen to have a pretty high standard of morality, and I can't tolerate a Hagar in the house, as you seem to suggest. Amy must go. Amy go? Said the old lady, looking truly discomposed. Well, of course. I can't do with her false face meeting me at every turn. Her false face, is it? It's bonny enough, and I'm sure I don't know what we shall do without her clever fingers. Mamma, I'm ashamed of you. You are only thinking of yourself. And of you, dear, and your husband. Consider what a difference Amy's coming has brought about. My maid can curl your wig, said Edith unkindly. And cut Phoebe Bowman's corns, oh yes. But who will keep the house for us all? I will. You did before she came. It was not a success. Housekeeping virtues don't run in my blood, evidently. Remember, dear, that on several occasions during that truly awful period, I was obliged to tell you I did not think it would do, our all living together. I am not fussy or over-particular, I am sure, but a certain amount of comfort I must have, and since Amy came I have had it. Consequently, no complaints. But if you were to carry out your impossible threat, what would you do, Mamma? I should have to go and live somewhere else, and I am sure that Phoebe Bowman would follow my example. Of course I don't know, dear, if our united contributions to the upkeep of the establishment make any sensible difference. Raymie may be a great deal better off than he admits, but there it is. I should have to omit my humble contribution to the housekeeping and remove myself. That is, if you pig-headedly chose to part with the very best housekeeper anyone ever had. I don't say anything against her housekeeping, Mamma. It's excellent, and keeps you all well and good-tempered, and as you say, before everybody was so cross and gouty that it was awful. I like it myself, as you also say. Housekeeping doesn't seem to run in the family, but there is something higher to think of, isn't there? In the interests of abstract morality, I am afraid poor Amy ought to go. I don't see why you can't leave morality in the abstract, whined Lady Meadrow. I always did, I know. And anyhow, expediency in a house like this comes before morality. And by the way, what evidence have you got against our little friend? Servants' tittle-tattle? Oh, I have suffered from that myself. My dear, they will say anything if only you pay them for it. Their evidence is hardly accepted now, even in the divorce court, where it is generally all there is. My old parlour maid, that I had for over 12 years, got up as perky as you please and swore to lies about me. Flaxley paid her. It was, of course, the slight admixture of truth about them that made them so damaging. That was the bother of it. I myself had paid her well to hold her tongue, too, but nothing binds them when once publicity sets in. They love excitement, like the rest of us, and indeed, at one time, when all Europe was ringing with their mistress's name, it was enough to upset them. And I dare say these of yours have magnified trifles into something serious. Poor Amy is so very careless of appearances. She is so above board that she doesn't realize that she has enemies. And the way Raymie depends on her and trusts her is enough to make the other servants jealous. That's just it. So demoralizing. She likes to show off her power to them. I won't have it. All the servants take her orders more than mine, and it's absurd to talk of her having enemies. The boy's nurse, perhaps, isn't so entirely under her thumb as the others, and even she doesn't say that she has seen anything. She merely brought me a letter. It is there in that bureau. I have not really looked at it. You had better. It is from Jeremy to her. That's all I know. What are you suggesting, Edith? I certainly cannot bring myself to read any letter of Raymie's to another woman. He would get to know that I had, and he would never forgive me. And talking of letters, aren't you aware what nonsense clever people get writing letters when they once have a pen in their hands? It runs away with them. Why, Raymie has written the silliest letters to me, letters that I burnt at once lest they should make mischief. How tiresome of Amy to leave his about, and so unfair to a man. Oh, I wouldn't let a letter affect me if I were you. Deeds, not words. Depend upon it, if there were anything to hide, they would be more careful. But unsatisfied lovers are apt to spread themselves on paper. Old Sir Mervyn never so much as put pen to ink to write to me. He had no need. You needn't brag about it, Mamma. It was a pretty disgraceful state of things, and quite ruined my young life. I am not going to have my poor boy grow up under a cloud. I must put my foot down. If I don't, I see exactly what will happen. You will all encourage Amy, and pat her on the back and tell her to go on flirting with my husband. Of course I quite agree with you that it is only a flirtation, but you must admit that it is not very pleasant for a loving wife, for I can truly say I am that, to have to think that she can't suffice to her husband, even in details. Why are you laughing, Mamma?" "Because you are so funny, dear." "I don't see how I can be funny. I am not feeling funny, I assure you." "No, but you are so oddly naive for a daughter of mine." "I can't help being your daughter," said Mrs. Dand, who was now seriously offended. "And I have always thought, Mamma, that you took all these things too lightly. You got so used to the divorce court. You see things through quite a perverted lens. I think perhaps it will be best if I manage my own affairs. They aren't at all in your line, I see. I dare say I am old-fashioned. It is impossible to keep pace with old people nowadays. They have got so fast. Thank God I have some principles left. It is time you dressed, isn't it? I shall not appear at dinner. I think I've got a temperature." End of chapter 22. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 23 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. "Is that you, Jeremy's mother?" Edith asked next day in a willfully feeble voice, responding to a tap at her bedroom door. She lay in bed, sipping her morning tea. The baby had been with her, and had just been taken away. The old lady walked in, her moon face of calmest pink and white framed in the close, tightly frilled bonnet which she reserved for bedroom use. The lace strings of it were firmly tied under her chin. Her white silk wadded bedgown, with a silken rope round the place where her waist used to be, was properly and neatly fastened everywhere where a fastening could possibly operate. She did not approve of the flamboyant style of bedroom dressing, but sought the becoming nevertheless. Like the greater part of her clothing, a touch of cerulean blue was introduced into it. She considered pink meretricious, and left that colour to Lady Meadrow. Her soft grey hair was evenly parted on her broad white brow, that two deep horizontal lines of reflection intersected. She had once kept pace with modern thought, and read Darwin and Huxley. She had few other wrinkles. She stood now, a tall, not ungainly, but unyielding figure at the foot of Edith Dand's bed, and looked down on her as the pyramids might look down on the ages. "Isabella Meadrow informs me, in her haphazard style, that you are meditating a folly," said she. "Will you allow an old woman to address you on the subject?" "Oh yes, certainly," replied Edith Dand, raising herself a little on her pillows, and looking touchingly frail and weak beside the sturdy, firm-fleshed old woman at the foot of the bed. "Only please sit down, you look so tall." Mrs. Bowman smiled and obeyed her daughter-in-law. "It is very good of you to be willing to listen to me, for I do not myself believe in interference between man and wife. Only as my son himself is the delinquent, perhaps you will agree that I may take a personal interest in the readjustment of your relations." "Yes, Jeremy's mother, only we have not quarrelled as yet." "I'm glad to hear it. Then you have not spoken to Amy yet either?" "I am thinking it over. Indeed, I only want to do right." "I know you do, my poor child, but that is just where the difficulty lies. It is somewhat confusing in these modern days. The right is so much complicated with expediency. In my days issues were simpler. Now what with motors and electricity, stronger minds than ours may be pardoned for failing to see their way clear. But," she paused, "there is one sure guide." "I am sure you are sitting very uncomfortably," said Edith suddenly, seeing church talk ahead. "I am very well, my dear. Let me continue. The dear Dean used to say, I hear him now, 'God is love.' Now, if indeed all our actions are to be the outcome, are dictated by love, then it is pretty certain that we shall do nothing violent, nothing thoughtless, nothing unnecessary." "Then you want me to keep Amy too?" the wife blurted out. The old woman raised her hand. "Wait. I wish to consider this entirely from my son's point of view. He is my son, and the son of the Dean of Blois. Erratic, full of ideas as he may be, derived from the extraordinary and atheistical books he reads, but he is all the same fundamentally sound. The views he imbibed at his mother's knee are still with him. He is a man of honour as well as a clever man, and men of honour do not make love to inferiors living under their wife's protection. Establish that, and you clear away the serious part of the aspersion that has been cast upon him. He is not likely to forget what is due to himself." "I never thought it was more than a flirtation," Mrs. Dand said humbly. "Hardly that, I should say. The fruit of a servant's nasty mind. Really, you should not listen to servants." "I don't." "Very right. Well, then, about your attitude in this matter." "May I not choose that for myself, please, Jeremy's mother?" "You will do that in any case, Edith, for you are an obstinate little puss and always were. But after I have spoken, I hope that you will see reason to modify your ideas a little. Of course, your views are sure to be a little uncompromising as a result of your youth. You own to 27, don't you? I would not seek to probe you further. Anyhow, you are a mere chit to me, who have lived—" Edith Dand smiled quietly into the embroidered sheets at the parallelism discoverable in the substance of the 2 curtain lectures she had undergone in the last 24 hours. How these 2 wicked old women preached! But she was patient enough. Edith was always what is called good with old people. She lay quite still while Mrs. Bowman proceeded to burrow into the recesses of her past, and to give her the resultant worldly wisdom accruing therefrom, as Lady Meadrow had done the night before. "Perhaps, dear, you would not be inclined to believe it, but I was accounted an excessively good-looking woman when I was young." "I can quite believe it," the daughter-in-law answered politely. "I have not altogether kept my figure. One cannot expect that at 75, though Isabella Meadrow hopes to do so. But it tended at its best to the Junoesque. It was of the commanding order. The poet Browning once said of me that I was grandiose." "Well, Edith, my love, let me tell you, with all the physical gifts with which my Maker had been pleased to endow me, I should no more have thought of attempting in word or deed to, how shall I say, to circumscribe the area of the dear Dean's glances, or to limit in any way the scope of his attention, than I should have thought of flying. He had to be free. I knew he would not rove long." "But come back like a boomerang," said Edith, laughing. She was really quite amused. "But confess, Jeremy's mother, that you sometimes gave the partners of his crime a good talking to in the drawing-room after he had kissed them in the study." "Edith, my love, you must not permit yourself to be coarse. It never went as far as you suggest, though the Dean was an extremely handsome man, one of the most fascinating men of his day. And as for lecturing the poor vapid creatures who imagined they could supplant me, I sometimes did assure them in so many words that it was no good, that the dear Dean's affections were fast anchored in me, that he was faithful as a rock to the true faith. I was young and heedless then, but I was not above taking counsel and advice. I took all my difficulties to a very wise man, the future master of St. Frithioff's. He was canon of Blois at the time. A most reliable man, my mainstay in those days." "And your husband afterwards." "True. He admired me from the very beginning. He shared the feelings of the whole staff of the cathedral, canons, clergy, singing men even. There was one curly-haired bass, who became quite excessive. Then, when we went to Oxford, I can remember that in chapel every Sunday an unanimous prayer for me went up from 100 throats. One and all invoked heaven on the behalf of the gracious Phoebe Bowman." "And was there never any scandal about it?" "Scandal? And me?" Mrs. Bowman drew herself up loftily. "No. Neither as Dean's lady nor master's wife did any hint of blame arise. My ermine was unspecked. How should it? There was nothing behindhand about anything. My life was open and as straight as my parting, and that was an achievement, let me tell you, in those days." "Your parting is like a Roman road now." Do go on, Jeremy's mother. My dear child, I am telling you all this not to amuse you, though I dare say it is very interesting, but to substantiate my claim to know men and manners. It is as a woman of the great world that I venture to advise you, and this is my theory. I have observed that no man, not even the best of them, can dispense with variety in the blessings of female companionship. Like bees, they are apt to fly from flower to flower, seeking an impossible combination, sipping intellectual union from the one, admiration and flattery from another, and perhaps severe practical advice from the third. But having exhausted the particular virtue of any one of these, they fly back to the one woman they truly love and admire, the stand-by, the ne plus ultra, the one that has got them, and no mistake about it. There is a good deal in what you say, said the one who had got Jeremy Dand. And so what need you care that a little pale, unimportant creature, having happened to realize his ideal, not of beauty or intellect, but of efficiency, should usurp a corner of your province? Anybody fairly smart and clever has a great power, I grant you, but even then it is merely man's lower, comfort-loving nature she holds the reins of. It is she, indeed, who makes it possible for men to give all their devotion to high ideal qualities, and worship beauty in peace and comfort. A perfect woman nobly planned, to warn, or is it warm? To comfort and command. The kitchen. Wordsworth's words always seem to me to express Amy. Jeremy can't help appreciating Amy's qualities, as we all do. He sees that she is a born organizer, a mastermind at management of a house, supremely tactful, never putting herself forward except to be of use, neat, tidy, and dexterous. The old lady grew enthusiastic. Edith looked sour. There is nothing she can't do, from cooking a dinner and nailing up a creeper, to driving a motor and massaging me. Where the little thing learnt it all puzzles me. But think how nice it is for Jeremy, away the whole day as he is, to be able to feel sure that everything will go on wheels while he is gone, that his mother is comfortable in her old age, that whatever befalls, Amy is there, that if his child cuts herself, Amy can practice first aid and prevent it having lockjaw. And how the child adores her! Amy is so good to it, she is never out of the nursery or far beyond call. She sees to its food and its clothes. Both are admirably adapted. The nurse says she herself flies to Amy for everything and need never worry you with questions of management or nursery politics. Amy is just like a mother to little Erina. What's the matter? You are crying. For such maternal and housekeeping instincts as Edith Dand possessed were now insulted and wounded beyond endurance. Her sobs terrified old Mrs. Bowman, who flapped her hands about helplessly and pattered about the room looking for salts or ether. Don't, dear, don't give way so. It is so bad for you. Let me ring for someone. You dare! But what have I done? Good heavens! You will cry yourself ill, silly child. Come, dearie, you must not spoil your sweet eyes. All you've left me. Well, isn't it enough? Poor Amy, no one ever admires her eyes, or her mouth either. Jeremy does. I, his mother, assure you he doesn't. She isn't his type at all. He said so only the other day. Bluff. And that her nose was too long for beauty. Tcha, you said that my child loves her better than me. Did I? What an old fool I am. It was just a way of speaking. I wanted to make you... Oh, I know what you wanted to do. You were simply praising up all you know the woman who has insulted me, so that I should not dismiss her from my establishment. You adore her. You all adore her. I cannot bear it. Only as a housekeeper, dear, I appreciate her. And that is what we all feel about her. She has absolutely no personal charm. She is simply a good manager, that's all. So if I send her away, you will go too? I am sorry to say, dear, that I shall have no other option than to do so. But one hopes, dear Edith, that it won't come to that. I hope my tiresome sermonizing—" "Both your sermonizings! Mamma has been at it too. I think you have all gone mad. Or it is I. I certainly never thought when I took Amy into my house that she would turn out such a cockatrice." "And pray, what is that queer beast?" "It's what Amy is, an adventuress, and she has sent you all mad. Yes, an out-and-out adventuress. Where did she come from? Where did Jeremy pick her up? Suddenly she appeared in our midst. Jeremy procured her. I believe it has all been a plant from the very beginning. A low woman out of the streets." "No one ever saw an adventuress, of the type I suppose you mean," said Mrs. Bowman dryly, "with fewer personal advantages. Adventuress! A little pale, starved-looking girl like that! At least she was when she first came here. I took to her at once, and I hope I know what's what. Poor little thing! Trust my discrimination, Edith, and calm yourself. I am quite shocked at you. But I hope that what I have said— say the threats you have hurled at me—" "I hope my threat, and your mother's threat of leaving, since you will describe them so offensively, will have the effect of discouraging you in your plan of making a stupid fuss, and induce you to look it over this time for all our sakes. Did not I hear Jeremy inviting you to go over to Paris with him on Tuesday? Why not accept? And get some new things. You like clothes. Procure yourself some distraction. And meantime, I will have a talk with Amy and suggest prudence, more discretion. I know she has only been indiscreet." Mrs. Dand, tear-stained, shaken with sobs, had slid out of bed, and now stood up menacingly. "No, Jeremy's mother, you won't do that. I have not yet decided what to do. Not absolutely, though I am afraid it will not be what you want. But anyhow, if you or Mamma get in front of me and breathe a word of this to Amy, she goes, and at once. I hope I am still mistress of my own house." End of chapter 23. Recorded by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 24 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Mrs. Dand took her first long walk next day and asked Amy to accompany her. Amy was pleased, and her eyes glistened. She had nearly recovered from her alarm of the other day, and this sudden act of condescension on Mrs. Dand's part clinched the matter and made everything safe. Nothing had come of the town nurse's threatened revelations. The creature now avoided her eye, and Janey Somerville assured Amy that she had ceased from crackling papers and now took care to keep a civil tongue in her head. "She knows she hasn't frightened us, miss," the simple girl averred, "and she sees you going about the house as bold as ever, with your little bag full of papers in your hand, and the master giving you the key of the cellar, too. Anybody can see as you are not to be interfered with." It was true. Amy's credit in Mr. Dand's house had never been higher. She reigned supreme. She made lists, she handled money, she interviewed outside servants and gave them their orders. She even ordered Mr. Dand's clothes for him now, from his London tailors. The situation was at an end. Mr. Dand's letter had not been so incriminating after all, for the Cockney nurse had not thought it worth while to show it. All was well. Her spirits rose to becoming point. She had never in her life looked so handsome. The two old ladies stood on the steps of the house to speed the two younger ones on their way. Most of their solicitude was for Amy, very little for the recent invalid. "Good-bye! Get some roses in those pale cheeks," cried Lady Meadrow. "Have a nice walk. You need it. But mind, be back in time to do my foot," called Mrs. Bowman. "Oh, yes, Edith must not be out too long," Amy assured them. Edith was dull and calm, a little discontented looking as usual. And as usual she walked fast, with her head a little bent down. Amy counselled more deliberation. "You know there's no hurry. You must not overdo it." "Why do you bother about me?" said the wife. "Why should I not?" "It is just as if you cared about me." "I do." Not a pin. A brooch, a locket, a tiara, a great deal. You can't care for me, or you—" "Or I what?" said Amy. "You may say what you like, but I think I do truly appreciate you. I consider you an awful brick, the best woman I have ever known, and the most patient." "Yes, that I am," said Edith violently. "Because it must be rather trying, the whole arrangement, eh? Here am I, a mere outsider, taking on myself to boss your house for you, and you never get cross or order me out, but just sit still and look pretty." "Because if I did order you out," replied Edith, as one in a dream of sincerity, "I know that Jeremy would have you back again the next minute. You do it all so well, I don't deny that. No better than I could, only I have been ill and unable. However, as soon as I get over this, I mean to assume the reins again." "Will you?" "Shall you mind very much?" asked the other, bending a weakly inquisitorial gaze on her companion. "Yes," said Amy frankly, "I shall mind very much, although of course it is your right." "And you will help me, won't you?" "I'll try. But I'm afraid I shall not be able to work with you as well as I work for you. It isn't in my nature. I need a free hand to bring out all my capabilities." "And if it doesn't work, I suppose you'll go?" suggested Edith timorously. "I suppose so." The vision of her two mothers and their recent threats dictated to the poor young woman her next appealing phrase. "Oh, Amy, you have edged me out, haven't you?" "It isn't my fault, is it?" replied Amy sadly. "Sometimes I wish I had never come here." "No, it is my fault. And Jeremy's. He loves comfort. He has bad days when he wants everything nice. You fuss about him. I let you. I was wrong to be so confiding. How could I foresee that it would turn out so?" "But," protested Amy earnestly, "it hasn't turned out so badly, has it? Don't I give satisfaction? At least I have done you no harm, either to you or your house." "Truly, Amy, have you not? Oh, I must sit down." She felt that now she was reaching the kernel of the matter, and her knees threatened to give way. There would be a scene. Edith mentally enjoyed and physically dreaded scenes. They gained the summit of a tree-set hill, a kind of half-wild, half-encouraged hanger. Just off the path stood a log hut that Mr. Dand had once designed and built, pergola-wise. At least it was not draughty. Amy bestowed her charge in the warmest corner, and stood up in front of her. She could no longer blind herself to the fact that all was not well in the state, and judged it well to speak and clinch matters. "Yes," she said gently, "I can truly say that I have never done you an injury. You sound sincere, but then you always do." "Because I always am." "Sincerity may be your pose," said the other in vague reminiscence of some epigrammatic novel, "but—" "Out with it, dear." "Amy, don't attempt to terrorize me. You make me feel as if I could not say what has got to be said." "I can guess it." "Ah, can you? Then say it." "No, indeed. You must do your own dirty work. Accuse me and I will answer you." "Amy, my husband. Do you love him?" "No, I do not, though I don't see what right you have to ask me such a question." "Then—" The wife did not seem able to bring herself to frame the words of the corollary. She blurted it out at last. "Does he—" Amy finished her sentence calmly. "Love me, eh? That is hardly a fair question either. I can't be expected to answer it. Suppose you confine yourself to ascertainable facts. You can't assess love and its sum total." "Well then, Amy, will you deny that he writes you love letters?" "Oh, that's it, is it?" Amy whistled. "How can you take it like that?" "Nervousness. Pure nervousness. I beg your pardon. Have you the letter in your possession?" "I have. Why?" "Because I should like to read it, and I swear to you that it will be for the first time." "That can't be true." "It may sound strange," said Amy gently and seriously and kindly. She had got her balance again. "But it is so. The letter you hold was duly received by me and never perused. As a matter of fact, it flew up the chimney in a piece." What an extraordinary story!" "True, nevertheless. So, as you have read the letter and I have not, you had better hand it over, unless indeed, as you have taken the precaution of reading it, you think it would be bad for my morals." "It is not, it is," Edith stuttered. The fine phrases of blame conceived a while back in her spirit of rigorous Puritanism she now found it impossible to pronounce. "The letter makes no difference." "Doesn't it, though? You don't seem to think how nice it is for me to have an irresponsible sort of man damning me like that, without my knowledge or connivance. I knew the sort of letters he would write, and that is why I put this one on the fire without reading it. I didn't ask him to write it to me. In fact, I asked him not to do so, most particularly. I consider that he has behaved very ill indeed, getting me into this stupid mess just when I was going on so nicely and was so happy." "I can't help it if you were happy. You had no right to be while you were receiving letters like that." "That's right, women all the world over. It was your paragon wrote the letter, scold him. But you won't. No, you have only blame for me. Oh, how I do despise and detest women's way of going on. Unjust, unfair, uncharitable." She fumed as she paced the narrow limits of the pergola. "But my dear," Mrs. Dand murmured with upturned chin from her encompassing rugs, "you don't seem to realize, do you, that a man doesn't, as a rule, address a woman so familiarly unless she has given him a right to do so? You don't know your husband. He is bound by none of those tiresome laws of decency. He doesn't stick at anything, at least, as far as words go. I don't know what he said, but I call it striking at one in the dark, stabbing one in the back, letting one in for this sort of thing. I call it tactless, inconsiderate. But there, so he is, the most selfish man I know." "Hush, hush! I cannot hear you speak so of poor dear Jeremy." A smile broke over the wife's face. She was defending him, standing up for him. She was grateful to Amy for abandoning this wifely role to her, and felt a queer slavish kindness for the little pale virago striding about the log hut. Then her tedious righteousness came uppermost again, and she made a desperate appeal to the criminal, spurred on by visions of melodrama. "Amy, can you look in my face, his wife's face, and tell me that Jeremy isn't your lover?" "Yes, right in your face. He is not my lover in any sense of the word that matters." "Why should you qualify? But I believe you, Amy. But can you swear that you haven't encouraged him to flirt with you?" "Oh, I am not so sure about that. I haven't done wrong, but I have been very foolish, and it is all coming back on my own head. You are a nice woman, and I'll trust you, and you must trust me. You can. I have never done you any harm, or meant you any, on my honour. I've got honour, though I am not county, and only a companion." She swooped like a blue swallow in her dark serge dress and sat down beside Mrs. Dand. "I have never had your advantages, so how can you expect me to behave like a lady in this affair or in any affair? But I can be honest, and I will. We can talk as woman to woman and discuss it quietly." "I don't quite see how I can discuss my husband with you," said Edith stiffly. Amy turned pale and rose. "As you will," she said sadly. "I only know that I was quite willing to meet you and make a clean breast of it and tell you the simple truth about him and me. But if you won't, you won't." "I didn't quite say I wouldn't." "Well, but you make it too difficult. You are so conventional in your vexation." "Vexation? A husband's love! One's whole life at stake." "Irritation, then. I refuse to take it seriously. I know I'm all right, and that is all that matters, for you. As for men, they may be all right too, but it isn't the same. Mr. Dand is all right." "Am I to believe you?" "You'd better, because I know. Out of my knowledge comes my great contempt and my tolerance. Well," she sat down, and Mrs. Dand made room for her on the seat, gave her a bit of shawl. "What you want to know is where we are, your husband and I. I tell you this is a rather horrid business, but it is by no means a hopeless one. I see daylight. It begins from this. You are quite persuaded now that I don't love him. It wasn't easy to persuade you, was it? Natural enough in a wife. You won't find it so difficult to believe that he doesn't love me, eh? Perhaps he thinks he does. I dare say it's a way men have, because they like it assumed that they can love a dozen at once and have enough to go round and disappoint none of them. But as a matter of fact, he has never told me so in so many words. He doesn't use the word love in the letter, I admit. I'm glad to hear it. Good for him. Let me see, how shall I describe the terms we are on? They are queer, everything's queer, but not in the least disturbing. The difficulty of explaining to Edith the complicated sophistries of her relations with Dan smote her, and she decided to put the case simply, in material terms that Edith could not fail to comprehend. On my honour, he has never kissed me. The wife's eyes grew misty with relief. Returning confidence in Amy brought the happy tears into them. She whimpered, "The only thing then now is it hurts me so. My vanity, you will say. I say my love. I always thought I comprehended Jeremy and his moods so thoroughly that our two minds jumped together. He never kept anything from me before. Indeed, he did not need to tell me things. I divined them by the power of intense sympathy. And this affair between you sounds so queer, so unusual, so unlike anything else, so squalid, if you'll forgive the word. I'll forgive anything if you'll only forgive him." "Why do you care about my forgiving him if you don't love him?" Edith asked, like a suspicious child. "Because I don't choose that anyone should get abused and worried unnecessarily if I can help it. And also, when I am not cross with Mr. Dand, I always call him Mr. Dand, if that's any comfort to you, I like him well enough." "How could you help liking him? Amy, what do you two talk about when you are together?" "I can't tell you. I forget." "Amy, if you are going to keep me in the dark like that, I shall always be wondering. Oh, good Lord, I couldn't stand that. You would wonder out loud. I had better go." "Go away? For good?" "Yes, from here to begin with. You will be catching cold in this damp old hut. Let us get home." As they worked their way down the steep hill path, where dead leaves crackled, and Amy had to hold and ward off the impertinent branches from her face, Mrs. Dand was thinking urgently of the ire of her two mothers, when they should be informed of the developments to which this walk, from which they had hoped so much, had led. Amy had threatened to go. Then they would remove their 800 a year each from the common fund, and Jeremy would be wild, more angry even than over the loss of Amy. He cared more for his money than even Amy, so she fancied. She looked furtively at Amy every now and then. Amy looked determined, and the hand she extended to the more delicate woman from time to time to help her over rough places was cold and unmagnetic. She withdrew that helpful quality first thing, of course, thought Edith. Amy would consent to mesmerize her headaches away no more. Amy, on the other hand, was considering how far she could go in her feint of leaving. She did not want to leave, but she was determined that it should be Mrs. Dand who implored her to stay. She would stay for the sake of the child if she could, and take the responsibility of keeping Mr. Dand in order. Her lips were tight set as they gained the open. She waited obstinately for Edith Dand to speak. She had made up her mind that the younger woman would hold out no further than the gate at the end of the home meadow, and she was right. Edith was desperately afraid of meeting the eye of Mrs. Bowman and Lady Meadrow and inviting them to consider a house that knew not Amy's ministrations as their home in the future. They would refuse. She knew it. She could not manage to get rid of Amy this time. She spoke, her throat was dry. She suffered more than she had suffered when the nurse had first read her those few compromising sentences. This was real. This was earnest. "Do you really mean, Amy, that you want to leave us?" "Yes. Had I not better?" "You are going to say that I have sent you away?" "I will, if you like." "But I don't send you away. It is a matter entirely for you to decide." "Frankly, then, I think I ought to go." ought, but not must," said Edith. "It won't be my doing. I don't drive you." "No, my own sense of decency drives me." "But if you didn't really ever flirt with my husband, and never, never mean to again, I should have to stipulate that. Or let him flirt either." "Oh, it's all too difficult," said Amy, sighing. "No, I still think it can be arranged." "Candidly, Edith, I need a rest. It is better for me to go." "But what will you do?" "I don't know. More mischief, I suppose. Take to evil courses." "Oh, Amy, don't threaten to go to the bad like Dawes. I should never forgive myself. Nor would Jeremy." "Oh, really, Amy, he is very fond of you. I know it. I don't mind. I was excited just now, and if you threaten to leave us, he will be so cross. He will sulk for days, for years, perhaps. I dare say I'm useful. Now you are bitter." "I have everything to make me so." "Poor girl! I dare say it is trying for you, living in the same house with such a fascinating man. I am not hard on you. It is you who are hard on yourself." They were nearing the house. Amy's eye anxiously scanned the front of it. "Say no more," she said hastily. "Here come both the old ladies out to meet you." "Oh, I am so dreadfully afraid of them," Mrs. Dand murmured. "They interfere so, and are so exigeant. One would think, to listen to them, that I was a bad housekeeper. You indulge all their fads. It is they who complicate the situation. Otherwise I might go, mightn't I? No, I personally don't like parting with you, Amy. Little cat that you are. You've become second nature to me. Deplorable, isn't it, that a woman should be so poor-spirited? Don't take too much advantage of it, that's all. Go on standing between me and them as you have done. You have such a way with them, and everybody. I suppose it's called charm, yet you haven't any regular looks, everyone says. We often discuss you, the old ladies and I. Don't imagine anything escapes two cats. 3. Amy, no one ever said I was spiteful. But now promise me, dear, you'll do nothing before I see you again. Come to my room just before dinner, will you?" Amy promised, with apparent unwillingness. End of chapter 24. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 25 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. An hour later, having refreshed herself with the ministrations of her true backer in this ring, the little child, Amy entered that holy of holies, Mrs. Dand's room. Edith came rushing up to her, the winged sleeves of her peignoir inflated with air, her countenance beaming with ingenuous fervour. Fervently she kissed Amy on both cheeks. "Then you'll stay, Amy?" she panted. "I will, but on one condition." "How tiresome of you to make conditions, Amy! But I don't care. I have had both the mothers in, and the trouble I have had to put them off. They both thought you looked upset when we got back to the house." "I was cold," said Amy. "Didn't you say that?" "Yes, for so was I. Indeed, I have only just fought off the beginnings of a severe chill. Those damp woods, and our conversation was a little trying. I can't help it. I always do start a temperature at the least hint of a scene. I am a regular barometer of emotion. I can't think how you keep so stolid, Amy. However, all's well that ends well. You will stay with us?" "I have not told you the condition yet." "Be quick and say it. It is sure to be granted." "It is this, that you keep all this to yourself and don't make a scene, or a temperature either." "I'll tell no one but Jeremy." "You are not to tell him." "I must." "Then I go." "Amy, surely, it is not for you to dictate what I shall tell my husband or not. We are one. How could I meet him with such a secret between us?" "Oh, you little fool!" "But Amy," said Edith, who responded to the use of the verbal lash better than any woman Amy had ever known, "what else can I do?" "Do you really want me to tell you?" "Yes, if only out of curiosity." Go on as usual, and if you make any change in your conduct at all, let it be to be fonder and more loving. It would be the height of indecency with you in the house. Well then, I go. I said so at first. Cat! Perhaps. You know I can't do without you. You say you can't, dear, but I think it means that you go in mortal fear of the old ladies. Yes, that is the horrid truth. Because you happen to suit them, they threaten to leave the house if I let you go. They have said it in so many words. What a naive fool I am to tell you this. You won't lose by your naivete with me, at any rate. Well, I'm sorry you have told them, but it can't be helped. It won't matter. I'll work it this way. Beat them at their own weapons. Swear to leave if they let on. Then I've got them safe on toast. Oh yes, you have got us all into the hollow of your hand. You are a sort of witch, a spirit. Possibly, but I am benign, not malignant. I'll be a good brownie to you if you will fulfill my conditions. Well, give your orders. I am to behave as if nothing had happened. Precisely. And everybody in the house, knowing what my husband is kept in ignorance of. I won't stay unless. Then that settles it. I shall lie down. I am tired. The emotions of this awful day. Before you go, explain what do you want me to do next? Well, said Amy, so as to soften off the rough edges a bit, why don't you go to Paris with Mr. Dand for a week? I heard him offering to take you. No good. The autumn fashions aren't out. Well, make him buy you a jewel. Jewelers' shops we have always with us. Go and dine about a lot. Make it a second honeymoon. You advise that, Amy. You! Then I really believe you don't love him. Sweet innocent, muttered Amy under her breath. I'll do it, said Amy, her eyes flashing. I'll take a line. Yes, do, exclaimed Amy violently. Take a line, a different line to the one the average woman would take. Don't be commonplace. Be plucky. Be unprejudiced. Be wonderful. Submerge your human vanity. I don't mean your physical vanity, for that's useful. I mean the part that's wounded by all this. Believe me, in the whole scheme of things it's nothing, a flash in the pan. Likes and dislikes, loves and unloves, what are they all 100 years, nay, a few months hence? But if you do go in for that sort of thing, play the game, learn the rules, and do it properly. You are pretty, awfully pretty, far prettier than I am, and he is a man after all. You can appeal to a side of the man that I have never appealed to in him or in anybody. If I had had that kind of physical magnetism, do you think he wouldn't have made love to me in the usual manner in a week? I've been here 1.5 years and am still respectable. If he cared about a woman from that point of view, he would brace his whole intelligence to get her. He would stick at nothing and throw prejudices and opposition to the winds at once. Do you think I don't know? That I should be talking to you like this. Yes, I was wondering when it would strike you, said Edith coldly. Madam, I am teaching you the game, the pretty cruel game of men and women. Must play it or go into the ditch. Mine is true wisdom, thoughts struck from the anvil of a hard life. I make you a handsome present of them because I am sorry for you. I do not allow people to be sorry for me, said Edith. But I see something in your plan, great merits. It's so new, isn't it? Did any woman ever before, and you mean well at any rate. I'll try it and see what comes of it, and God prosper me. And who is going to prosper me, I wonder, thought Amy Stevens, as, very wearily, she made her way to her own room. Mr. Johnson was coming to dinner. Everyone was on the qui-vive. What a volcano she was living on. Was it worth the fight, she thought, as she languidly mended the lace on her dress, and passed a large-toothed comb through her thick, springing hair, that she was heartily tired of it all and would prefer to give up her tenure of the overlordship of Swarland and all it implied. What kept her here? What stout iron girder of a motive supported the delicate fabric of her resolve? Love for another woman's child? Not, of course, love for another woman's husband. Oh, no. Once let two perfectly modest, unemotional women come to wrangle verbally over a man, or contest him, even for form's sake, and allow themselves to discuss the sum of his affections as a treasure to be preserved by the one or wrested away by the other, and it is likely that the sex interest in one or both of them will be aroused and stimulated. Passions dormant or frozen in more than lunar cold may then revive and take a hand in the pretty quarrel. Mrs. Dan's rash handling of Amy's secret mind perhaps did precipitate the unwilling atoms and cause them to fall together kaleidoscopically in a pattern of love, real or simulated. Amy was a good deal upset in the mental region, not at all her own confident self, as she extinguished the lights in her room, swished the train of her dress that always did catch round the curve described by the notched old door of her room, and set out down the corridor and the turret-like stair to join the party for dinner. She was met in the lower hall and enmeshed in the embraces of two happy old ladies who knew that their precious digestions were entirely in Amy's hands, and who had some reason to hope that Amy would be good and amenable and not repudiate the helpless change. Mrs. Bowman limped a little. "You are my staff," she said gratefully to Amy, and used her staff accordingly to go in to dinner with. Lady Meadrow murmured, "I've seen dear Edith. She looks splendid to-night. There is a kind of soft radiance about her." "Her walk did her good, then," said Amy, who was conscious of her own aggravated pallor. Talk of scenes and temperatures. It was hardy Amy, not the delicate Edith, who was the worse for their devastating talk. Mrs. Dan sailed in after the rest of the party, clinging cat-like to her husband's arm. Amy had quite expected her to overdo the seducing process she herself had advised, but oddly enough she felt a little faint, and her bread, that she seized at once on sitting down and began to eat mechanically, seemed as if it must choke her. Or was it her word of honour that she had given that very afternoon? She, who had never known jealousy, was irritated by the sight of the formal siege her willing pupil laid to Jeremy Dand's errant affections. Edith exaggerated the part in her clumsy eagerness to secure them. It was obvious that she had dressed herself even more carefully than usual. Her white shoulders were skilfully veiled in transparent folds of pale grey chiffon, like dim clouds about the brightness of the moon. Amy saw Jeremy Dand's glance, which nothing escaped, coldly appraising these matrimonial values. Mrs. Dand had an irritating way of sliding her long taper fingers round the margin of her décolletage. Nervousness, probably, a self-conscious need of adjustment, but to the other woman this complacent accentuation of that special form of appeal was insupportable. "I am going with you, Jeremy, to Paris on Tuesday, did you know?" his wife announced suddenly. "You refused before." "Souvent femme varie. I am going now, unless you refuse to take me." "I shall be delighted." "And you will take me to all the amusements, even if they're fast, won't you, Jeremy?" "To anything wicked that's going." "And dine at the Café de Paris?" "No, sup." "And you will have to pretend I am not your wife." "Very well. Shall I peel you a pear, Amy?" "No, thank you. You may give me something to drink." "What will you have? Sherry? Port?" She hesitated. "Give her port," said Mrs. Dand curtly. "Are you not well, Amy?" "Quite well. I am tired, that's all." "But she's turning quite white, Edith," cried Lady Meadrow. "I believe she's going to faint. Oh, my dear Amy!" "Liver, probably," Mrs. Dand remarked calmly, not rising from her seat. "Suppose you go and lie down, Amy, in the drawing-room for a bit. It is dark there. Perhaps it will pass off. Gouty vertigo. I have never had it, but I know the symptoms." Mr. Dand rose and held the door open for Amy to pass out. Amy took in the self-effacing droop of his shoulders, and the mask of inexpressiveness he was careful to spread over his face, saw that he assumed the correct male attitude when confronted by grotesque feminine illness. Edith had made Amy ridiculous. It was the return blow that avenged the inequality of the combat of that afternoon. Amy felt that she never could forgive her, and she had just sent her away on a honeymoon with the man who henceforth was Amy's own concern, for she could no longer ignore the effects of propinquity, the chances of juxtaposition. It was an effect perhaps of gouty vertigo, but she suddenly saw the heavy, ugly physiognomy of Jeremy Dand in a new light. He was a strong, powerful man of much importance, and he cared for her. She could and she would use the passion she had stirred in this odious woman's husband for all it was worth, a handsome weapon of retaliation that lay ready to her hand. She flung herself down on the sofa and lay quite still, recapitulating the terms of the deadly insult. Liver. She may as well say love as liver. So she shall. Presently the door of the room was opened wide, letting in a wide shaft of light from the hall. Mr. Dand came in carrying a full wine glass. Her mood partly changed, and she realized what her rage had possessed her. It was over now. She did not care. Of course she would let him go away with his wife after all, and be happy with her if he could. He was coming cautiously towards her, and stumbling over a footstool, swore gently. "Why on earth didn't you have a light?" "Edith said I was to lie in the dark." He put the glass of wine down on Edith's silver table at her elbow, and the metallic tinkle of the odds and ends that he displaced irritated her. His hand closed on her ankle in its thin silk stocking, and she moved with a pettish jerk that annoyed him. "I didn't seem able to find you in the dark. Confound it all, it's the first time I have touched you." Amy burst into tears, and Edith bustled in. "Go out, Jeremy, and leave her to me. Don't you see she is hysterical?" End of chapter 25. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 26 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. "Amy, I insist on your staying in one room," said Mrs. Dand next morning. She was making a domiciliary visit to her housekeeper before she rose. "You have got a regular feverish attack, and I'll prescribe for you. Why do you turn your face to the wall like that?" "Because I have had a letter that has upset me. Do leave me to myself, there's a good woman. I am quite willing to stay in my room till you go away. That's what you want, isn't it? But I mean to get up onto my 2 legs this minute. I won't be doctored for nothing." "All right, please yourself. Perhaps it is as well that you and Jeremy shouldn't meet till after we come back from Paris. Then everything will be a little different, I hope. Only, Amy, that letter you speak of, is it from—" "It is not from your husband. It is from no one you know. Dr. Pottinger." "No, I don't know a Dr. Pottinger. But perhaps you do?" "Naturally, since I have had a letter from him." "I'll leave you, Amy. You seem in a disagreeable, carping sort of mood. Get up and sit by the fire. I won't come near you." "No, don't. Go and pack your trousseau for the honeymoon." "Very well," said Mrs. Dand seriously. "We leave by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You see how good I am, Amy? Taking your advice like a lamb." "Ah, yes, my advice. I had forgotten. Well, I hope it will pan out all right, and as you expect. May Erina come to me?" "Yes, if you like, for half an hour." Amy got up, dressed, and drew her sofa near the fire in the little anteroom to her bedroom, which was called her boudoir. Most rooms in the old part of the house opened out of each other. They were all convertible into boudoirs and dressing rooms, as occasion served. She did not send for the child after all. She felt too miserable, and she would have a clear week of its company while the father and mother were in Paris. She was glad that she would not see Mr. Dand before he went, and hugged the notion, and read Plato to calm herself. But she had counted without her host. About 6 o'clock in the evening she heard a firm knock at her door, and knew that it was he. "You can't come in, you really can't. Send a message. Say goodbye through the door." He opened the door. "Nonsense. I am not going away without saying goodbye to you. You are on the sofa. You are all right. No, keep your feet up." For Amy, wild-eyed, haggard and weak, had risen, or rather jumped into a sitting posture. He put her feet up again and retreated to a distant armchair. "Don't be so wild. You have absolutely nothing to fear from me, as you know well enough. What is this extraordinary development? You have avoided me for the whole day. Why?" "I have been feeling ill. Edith told you last night. And I hear my mother's died in the asylum." She expected no expressions of sympathy. Mr. Dand never helped people to pamper the pathetic fallacy. He merely observed, "Well, it can't be helped. You must take a good rest while we are away." "Good God! Rest!" exclaimed Amy involuntarily. She felt as if a window had been blown suddenly out, and she saw she had betrayed herself. He bent his brows on her. His hands met and were clenched, unnoticed by her, for his voice was even enough. "Do you mind our going away, Amy?" "Yes, I do mind our going," she cried with a strange, uncertain violence. "You know what that means, so now go away, out of my room, please, please." "I won't go out of your room. Why should I, because you have said that? But I promise to come no nearer, as an admission such as you made entitles me to do." "Yes, I know. I let go. I gave way. I am a muff. Everything's wrong. Everything's false about me. I have given my word, and my word's worthless." "Word? Who to? Nonsense. You are taking it as if it was the marriage service, when foolish people dare to promise impossibilities. It's nothing, I tell you. A whiff of passion, you know. You had to know some time or other. All women must. When I touched you last night, after Edith had excited you by her rudeness, you knew. You'll forget again. Your nature has betrayed you temporarily. I told you it would. One can't be better or more heroic than one's self." "But it's only a mood. Oh, say it's only a mood. I shall get out at the other side of it. I don't believe it is real, and if it is, it will make no difference to you anyway, or to your people that trust me. I shan't fail them. I haven't a soul left in the world to me now. You are all my family. Oh, I am so glad you are going away." "I shall come back," he said gently. "Yes, I hope so. But by that time I shall be no longer hysterical. I shall have taken long walks and worked, and I shall have had your child to kiss and love." "You are like de Musset, who kissed a child pour donner à son cœur un peu de naissance." "I can't understand French." "No, you are not a thorough-paced adventuress at all." "That's right. Abuse me, insult me. It does me good. It shows me that I do not really love you." "No, you don't really love me. I agree with you. This will pass with you as it has passed with me. We shall be able to continue living here, all of us, on the old terms that were so sweet to me. You were my chosen companion, not my mistress. Anybody can be a man's mistress, but companions don't grow on every tree. And these rolling mists of scents that come down now and then and hide the mountain top will clear away and leave us in our good peace and serenity. Don't you think so?" "You have settled it." "Yes, and according to the dictates of propriety, too. Charming, but it is no doing of mine. I am impartial, quite. I tell you, I never touch the pendulum. I obey circumstances. I am going off with my wife on a second honeymoon, so she says, and I dare say it will be. I do not dislike her because I love you. That is not necessary. Once, conventionally speaking, she was everything to me. It isn't her fault, poor thing, that she isn't now. Neither is it yours. Don't think so. Enjoy yourself. You will. I am leaving you my child, whom I know you prefer to me, whatever you may say while this fit is on. Be as happy as you can, and so will I. Edith will, of course, be as happy as I can make her. I shall try." "I don't grudge Edith her happiness. She may as well be happy, though we can't." "Oh, believe me, we can in the end. It's a habit of mind. Let us try for it. Don't be done by circumstances. What are we worth, what's our philosophy worth, if we don't work for happiness, or at least not pain? Happiness within the strict canon, too. No one able to raise a finger against us. The church might even give its blessing on the compact. I remember your father was a bishop, said Amy sulkily. Amy, don't be cross. Why should we so-called intellectual people, a poor stifled minority, toiling in a web of horrid laws and ordinances, obviously made for the good of the greatest stupid number, contribute to each other's undoing, refuse obedience to salutary rules, and raise up stumbling blocks for the heathen? Amy was bored. I don't care, she said wearily. Arrange us as you like. I'm sure I don't want to be wicked. Only death's at the back of all your fiddling, all your dancing is done on graves. You are thinking of your mother. Good gracious, I didn't know you even took in the fact of her death. You surely don't expect me to express sorrow or to sympathize when people die? I will, though, if you tell me you loved her and that it makes a difference to you. It makes no difference, except to my pocket. No, I didn't love her. I only supported her. And yet, doing that, somehow, supported me and made me feel less alone. He took her hand. You must not feel alone. You will always have me. I shall stick to you till I die. I never promised that to any woman before. And you may interpret the speech as you will. If you take it as an insult, forget it. If you like it, and like to think I love you, put it away in a drawer, pull it out, look at it sometimes when you're unhappy. But let us, when I come back from Paris, be as we were before. Forget this uprising of dull, deep, unpractical things. Emotion that can't culminate does harm. Goodbye. You would like me to kiss you, wouldn't you? But I will not. End of chapter 26. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 27 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. The trunk stood ready buckled and strapped in the Dan's room at the Hotel Rex in Paris, and Edith Dand walked about the rooms with a pensive valedictory air that prettily suggested the enforced abandonment of a nest, the end of a honeymoon. I hate leaving a place where we have been so happy, she murmured, as Jeremy Dand came in and sat down. He was manipulating the refractory key of a despatch box, into which he wanted to stuff a precious battered volume of medieval indelicacies he had picked up that morning on the quays. She came up to him. "Leave that silly old thing alone and make room for me." "Why, Edith, are you actually going to sit on my knee, like the woman we saw last night? How nice and depraved of you." "It's the last day. Jeremy, have I been good?" "Not too good." "Well, nice?" "Very." "Aren't you awfully sorry to leave Paris?" "I shall be glad to get home." "But, Jeremy, I thought you said I had been nice to you here." "Yes, but you can be nice to me there, too." "It isn't the same. There's the mothers, and Mr. Johnson, and Amy." "Yes, there's Amy," he said complacently. "I do believe you are looking forward madly to see her." "Not madly, but I am looking forward." "Bother Amy! Jeremy, you have been happy here with me?" "Yes. And you?" "Oh, awfully. You can be so nice, Jeremy, when you like. We have been like lovers, haven't we? And you have given me the pearl necklace you promised me to pay for the baby, and it is to be my very own, this one, to keep myself, isn't it?" "Yes, foi de gentilhomme." "I adore you to talk French to me." "Why not? You understand it?" "Mamma had me properly grounded. What a funny thing it is Amy can't speak it, isn't it?" "Her mamma didn't have her properly grounded, I suppose." "Don't make me too untidy, Jeremy. I like this hat, don't you?" "A pretty hat and a pretty woman." How you do flirt, Jeremy. Am I a prettier woman than, say, Amy? Much prettier. Still, Amy has her points. The worst of it is she is so much too pale. Poor pale Amy. Why do you pity her? It is only that she eats too much pastry. She ought to marry. You know it is my dream to marry her to Mr. Johnson. The rolling pin marrying the pasteboard. No, it wouldn't do. She'd be paler than ever. You don't think he is good enough for her? She relaxed the pressure of her arms around his neck. You do admire that girl, Jeremy? You can't hide it. But it's all right. So do I. I think she's a dear little thing. Dan laughed. Dear little thing. She's tall and, mentally at least, she could wind you round her little finger. It is amusing to hear you patronize her. She could make you do anything she liked if she had a mind. Edith felt indignant, the more so that what he said was true. The plan she was actually pursuing, and seemed to herself to be bringing to such a triumphant conclusion, had been conceived by the little thing and carried out on the lines laid down by her. The whole trend of the previous conversation had vexed her, but her irritation culminated here, and now the fierce need of self-assertion inherent in small natures rose in her and would not be gainsaid. She had promised Amy that she would not make her husband a scene. She would not do that. She fancied that without altogether giving Amy away by a confession of Amy's connivance in her plan of action, she could perhaps succeed in taking the credit of it for herself, and thus convince her husband that the possession and the exhibition of character was not Amy's sole prerogative. Jeremy, she said, still keeping her arm round his neck, it isn't Amy alone who can be strong. I have plenty of force of character, and the proof of it is— She began to get frightened. Yes, but you needn't strangle me. She whispered in his ear. I feel I must tell you, dear. I once took my line, a most exceptional line, not at all the line a weak woman would take, I can assure you. Bless you, my simple white lamb, what are you driving at? No, Jeremy, don't put me away. I can speak best so. Don't think I am cross with you, dear. I don't blame you at all. Men are so different. Amy and I agree about that. I hope I can understand and make allowances. Stop hedging, said he, taking hold of both her arms and spreading them. Out with it. Jeremy, before I came away from England, a lost letter was brought to me. Which you read, eh? His voice was changed. No, it was read aloud to me, part of it. It was a letter from you to Amy, a letter she had stupidly left about. Little fool. Jeremy, then you admit— Admit what? He put her off his knee, and she stood trembling while he walked about the room. Damn women, he exploded. Oh, dear Jeremy, don't give way to temper. I love you still. Don't imagine that this has in any way altered my feeling for you. I hope I can be superior to an ordinary wife's jealousy, though I must say the letter— Produce it. She trotted off to her handbag, standing ready packed on a gilt console, and took out the envelope and enclosure addressed to Amy, just as the nurse had written it in her cramped, elegant handwriting 3 weeks ago. Mr. Dand crumpled it up in his hand. So you brought that all the way to Paris to make a row with, on your honeymoon too. What a bonne bouche. Well, here goes. It was torn into 100 fragments. I must say I thought you would want to read it, piped she. Why should I? You have. I tell you I have not looked at it, only a few words read aloud to me by the nurse. I don't believe you. As you please, said she proudly. I am a lady as you thought when you married me, and now hadn't you better tell me what you are going to do about it? Nothing at all. I love Amy. Jeremy! I love Amy, he repeated. And me? She wailed. And you, he replied calmly, altering the accent so as to pervert the sense of her exclamation. But you can't love 2 women at once. I can. No, you must choose between us. Amy, then. Oh, Jeremy, you are not serious. You are simply talking for effect and to tease me. You will find I am serious enough. I rely on Amy, said Edith. She and I are friends. We settled it all before I came away. Ah, then I see why Amy turned me out of her room the day before I left. Someone had been at her. Amy behaved very well, and so have I behaved well, Jeremy, you will find. One can behave well and be a damned fool, I perceive. I may be a damned fool, but I am not such a fool as to keep Amy in the house after this. It would not be fair on the girl. I shall dismiss her the moment I get home. You will do as you please. You are the mistress of my house. I suppose that means that you will follow her? I may or I may not. Depends on Amy. I know what Amy will say. Amy is straight. She burst into tears. Oh, no other woman ever was asked to listen to. I never heard of anything so impossible, so outrageous, so cynical. And here we have been like lovers in this great big gilded hotel. Do you retrospectively object? I think you ought not to have... Now, Edith, said he, sit down, calm yourself and listen to me. This is a mere storm in a teacup, or a water butt, and muddy at that. I am too much of a philosopher to permit it. I want to tell you that I am a husband, a father, and a householder. I have my own morality. As you may have observed, it isn't the same as yours, but it's a good working morality for all that. I love a woman I can't get, and who has given me not the shadow of a right over her, as you are perfectly correct in believing. It shows a degree of penetration on your part that is unexpected and praiseworthy. That being the case, Amy being nothing more than a valued friend to me, is there any reason why I should not fulfill my duties as a husband, and behave decently towards a woman with whom I have no fault to find? A very agreeable, charming, good-natured woman, if a little silly. She demurred vocally. Yes, you are silly. Most women are. But that doesn't prevent my being fond of you. Very. Tell me then, when you obviously laid yourself out to be nice and chatty and pleasant, as you well know how to be, and your beauty abetting, succeeded, was there any obligation on me to rebuff you? Because in my own fanciful way, I pined for another woman I could not get. Need I behave like a bear, as you seem to suggest I should have done in the interests of morality and decency? Of course I did not suggest that you should be unkind to me, but you must be a very wicked man, Jeremy, to use such an awful set of arguments, and tell me to my face that you love another woman. Your own fanciful way, indeed! How would that sound in the divorce court? I forgot you had been brought up in its atmosphere. Now you are insulting my mother. Dear old lady, I would not for the world. But really, Edith, believe me, sexually speaking, my conscience is perfectly clear. I have behaved ill to neither of you, and don't intend to. That I happen to enjoy Amy's society as well as yours, and in a different, totally different way, is merely one of the absurd accidents of existence. There's too much law-making in this world. I ought to be able to marry both of you. Free love, indeed! Well, but I can't. You and your like won't allow it. Still, nature will have her way, and Amy and I are forced to meet on a somewhat different plane to that on which you and I have established our collaborative existence. It works out all right, if a little tediously. But one wonders if you grasp all this. Edith's neck swelled. He had touched her vanity. She spoke eagerly. I am not narrow, Jeremy. No one has ever said that of me. If you remember, I proved it long ago by keeping Dawes in my house even after Amy said she was no good, and had taken to seducing Hodges. Even then I wouldn't believe harm of her. I don't suppose there are so very many things I cannot make allowances for, climate and disposition and temperament and so on, if I am consulted reasonably and quietly, and not treated as if I was an ignorant fool. I am not treating you like an ignorant fool, am I? No, I suppose not. You are speaking rather rudely and offhand, but I believe quite sincerely. I quite appreciate the compliment, and I am willing to meet you halfway about Amy, if you really can assure me that it's all right. A man's word of honour given freely. Amy told me herself that you had never kissed her. That's true, of course. She was really quite nice about it, rather offhand, but then that's her way. When I taxed her with you, just as if I were a theft, an apple, a loaf of bread, eh? Poor Amy, I'm sure you bullied her well. Women are devils to each other. I didn't bully her. She bullied me. She threatened to leave at once, and I don't know what all. And the awful part of it is, I was mean enough to positively cringe to the woman I supposed then to be my husband's mistress, because she was my right hand and I didn't want to lose her services. She realized that and took a strong line at once. Oh, she had far and away the best of it, I can tell you. I get red all over when I think of it, how I took a back seat and played second fiddle, any sort of fiddle, to Amy. And I am very fond of the girl myself, if you hadn't come in. Ah, les hommes sont la cause que les femmes ne s'entremont pas. Conceited pet. Still, Jeremy, I do like her and always shall, and I'd give a good deal to keep her with me. You can, if you are modern enough to be able to reject useless and obsolete ideals of conduct. He went to her and kissed her. Is that a Judas kiss? Said she, looking up. No, as I hope to be saved, he laughed. Look here, you have got to trust me in this. Cannot you trust us both? I had rather trust you and leave her out of it. Edith, be generous. You can if you will. You are quite a decent woman at bottom, if you would only have the strength of your convictions. Of yours, you mean? You are getting quite perky and clever. One grows a lot in moments like this, said Mrs. Dand. What I meant about not trusting Amy was that surely it is quite on the cards that she might fall in love with you after all, even though, as you say, she isn't now. You are horribly fascinating, Jeremy. Look at me. Here you have been saying the most awful things to me for the last hour, on the eve of a long journey, too, when we may both be killed. And here am I, your lawful wife, actually discussing your love affairs with you. The way you began was simply brutal, and the curious thing is that your poor wife, whom you can apparently do just as you like with, you don't love as much as you do Amy, who, you say, snubs you. So how is Amy going to resist you in the long run, if you are always there and setting yourself to make her mad about you? It is just because you're good enough to care for me that I have the power to mold you and modify you, push you this way and that, like a pawn on a chessboard. It is my instinct to deny my love for you, Jeremy, in self-defense, but it is no use, I cannot. I won't try. Be good to me. He took her in his arms. That is nobly said, dear Edith, and the man would be a brute who would betray you. I swear that I never will, if you choose to come home and trust me. I am the only danger. Amy is as safe as a bank. She has her amulet of chill disdain. She hates love and all its laws. She is weary of what she never knew. Lovers have never brought her any good. I understand her state of mind perfectly. Her heart has lost its suppleness. Her nervous system, its responsiveness. I know, like a piece of elastic that has been pulled out and stretched and will never be taut again. I understand. But heavens, what a queer arrangement I seem to be going back to. Yes, but aren't we rather queer people, all of us? You would not have us ordinary. No. Well then, let us arrange to go home quietly and do our best to behave ourselves. And remember, if it comes to the very worst, won't you, that we have had a good time here, and before, for 8 years. What do you mean? I mean fairly and honestly, but supposing the superior power were to thwart our poor mortal aims and intents. It won't, however. Courage! Couldn't you say, Jeremy, just once that you don't really love Amy? It would make it so much easier for me, and truly I should not call it love myself, the way you speak of her." "No. What I feel for Amy isn't what you mean by love at this moment." "That's for love then," said the wife happily. "And next? Do you respect her much more than me?" "Respect? Well, from one point of view I don't respect her so much." "But from the point of view of intellect now?" "Oh yes, Amy has a good head. No, that isn't what I meant." His face grew sombre. She interrupted eagerly. "A bit of an adventuress, perhaps. You can't tell where she's been and whom she has consorted with and how much. That's the worst of it." "I don't know about that. And it isn't our business. Not yours, at any rate. Leave her alone, and let me assure you, my dear, that this little skirmish we have had has left me with some increase of admiration of your own powers of mind. You tackled the situation like a brick." "Say a strong woman, Jeremy." "All right, I'll say like a strong woman. A Samson of sweet reasonableness. I apologize for calling you a fool. You are not. Now, are you happy?" "I am quite happy," said Edith Dand serenely. "But," and her eyes looked subconsciously knowing for once, "there is unhappiness for somebody in all this, I am perfectly sure." He agreed with his wife sadly, preoccupied in thought. She was thinking of Amy as the scapegoat. He was thinking of himself, for he had been sincere in his protestations. End of chapter 27. Read by Lisa Reichert. Chapter 28 of White Rose of Weary Leaf by Violet Hunt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. Erminia's Prayer. A crowned caprice is god of this world, on his stony breast are his white wings furled. No ear to listen, no heart to see, no heart to feel for a man hath he. But his pitiless arm is swift to smite, and his mute lips utter one word of might. Mid the clash of gentler souls and rougher, wrong must thou do, or wrong must suffer. Then grant, O dumb blind God, that we rather the sufferers than the doers be. Grant Allen. Chapter 28. Awful fag meeting people this time of night. Amy, wrapped up to her chin, but not in furs, she had none, and passionately envied Edith her beautiful set she had worn to go with and would return in, made this remark to the vicar's wife, who was standing beside her on the draughty platform of the Old Fort Central Station. Her teeth chattered prettily with the cold. She was exaggerating her symptoms a little, so to make the humorous case against the Dans more obvious. They always chose such awkward hours to arrive. It was after 10 o'clock, and the air was misty with frost. More incipient than present, it was freezing a little. The placid old Forters had gone to bed, relieved for 6 or 7 hours of all their responsibilities, human and divine, and slept soundly now behind their closed shutters and blinds. Lights were out, gas extinguished in the town. Not so in the vast station on the great highway to the north. A forced activity partially animated the dozen or so of officials waiting on the platform. The mechanics whose duty it was to test the wheels and axles and immediate efficiency of the incoming train, the few porters, and the single inspector. They were not asleep, but they were sleepy and bored, with eyes that looked dead and dull. Their intelligence was braced to a certain mechanical point of efficiency, and no more, like those whose task it is to watch through the long hours of the night at the side of a deathbed. The quietude, too, was intense, and when people spoke, the low tones of weary intonation were predominant. The wind was sharp, and blew evenly and deliberately through the open station, and there was no shelter but the waiting rooms. The bookstall, closed of course, reminded Amy of a blind eye. She had driven in the motor, which by now she had learned to manage herself competently. Mr. Dand would assume the wheel on the return journey of 8 miles. They would be driving along, he and his women, chilled and hungry the most part of the night. Quite unnecessary. But why was good Mrs. Judd here at this uncitizenlike hour? She roused herself and asked a polite question. Mrs. Judd was a good soul and was known to like Amy. Amy knew what that meant, the triumph of the powers that govern predilection against principle. "I bicycled in," said Mrs. Judd, "to meet my boy, the one that's in Mr. Dan's office here, you know. He didn't want to lose a single hour of his holiday, so chose this train to come back by. He was a bit out of sorts and Mr. Dan let him off for a week clear, so he went a little bicycle excursion. Wasn't it kind of Mr. Dant? Tom's only 18, you know, and growing too fast." "Mr. Dand is kind," said Amy, still politely, but carrying on her own relentless train of thought the while. She was clever at talking inferior talk to commonplace people, and conducting her own introspections at the same time. As a novel of Thomas Hardy's is to one of Miss Marie Corelli's, she would say, so is my superior conversation to my other sort. She babbled cheerfully to Mrs. Judd, and invited her to stand behind a truck as she did, and she would then get the wind less. Then, having given this comfortable hint, she cast her eyes down and pondered, crossing the point of her toe backwards and forwards on the diagonals of the pattern traced on the stone platform. She was nervous and ill at ease, harried with conflicting and, for her, vague sensations. She wished that her own errand here had been as commonplace and ordinary as Mrs. Judd's. She wished she had been meeting a son, a young calf-like creature that you had a right to be fond of, and whom you simply hugged on the platform and bundled with out of the station and home to a cold supper and bed. She seemed to be waiting for something very different, something irritating, illegitimate, joyless. Jeremy Dan's love, or even liking, was of the nature of a disruptive force, an agent of doom, which against its own will and intent might have the effect of forcing her back into the life of errantry she hated. That life had fostered the exceedingly low view that she chose to entertain of love, fearing it always as an insidious, disordering passion, like fire, a good servant but a bad master. She had never in her 30 years of life been favoured with an exhibition of the happy, stable, amorous state. As a rolling stone she had gathered no moss of sentimental associations, had collected no faith-compelling visions of man's tenderness and woman's devotion. Love, to Amy, was but the ungallant destroyer, the heartless breaker-up of homes. She had been led, more through temper than anything else, to make a certain damaging admission to Dand before he left. He had met her with a corresponding degree of frankness, and had scolded her, like a doctor, into the bargain. He had refused to kiss her, though he saw she was willing. She had done as he had scornfully bidden her. She had loyally put on one side his act of faith, without even recapitulating its terms to herself as a consolation, as he had humorously permitted her to do. She was ready to apologize for the hysterical outburst to which she had treated him on receiving the news of her mother's death. It was an instance of occasional bad behaviour on the part of women's unstable nerve centres. But how could he expect the enduring siege he had laid to the unused reserves of her womanhood to be so absolutely ineffective? The wonder was that Amy, who had schooled herself to believe that a union of some kind with a member of the other sex was an indispensable condition of physical and moral welfare, should not have succumbed long since to her own theories. Instead, he had been able to pledge her to the very austerest form of intercourse ever devised by hermit and pedant. She liked the arrangement well enough, but he had seemed to forget that there was not another man within 12 miles, except Mr. Johnson. She was not perfect, and was liable to suffer jealousy like other women. She had disliked his starting with his wife on a so-called honeymoon. Her feminine prejudices, that she could never hope to entirely get away from, resented his defection. Deplorable, but natural. She sighed. The point of her toe caressed the stone. Yes, woman is born to sexual stress as the sparks fly upward in a gusty wind. Even a sturdy, self-reliant person like herself could not altogether escape it. Jeremy Dand and his wife were on their way home. There was going to be friction and fuss. She knew that she must henceforward be careful to pay fewer visits to the nursery, and none to the study that she could help. She would have to cultivate nice diurnal appreciations of the feelings of a wife and mother that must not be hurt, but must be continually discussed and taken into account. In the vast field of the domestic department, turmoil and swither, in the little corner of her heart, pain perhaps, who knows? The heart and its absurdly mysterious workings was the only organ that puzzled Amy. I almost believe I shall have to go after all, she thought, as her eyes roved along the gleaming metals, flowing straight and relentlessly past her, then raying out northwards with one fork, and with the other forming the branch line to Blois and its great show cathedral 30 miles away. She had often heard of the beauties of Blois. There the elite of business, sitting at their desks organizing labour, hectoring clerks, grubbing money in their offices all the days of the week in Oldfort, were wont to repair every now and then to lave their hands in the cool twilight of Gothic things. She herself had never been there. Her work, the all-pervading, all-round woman's work, did not demand a fixed holiday, nor did she care for architecture. She was like the London charwoman who had never seen or cared to see the Abbey. The great semaphore posted at the parting of the ways gleamed mildly down on her upturned face. All round her and below the bridge there shone, in suppressed economy of force, the tranquil yellow street lamps of Oldfort, sleeping, dreaming. The working lights of the line alone were fully alive. Their crude colours fed her excitement, light always did. Waiting at night exhilarated her, like a child, although for form's sake she had chosen to grumble about it to Mrs. Judd. A porter passed whom she knew, for she had been kind to his wife, a kitchen maid at Swarland. She turned to him. "The train's late, Robert, isn't she? By the way, and how's your baby?" "Finely, miss, and the missus too. We're ever so grateful to you, miss. I live in Blois, row 9, just below the bridge there, and the missus would be rare and pleased if you'd look in and see baby. Beg pardon, miss, she's signalled." "Yes, I will. Number 9, Blois Row. 9 Blois Row," repeated Amy to herself, as she turned and looked southwards along the steep incline that sent the train always at a rush downhill into Oldfort, and which taxed the brakes beginning from at least 4 miles off. The wet and greasy metals shone. The road was clear. "Train for Melford, Criston, Glenannon, and the north," shouted Robert the porter, clanging his noisy bell. The headlights of the advancing train were now seen clearly on the incline. She was going at a fine rate, yet the brakes must be full on, Amy knew. Amy caught hold of the brim of her sailor hat and rocked on her feet as the train swept, almost immediately on her first sighting it, into the station. The luggage that had sheltered her and Mrs. Judd, carelessly piled on the truck, tottered and fell off in all directions. Nothing less than a tornado seemed unloosed on the quiet platform as the express thundered on and through the station without stopping. "It must be a special," she heard in the tiny voice of Mrs. Judd at her side. When Amy recovered her balance, she looked round on an altered world. Everybody seemed wide awake enough now. The porter's face had gone as white as a sheet. The train that had dashed past was no special, but the one that was timed to stop at Oldfort. Her eyes, like those of every soul on the platform, followed the lights of the rear carriage as it passed, still at the same rate of breakneck speed, on to the points of the Blois line, the wrong line, the dangerous curve that had to be taken slowly, Unfortunately, the points had been left open. A local train had gone over them safely 10 minutes ago. 1 more minute, or an eternity, of agonized waiting, and a sudden fountain of flame shot up into the air where before all had been ordered darkness and silence. "She's over! Come on!" shouted the porter Robert. His words fell on the stillness like drops of water on a hissing stone. He was alarmed for the safety of his baby, of course, in the little house just beside the bridge, so Amy had actually time to reflect before the deafening crash came. This she always averred. Her ears seemed useless, and refused to transmit messages to her brain. All her intelligence had gone into her eyes, that watched the big blue flame burning fiercely, and a single carriage reared up for a moment against the glare, and sharply silhouetted. Blocks of agitated substance that had seemed to her a moment ago to be leaping frantically lay down now and were still. They were lost to sight, fallen away in hopeless blackness, and sudden gold flames splashed the dark, full of hellish activity. Another burst, nearer, and yet another. "Oh, my boy, my boy!" screamed the mother at her side. The little handful of nocturnal wakers, roused from the short lethargy of horror, had begun to leap down from the platform, and were rushing confusedly to the goal of disaster. "Come on!" cried Amy, to whom she knew not, and in a moment Mrs. Judd and she were plunging about in the 6-foot way, scrambling over points, stumbling on sleepers, tripping on chairs. A train might have been at their heels for all they cared, unless indeed someone had thought of reversing the signals. Amy soon lost her companion. Perhaps Mrs. Judd's poor 18-year-old lad was one of the grim, wild-eyed fellows, covered with dust and blood, that came towards them, leaping, halting. She knew not. She could not think of Mrs. Judd and her boy. She could think of no particular personality, only of the mass of poor, unwitting humanity caught fast over there in that relentless ambush of iron and flame. The glare from the fires she was nearing stung her eyeballs. The hiss of escaping steam deafened her. Yet her one desire was to reach, without loss of time, the central radiance, where life and death were locked together in a grapple. She was not surprised, or even demonstrably glad, when a figure well known to her surged up dark against the red and took her by the hand. His was very wet, but she clung to it. Holding her wrist negligently, he spoke to the others. "The train is wrecked. Half of it is gone over the bridge. Yes, Amy, I am bleeding. Don't cling to me, but come and help if you like." He turned round and, still grasping her hand, led her to the place of death he had come from. Some angel bore up her steps, for she never looked where her feet were set. Her eyes were fixed on the mass of bleeding, burning coaches in front that were the goal of her pilgrimage. She saw for a moment the huge left wheel of the engine reared high in the air, revolving, racing, slowing down, still at last. In the welter of sounds, the hot, fierce vapour escaping from the boiler spoke loudest of all, and drowned the undertone of human cries. She grew to distinguish them, and then, mercifully, the chorus of wailing voices seemed to die down. Those who were only frightened had been led away by attentive porters or by amateur helpers like herself. "And the rest are all dead?" she asked herself, stupefied, stunned by the strenuous drone of the hissing steam. Nay, there were piteous pantomimic ghosts leaning out of the oddly spaced windows of carriages tilted at queer angles, who hoarsely implored the porters not to desert them, but to set them free. Strange calisthenic exercises ensued, legs and arms waving loosely, awkwardly, an almost laughable sight. Then it all seemed to settle down to a dull clanking of hammers and sawing of timber, a burden in the bass to the vindictive treble spitting of fire and bubbling of water. Dan turned and spoke to Amy seriously. reasonably, for she did not look as dazed as she felt. "Amy, you go back. You can do no good here. I must get below." Below! Amy looked over the almost perpendicular slope of mud embankment which the shattered bridge had once connected. Many upturned faces seemed to stare at her from the street below, a gloating crowd of night-capped sightseers. A soft cheer rose from the flaming gulf now and then. The doctors and the firemen were at work down there. The gas tanks had exploded in that portion of the train and set fire to the woodwork, as the red-hot cinders from the engine had done to the wreckage left above. Bodies must be retrieved, dead or alive. Amy still craned over. Dand touched her on the shoulder. "Go with these," he said, speaking imperatively. "Here, guard." 3 women, walking easily, God, thought Amy, what luck, were being led away by a railway servant who was exhorting them on not to look behind. Amy recognized the faces of the Duchess of Blois and her daughters, seen at prize-givings and flower shows in the other life. She shook her head scornfully in reply to the man's offer of escort back to the place of safety from which she had come with much difficulty. Leave? Not she. She meant to get down the embankment. Looking round, she observed that Jeremy Dand, who had left her side, thinking she was safely disposed of, had discovered a barely practicable mode of descent. While some others were hesitating, he had seized the telegraph wires, which streamed loose over a remaining portion of the abutment of the bridge, and had by this means swung himself down. Several others followed his example. Amy knew they would not allow her to do that, although she felt herself quite competent, but cast about for another mode of descent. She looked over again and did not shrink. One of the coaches had spun down the slope and crushed its framework into matchwood. All that was left of it was a matter of wheels and gas cylinders. Even the wheels were cleft apart, and seemed to run in different directions, with a slab of flooring vaguely attached to them, covered with torn linoleum. 3 or 4 coaches seemed to have gone over in their entirety. One was reared on its end, and supported another partially, perilously poised on the bridge at one corner. That was the one that the Duchess and her daughters had walked out of by the uppermost door, unhurt. They had been literally hanging by a thread of oilcloth. The engine of the train, to which she had now come in her prospecting for a mode of descent, lay on its left side, still on the rails. She saw 2 charred bodies lying on the plate. People said it was the engine driver and the fireman, and they were both dead. She had no time to look at them. She found a place on the bank where the inequalities of the surface afforded some slight foothold, and where sundry broken fragments of woodwork would arrest too rapid sliding, and scrambled down. She now had a gayish vision of the brass helmets of firemen, gleaming, glowing through the deadly murk, and the sight was cheerful to her, for she was cold, and her clothes were damp with scraping the rime of the grassy bank in her descent. There seemed to be one large central bonfire, and the flames of it scorched her face when she ventured too near. It was being dealt with. But for the most part, the wreckage was burning steadily underneath, sly, unseen. The sight was not so terrible at close quarters. The rescuers, with crowbars and picks and tools, worked cautiously, deliberately, practically. They were no more upset or excited than ordinary workmen occupied with digging a drain or clearing a culvert, and yet this handful of men were working desperately against time, combating the marshalled forces of death. Those to be rescued did not complain. They were hidden, presumably patient, under angular mountains of debris. Human breastbones and ribs, like arched girders, supported a wooden scaffolding. Human arms were raised to ward off showers of murderous cinders, dropping from the interstices of enlarged kitchen grates. Amy thought of all this. In those moments she grew in imagination, her brain conceived of horrors she did not see. But on the face of it there seemed time enough and to spare, so softly the fire crept on. The big steam cranes that were used to lift the black masses, the pistons of fire engines, pumped and rattled methodically and loudly. Indeed, the work of rescue was far noisier in its operation than the forces of destruction. Amy had quietly insinuated herself among the little band of doctors. Unquestioning, they accepted her help, as hour by hour they stooped and craned and bent and lugged at heavy weights. Amy was too busy to watch in the ordinary meaning of the word. Her acute senses, however, fully took in the details of the scene, preserved them, and rendered them up to her later, to her cost. The wise men handled in a businesslike way objects that looked to her more like the detritus of a rag and bone shop than anything else. They dragged this way and that, and carefully considered hideous, deplorable scraps of personal vestiture. They recklessly thrust their hands into the breasts of cast-off coats, and with a show of breathless professional interest, hung over mere heaps of soiled clothing. Once the dull gleam of footmen's buttons met Amy's eyes, and the angry shine of a jewel near the charred cheek of a dead woman, wearing a breast-knot of withered hothouse flowers pinned to some wretched, singed sables. A smart woman, burned alive. No, that didn't happen till afterwards, the doctor found a moment of time to assure Amy consolingly, as some few flakes of charred ashes that had once been rosy flesh fell away under his touch. He nodded. Then something, not very much, of a woman was taken away, attached to a quantity of costly fur. She may have been smart, but she was now unidentifiable. Amy came to understand the curt language of horror, the shorthand of hopeless finality. She grasped in most instances the dreary significance of the doctor's abandonment of this or that case, as with lifted eyebrow or hurried jerk of unshaven chin, "Next," he would say. Then, as what he had been considering was borne away, hats were raised, with the indescribable touch of reverence which even busy men, fighting against time, do to the prey rapt from them by power stronger than themselves, and the useless science at their fingers' ends. Amy was dumbly useful. She was not manifestly hysterical. She evidenced no feelings of horror. Her apprenticeship in hospitals in South Africa stood her in good stead. She tore bits off her petticoat now and then when bandages were not ready to hand. She hardly ever looked up, but once when her bleared eyes were momentarily raised, she thought she caught sight of Jeremy Dand, carrying a woman's form in his arms. Dead or alive, it was impossible to tell which. It never even occurred to her to leave what she was doing for a moment and join him. She was busy. Probably this was his wife Edith, who had been on the train with him. Perhaps he had saved her. Most likely she was dead. She seemed to have forgotten every personal tie, and felt herself merely the sister of humanity. Though the calcined woman in the furs might have been Edith, she did not consider her fate more appalling than that of the little wounded work-girl in a ragged apron that she was tending just then and hoped to revive. Mr. Dan's eyes fell on her as he passed with his burden, but if he saw Amy, he chose to take no notice of her. He would have no expectation of seeing his wife's companion among the rescuers. He had ordered her off into safety hours ago. She had disobeyed him like a naughty child, and he would be angry. "What is that man crying out so loud for?" she asked once of a busy porter. "He's afraid of being burnt alive, miss," was the man's reply, jerked carelessly over his shoulder. Amy was not wanted just then. The first ardour of rescue was over. Everyone was out, more or less, lying on the bank, some of them unrecognizable, all still. She wandered in the direction of the extraordinarily lusty shouts. She was interested, hardened to horror like a butcher. "One o' my legs is broken," the sturdy prisoner, whom they could not yet see, was telling his rescuers. "And I feels nothing. The leg that hurts isn't broken at all." Saw! Saw! And the merciless fire coming nearer, though one could hardly trace its oncoming. The doctor's eyes, vigilant, the brandy to the lips. Ho! The man was out at last, and then Amy, who caught a glimpse of the poor brave arm that had been warding off the intermittent showers of hot cinders, raw to the bone, stripped now of all flesh, fainted away, and was no more seen or heard of the busy rescuers. Where all were ardent in the good work, one could not be missed. End of chapter 28. Read by Lisa Reichert.